Hello and welcome to Mortdog's 4v4 Madness. That's right, the madness has returned. We were chatting a little bit. We should we call it like Son of Madness or Return of the Madness? I feel like there needs to be like a colon subtitle for this, you know?
Yeah, we need to come up with something for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll let chat decide. That's always a good decision, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So this is a bit different than the madness we've seen in the past. This is going to be 4v4 competition. We've already had 2 days of a competition already, but we've got something going really cool with the prize pool. Let's take a look at that before anything else, because you out there have a chance to contribute to support these players trying to make TFT a big thing in their lives. So we have 4,000 for first, 1,000 for second, but you can also type !prize pool into chat. That will take you to a link brought to you by Matcherino, who's our awesome sponsor for this event. And 70% of the donations for this event go to the prize pool. So you've got a chance to up what the players get. If you're impressed by the comps, which no doubt you will be, you've got a chance to support a really great esports scene. So I think it's worthwhile. Hopefully a lot of you guys do too. Love to see that happen here as the day goes on. We've got today and tomorrow for some competition, but that's not it, Mort. We've already had 2 days of competition leading up to this. We had 32 teams start off, trimmed it down to 8 teams on day 2. They played a bit of round robin action. That leads us to today. Our top 4 teams, double round robin. The top 2 teams then go to the finals tomorrow. You and I have been watching a little bit off and on over the last couple of days. What's kind of stood out to you in the early rounds of the tournament?
Yeah, it's been really cool to see the teams coming together, trying different strategies. Very quickly, people have kind of learned how to, use the team format to adjust and things like that. So that's been cool to see.
So here's our top 8. Sunny Springs Retirement Home took it, but it was so close. Only 1 point separated 4th place from 5th place. And remember, that was a cutoff to get into today. So the French guys, sadly, not quite making it through. But there's some really good players in the teams that didn't make it, aren't there?
Yeah, you can see like even Naturally Bad, which I think was one of the favorites coming in,
Yeah.
ended up in 7th, but that 7th was only by 6 points. And 6 points out of 140, that's a really tiny difference. So the competition has been really close throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, Naturally Bad, for those who don't know, was Dark Hydra, Salvi, Fluffy, and Dasix. So some of the best like EU players out there right now. And of course, they had to capitalize. Everything's capitalized on this graphic, but in their team name, only NA was capitalized and Naturally Bad. So yeah, I see what you're doing there, guys. We all saw Set 3 Worlds, all right? Give it a rest. You've got regular LoL Worlds coming up too. Just give us a break, EU, please. Well, I guess they didn't make it into the top 8, so they did kind of give us a break, didn't they?
Yeah.
No. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams coming into today. Sunny Springs Retirement Home, Crowan, Ace of Spades, Tabs, Sunny Lou. I was watching them quite a bit yesterday. Their communication was awesome. But looking across this list, we've got a lot of great players. Any predictions you want to make? Do you dare?
I don't know about predictions, but I want to call out that like Esh's team is kind of coming in as a dark horse from OCE. That's really cool
Yeah.
to see. I think Washed has shown some of the best teamwork so far. It's a kind of a group of friends that are playing well together. St. Vicious and Chris play together a lot, which is cool to see. Whereas I think Aegon and Sunny Springs are more like, hey, let's get some of the best solo players and bring them together. So while the teamwork might not be as S tier, you're seeing a lot more of the individual play be a lot stronger. And so we'll see which comes out on top. Is it the individual play or the strong team play from something like Washed?
Yeah, and I'm excited about a team like Wash too, because you've got Loco Doco on that team. For those of you who don't know, Loco Doco is like one of the oldest of old school pros in League of Legends. I first met Loco in 2012 in South Korea when I went over there, and he was playing AD carry for I believe it was MIG Blaze at the time, if I remember right, which later became like CJ. But he introduced himself as the best AD carry in the world to me when I met him the first time. So that kind of gives you the idea of like what Loco's attitude is like in life. But he's been a very good player in League of Legends. Has been a very popular streamer, great analyst. Been on a lot of LoL talk shows over the years. And so seeing him pick up TFT and do really well is not surprising. But it's cool to see him kind of break back into the competitive side of League a little bit too. That's neat for
I
me.
also got to call out Aegon real quick, just because he won the last Mortdog top 4
True.
madness, and so seeing him and his team win again would be pretty crazy to see as well. So
Yeah, it's really difficult to predict who's going to make it through, because you do have a lot of really good players, and In your opinion, what do you think it comes down to? Strong individual play or teamwork? Like, does the teamwork really make a huge difference here as we move into game number one?
I think we've seen teamwork make a big difference so far. A lot of good carousel communication. For example, I'll call out,
Mm.
Soju's team. They ended up losing by 1 point, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, like there was a moment in the carousel where Soju took the thing Milk needed, and that might have been the difference. Like that kind of
Yeah.
communication can really make or break a lot of these team games, and so that's been a cool dynamic to see added to this TFT tournament.
True enough. Kind of sounds like Soju just barely left out of the top 10 lists on all of our Teamfight talk show tier lists as well, but maybe next time. We're going to jump on board with Kiting is Hard from team agon.gg to start things off here. So we see him holding a Jax there. I've been playing Jax a lot more in the early game. He got a bit of a buff in the last patch, and he seems a lot more solid of an early game unit than he was before.
Yeah, if you can get an early duelist chosen, Yasuo or Jax or something like that, it opens up a lot of possibilities. And duelist can be a really strong early and mid game, and even early into the late game comp. It does struggle sometimes to get that first place finish, but in this format, all you're trying to go for is top four, and
Yeah.
getting a comp like that uncontested can really make or break the difference. So
Yeah, pretty much. We see that early cultist working out pretty well for Kiting is Hard as well. Now that got like a little bit of a nerf going into this patch. It seems still strong, but I agreed with the nerf. I felt like it was a little bit oppressive in 10.19, but it seems like just a good solid early game here.
yeah, and what's interesting here is he's kept his options open. You saw the duelist, the cultist, the warlord, kind of waiting to see what chosen he would get.
Yeah,
And now that he's got that chosen, it looks like he's not going to invest in it, so he's switching to that econ.
yeah,
Because you can only keep your options open for so long before you start losing econ, and so now he'll do the thing where he stays at 9, and if he loses, probably sell the Wukong, something like that. So
right. Man, like that Dusk Vein just I love playing Dusk. It's my favorite comp right now to play and kind of has been since launch. But like Dusk Vein is one of those ones where it's like you want to get it, but it's like I really don't think that contributes super hard to like a strong board early. But I've been baited into the Dusk Vein so many times.
yeah, I think locking into that early can really backfire. So
Yeah. All right.
it's interesting. Yeah, we see a tough decision here because he hasn't really locked on a direction, and he
Yeah.
saw that Saint had a better version of his comp. So he's probably looking to pivot to something else, grabbing the brawlers, maybe looking at a brawler Ash pivot, especially since he hasn't gotten an early chosen. That sort of signifies do the power spike to 7 and try to search for a chosen there. So
And that kind of seems to be what a lot of players have been doing lately is going to level 7 and kind of like basing a lot of their rolling their game plan on that level 7 right now, because you miss out on 5% for level 3s, but there's a lot of really important 2 cost carries right now. So it just kind of seems like in the meta, since like 9 is a little bit more expensive than it was in set 3, level 7 is kind of like the sweet spot for a lot of comps these days.
yeah, it seems like there's basically two camps, right? As you hit an early strong chosen, whether it be a 1, 2, or 3 cost, and
Mhm.
then build around that, or you don't, lost streak, get the items you're looking for, and then invest in that level 7 roll down. So
Yeah, pretty much. Well, second carousel, we will see what Kiting goes for here. Still just sitting on those 3 cultists. He's lost a little bit of HP, but he's still in a pretty good position to pick here. Loco grabs the belt.
I was
Looks
going
like
to say, getting Ash items here is probably what I would expect Kiting to do. Grabbing the Maokai's, lost streaking, he's probably going to be looking to build that Giant Slayer Ash come the late game.
yeah, and that's been really strong lately. It seems like builds that are built around an Elderwood core in general have been really popular. The Ash build for a couple weeks now, and then just in the last like 3 or 4 days, the Vagar build started really coming out, which you can
Yeah.
go Elderwood as well to sort of support. Yeah, can't go wrong with Elderwood Ash.
Yeah, it feels like Brawler Ash has kind of been the comp that you play to, like, it's like the baseline, right? Where it's like if all else fails, you go Brawler Ash, and it's a pretty safe pick. So
Yeah.
yeah, we can
Yep.
see that he's using Kindred as the item holder for the Ash. So that's kind of where I expect Kiting to end up here.
So Kindred was actually a champion too that a lot of people were building some comps around early in 10.20, and it seemed like for a moment we might jump into like a little bit of a Kindred meta that we saw back in like set 2 with a lot of Kindred 3 carry or even like Kindred 2 carry sometimes. But it seems like it was like super close to becoming meta and then just fell off a little bit more. What do you think
Uh,
about?
I kind of think what's happening with Kindred is she's the best early / mid game item holder in the
Mhm.
game, and you use her to build your actual carry. So like getting this Kindred is going to be a lot of strength, and you'll see it carry kiting in a lot of these fights. But then you'll convert it to an Ash. You can convert it to a Kane. Go like the blue buff jeweled gauntlet version, things like that.
Yeah.
So Kindred just ends up being this really solid, mid champion, and I think that's
Ooh.
really good for a 3 cost as well. So
Yeah, so this is definitely a pretty decent pickup for kiting here. We talk about Brawler Ash, but that Elderwood buff is kind of handy too. And if I recall correctly, you can still go Elderwood and sneak in 4 Brawlers as well. So you can still get a decent HP buff.
yeah, my guess you can definitely do that, but my guess here is, especially since he already has the other Maokai and it's not Brawler, is he'll
Mhm.
continue building around it and then sell it when he hits 7 for that roll down.
Yeah, certainly could. Well, let's see. It looks like it's going to be against Grand Vice here, who has the chosen Wukong early on. And Wukong comps, you can see he's already going for the Wukong 3. And that Wukong 3 carry, it's still out there. I feel like it's dropped a little bit in a lot of people's tier list, but it's still a pretty solid build to go.
Yeah, especially with the amount of mages that you're seeing, that comp can be a little harder to pilot. But if you can get a Dragon's Claw on it, it can definitely still do pretty well. So
Yeah, that's kind of become the answer, especially in the last like 3 or 4 days on the ladder. I've noticed is that you're having problems with mages. Well, just put a Dragon's Claw on something. Put it on Riven, put it on the Jax, put it on the Wukong, and that obviously solves a lot of that. We're gonna jump over to Becca, player on Washed, the other team in this series. Looking at an Enlightened Mystic or Enlightened Janna, but that's one that I think a lot of people would pass over right now.
So it seems like, and we've seen a lot of this throughout the tournament, is that currently Aphelios is viewed as kind of the S plus tier
Yes.
champion. And so you usually have somebody trying to chase that Aphelios build. What'll be more interesting to see is we've also seen the meta develop in this tournament, at least, of people actually griefing the Aphelios player, buying all the Aphelioses,
Yeah.
getting the items that they need. So, like here, for example, Becca has everything but the Ginsus, which is kind of the most important item. So we'll see people grab all the rods, grab all the bows, and see if they can stop her from putting together that sort of Exodia comp.
Yeah, she's got the QSS, so she's got like a decent start. She's picking up a couple spirit champions as well. The duelist Yasuo would make me think twice a little bit, just because GA can be a really useful item on duelist Yasuo as well. But it's hard not to commit to the Aphelios if you feel like you've got a chance to do it in this meta.
Yeah, I think at this point she's already kind of overcommitted. And again, the big drawback here is without the Ginsus, she's going to
Mhm.
be lacking a lot of damage because Aphelios is basically this exponential champion that Gensu's just accelerates that curve to infinity. And
Yeah.
without that, he's just going to do nothing, which means she's going to be taking a lot of damage. The positive is she'll get item choice. The negative is she might die before that comp ever turns on. So
Yeah, I think the concern here is exactly like you're saying, where like Aphelios is generally your only effective damage dealer in a comp like this. If you don't have the Ginsus early on before you have the spirit buff active, you're going to be taking big losses, which is what we're seeing now. And yeah, it's nice to be able to have that opportunity to get the Ginsus from the carousels, but like you mentioned, if you lose so much HP doing it, what's the point there? So
yeah.
has to find a way to at least get that 4 spirit buff online somehow. Timo helps a little bit just because that blind is kind of useful, but yeah, I do worry about the HP. But the funny thing is, Becca's always been one of those players in tournaments where it seems like it's either first or eighth for her. It's
Well,
always
and
either
I
the
also
very
think,
top or the very bottom.
and again, I think part of this is the team commitment where the team is saying, hey, one of us has to do this.
True.
So it's less about Becca as an individual player and more the team deciding if we don't do this, they will. And so there's that sort of like mental battle of like, okay, well, now that she's got it, what do we do? Because you'll notice here, she doesn't even have a chosen to really enable this comp. This
Right.
is just her kind of forcing it, which again is telling the other team, don't force it. I'm here first. And again, we'll see that give or take. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll
Well,
be very interested to see the first carousel because again, she does get first choice. But do you see everyone try to grief? But she's so low that she'll probably just get what she wants anyway. So
yeah, probably.
oh, that's a big one there.
All right. That's huge.
I
Get Moonlight. Now you can that lets you just fill in with a
You
lot
have
more.
to take that.
You do, right? I mean,
You
I know
have to
it's really,
take that.
wireless, but still.
You have to take that. You take that, you sell the Diana, you sell the Lysandra. That allows you to go to 6 and not roll for 1 costs. And now you can get the Force Spirit buff in sooner. So there's
Yes.
no way you pass on that.
Yeah, giving it some thought. Always good to not make that knee-jerk reaction, I suppose. But yeah, that's an easy choice. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yep.
In this particular situation. Now you just got to find the Rage Blade.
Yeah, it needs the Rage Blade. It needs at least the 2-star Aphelios so that it gets upgraded to the 3-star version.
Right.
But again, without that Rage Blade, though, she still has no damage. So
yeah, that's the problem. At least, with Silas, you've got this opportunity to kind of slow things down as far as the abilities go on the other side with his ult, his ability. But
yeah.
let's see.
Oh
boy.
Oh, there's a rod at least. There is a rod.
I
Almost
saw.
got Mortdogged.
Yeah, I was worried. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was
Yeah.
worried for a second. So she gets half of the Ginsu's Rage Blade there in the needlessly large rod.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the scary things about the Aphelios comp right now is that people know the end state that is good.
Yeah.
They don't know the proper path sometimes to get there, right? Like, which items do you go for on that first carousel? What do you build first? Do you get the Ginsu's? Do you build around it? And so as that gets more and more optimized, I think we'll see that build continue to get even stronger unless some changes get made. So
Unless some changes get made, huh?
yeah, something like that.
Well, she's gonna pick up another Kindred in the meantime, so gonna get a little bit more damage. Janna's just kind of a good filler unit, I think, in a lot of cases. So that's kind of interesting. Opting for the second Kindred instead of the Janna. So recognizing what we've been talking about a little bit earlier, that she just simply needs more damage right now, making the swap in the end, and I suppose Janna does technically give you a little bit more damage with the shield, but like
I think the Kindred was the better play here.
I want, yeah.
Yeah, it's these kind of micro optimizations that are like really hard to decide.
Yeah.
But again, in this case, you can make the argument both ways. But again, without the Ginsu's, I think you need the damage. If you had the Ginsu's, you'd have the damage and you'd want to survive as long as possible for that exponential curve to ramp up. So I would have gone the Mystic that way. But ooh,
all right.
I think
Silas.
There it is.
Wow, one last ability to do it. He must have like 5 HP, but yeah, that's interesting. And it is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it really is hard to decide sometimes what you want to do. But I just feel bad for Becca, like all the way at 3-6, only seeing 2 Aphelioses so far. And like we had talked about earlier, other players are probably holding those on the other team, but as
we watch her opponents, we'll have to see how many other Aphelioses we see on benches.
Yeah.
But the other thing I'll call out there is I think she kind of wanted to lose to Saint there. Losing the loss streak by that one Galio was kind of rough. So
yeah.
All right, so Solus isn't holding any Aphelioses at least.
Right, Solus looking like he's trying to go a little bit of Enlightened Spirit. Interesting stuff up on that side, actually.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what he's running.
Yeah. I'm like, am I just bad? And why am I not like what he's kind of going for here?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what he's running there.
I can see the synergies he has. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what the late game plan is out of this, but we'll have to check in with him a little bit later. Into the Wolves round again. We can go back to normal names for the neutral rounds now.
It's not that's right.
Versus and all. I was expecting the new names for the neutral rounds to continue with this one.
No, we went back. Yeah, I think the other big thing that Becca can find here is if she can find an Ahri, getting that Force Spirit buff will be pretty massive.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, one more Aphelios will be a big spike, and hopefully she can get a bow here. If she gets a bow, there it is. Okay. So yeah, now she's got the pieces. Now she should be able to start coming back a bit. One more Aphelios will make a massive difference.
Yeah.
So
big moment for Becca's board as she gets the Rage Blade.
There it is. Okay.
Right.
So now she's got a good spike here. She should be able to start coming back and winning some fights here. So
yeah. So that part of the story of this match is over. Becca finds what she needs for Aphelios. Let's check in with someone else to see how Aegon himself's board is going. Aegon, of course, the avatar of Aegon.gg, a team that includes Aegon, Solus, Kiting his heart, and Grand Vice, of course. Oh, and he's going Assassins.
I'm so happy to see this build. Assassin Ninja.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see this.
I've seen a lot of people try it, but the results have been kind of middling. What's your impression of this right now?
I think it's really good in this meta, and a lot of people are kind of sleeping on it
Okay.
because there's so much backline and frontline. You see a lot of like the mages with the strong frontline or the sharpshooters with the strong vanguard, and so
Mhm.
having front to back comps is actually really difficult. Whereas if you can just skip the front to back problem and go straight to the back, you can do a lot of damage. There's some item choices here I don't really agree with, but if he can start picking up some actual 2 stars here, this could turn into a very powerful comp.
I wonder if he's got some plans in mind to change things a little bit because I am a little bit surprised to see like the hurricane, for instance, on the well,
The
why am I
pike.
blanking on the pike? Why am I blanking on that? I don't
Yeah.
know. On the pike, but you know, either way, it's going to be good the faster he gets his cast off. But that is an interesting item.
Yeah, I really like the assassin cannon here though. That's
Yeah,
amazing because
yeah.
the assassin allows the spell to crit. And so he's jumping into the back with that 120 spell power. The autos are doing big damage with the crit, and then when it finally casts, it's going to hit really hard. The only thing he's going to lose to is like a bigger CC that comes out first.
Mhm. Yeah, so you have to worry about things like, you know, the Cassiopeia late game if she turns around and hits the
Yeah.
assassins, or something like the Sejuani if it's a fast cast from having her, where the
Yeah,
assassins all
Sejuani
jump.
is the big one I was thinking of, where it's just like
Yep.
one bad Sejuani ult could make or break that entire comp. So
I've got like Cassiopeia on the brain right now because lately I've been putting more items on Cassiopeia and trying to get her in a position to ult really early in fights.
yeah,
Because that's have had a pretty had or I've had pretty good results with that actually. But
yeah,
we'll have to see.
Cassiopeia can do like those ults can make or break the fight, especially because the ult makes the units take even more damage afterwards.
Right.
But sometimes like a bad Riven can turn her direction around, and that can cause you to lose a fight pretty heavily. So
Yeah, you can't bank on it, but it's like, what do you do with the extra tier items that you get when you're building Dusk? And I feel like she's a good holder for those. But this ninja assassin comp, like, what's the late game look for this one? As we move into like level 7, level
I
8?
think it's just a lot of this. I think you throw in Adept because again,
Yeah.
it's basically burst the enemy down. And the one thing I will say, the more I think about it, the Pike itemization is probably really good here
Hmm.
because the thing they need is their enemies to just hold still for a second while they burst them down. And so having Pike do 1 or 2 spell casts, very quickly could make or break that fight. So
Yeah, the Shojins makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I like the idea of having a Yone into this board late game for the adept, like you mentioned, and then just having Yone. He has great crowd control in his ultimate. He can do a lot of damage. If he can
yeah.
hit 2-star,
Yeah. Also, by putting a Shen on the back line, it's allowing everyone to have to move forward, which then allows all the assassins and ninjas to get back there,
right?
and you do a lot of damage. So, like, this is just a good setup for this. Yeah, it will start to falter as we hit like the late game, unless he hits like a really strong chosen 6 assassin, something like RFC on Akali could be a big difference. Um, but I will admit, like with the amount of gold he has, I'm a little worried. But this is
Yeah,
also one of the other things we're seeing is like there's a kind of a change in the meta where we're starting to see a lot more aggression again. And this happens every set where like it starts off pretty slow and everyone can be pretty greedy. But as you get more and more aggressive, you start having to lock down earlier and start pushing that player health earlier. So
right. Level 7 seems to be where a lot of people are doing their rolling right now.
yeah,
But you know, if you're looking at what Aegon wants late game, I agree. You know, you kind of want to get to that position where you can find that Yone, and so you have to hit that level 8 at least to give yourself the slightly higher percent chance.
yeah.
Ooh, does he win this one?
I don't
Aphelios?
think so. I don't think so.
No. Yeah, the double GA for Becca. I was wondering about that if she was going to be able to find a GA for her Ahri eventually, but Becca seems very online at this point, down to 18 HP. So still in the danger zone, but the comp seems strong.
Yeah, and this is where if Aegon could get something like just a little bit more burst, that could be big. The other thing I'll call out is again, I keep stressing this is Aphelios is very exponential, and so if you can get something like a Shroud or a Cane back there on him, you can
Mhm.
slow down that exponential growth to where you can burst the team down quick enough that it isn't an issue so much. But basically, if Aphelios is left alive for about 8 seconds, you've probably lost the fight already.
Sure. What do you think about Frozen Heart? Do you think that's a decent answer to throw a Frozen Heart on an Assassin sentiment, Aphelios?
Unfortunately, not because of the QS. Everyone builds the QS, so a
Right,
lot
right.
of the counter QS is shutting down a lot of the counter options. But that's why I like calling out Shroud and Kane are kind of the best cases.
I
So
think that's one that I forget about all the time is that QSS shuts down Shroud. I feel like a lot of people forget about that because it's not something you see, happen as readily, right? Not like a CC getting denied, but yeah, that is a very good point.
sorry, QS. You can still Shroud through QS.
Right.
Right. Cool. Oh, okay. That's a nice pickup here.
Hmm.
That's a real nice pickup. I'd be
Yeah.
shocked if he didn't take that.
So you try to go up to 6 assassin with this, I suppose, and there's a Katarina in the shop as well, so he could theoretically do it like right now.
The problem is he needs to be level 8.
Right.
And I think that's the one
Well,
thing holding him back.
I suppose if he swaps and then puts a Katarina in over the Janna, you can maybe do it, right?
Oh yeah, that should
Yeah.
work.
I'm always terrible with the math on that. That's one thing that
Yeah.
the chosen mechanic has preyed upon is my awful math skills. I'm like, what is 5 minus 1 plus 2 and like all this? Yeah.
Yeah. So the question now is, does he greed for 3-star Akali or does he put 6 assassin in now? And I think he's going to greed for 3-star Akali, which is risky, but he has the health to do it.
Yeah, but does he have the gold to do it? That's the thing. Hmm. Either way, he'll have a pretty good chance of finding another Katarina later if he wants to go for that. We're going to check in with Loco Doko, though, from Team Washed to see what he's been up to here. Looks like a bit of a cultist board, but going for some Shade Tech with this, too. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
this
items.
this looks like he's struggling a little bit because typically you
Yeah.
see Shade working with Spirit or something like that. He's got decent Z items, but not the best without the Ginsus. And it's 5-1, and he still has like 8 items on his board. So I think he's struggling right now to figure out how to lock this comp down. And this is where we see a lot of players in Fate struggle. Is like this moment where if you don't transition, you might just fall off. So
I wonder if the opportunity to go 6 cultists was amiss there. Because it's going to be one of those things that 6 cultists is just strong. It's just a solid way to play the game. And if you're looking for an out, that seems like a good way to go. It looks like he really wants to do Shade here. And he did find a couple just straight up good 5 costs in terms of, the boss and Yone.
yeah, I think if he had gotten a chosen shade, that would have been a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely struggling to kind of put this comp together a bit. I do like that he's using Azir to try to buy time for the shade, but it's just not going to be enough damage right now.
He had that chance to pick up the cultist chosen too when we first swapped to his view. So I was a little bit surprised he didn't pull the trigger on that right there. But yeah, it looks like Loco is going to be moving down the rankings pretty fast here if he doesn't find a way, find it out very soon.
Yeah. The problem with running cultist right now, at least in the current meta, is it's very difficult because a lot of people are building Giant Slayer and Set, and both of those do very well into the cultist. So it
Right.
can work. It's just very risky depending upon the lobby.
Yeah, it's kind of
So
one of those things where it's like, there it is. All right, what?
well, so he sold the set
Oh,
and then
okay.
rolled another set, which is just unfortunate. Does hit the Yone though. If he
Yeah,
had blue buff, this would be really strong. Now it's kind of okay. This is a
yeah.
good Yone, but a lot of people also forget that Yone shreds almost all the armor and MR off a character when he hits them. So
Mhm.
it can be a lot of damage. So
Well, let's see if he lives long enough to work. Looks like Set's going to be able to come back in with the buff at least.
yeah, it did some work, but
Yeah,
not
not
enough.
enough. Yeah, I think Loco is in some serious trouble here. But like we were saying, we saw him roll past a zillion, then pick one up later, sell the set, then pick up a set,
Yeah,
miss out on a set too. So I think Loco, like we talked about, is just definitely kind of struggling, trying to figure out what this build is. And that's one of the things with Fates that happens sometimes because you've got all
yeah.
these chosens, you've got a lot of different ways to approach a lot of different strategies right now, and it can be a bit overwhelming. Like I know Loco, and I know that face, and that is a frustrated Loco face.
Yeah, like I said, it was pretty clear from the item situation at 5-1. I also
Yeah,
call out Becca has dropped out, so the
yeah,
Aphelios player did take the hard eighth this time. So that's unfortunate for Washed right now, looking like 6, 7, 8 right now is the standings. So that's a bit of an
right.
oof.
3 out of the 4 in the bottom 4 right now for Washed, which is not how you want to start this one. It's a double round robin, so they've got plenty of games to come back and make things work, but looks like it's going to be a bit of a rough start.
Yeah.
Yeah, Loco just not finding a lot here.
Yep.
I guess you put the thieves gloves on set, probably.
That's pretty much your only option here.
Yeah. And you have a mage spatula item, but no real point to do that.
I do think you need to put the tier on the board.
Yeah,
Like
for
having
sure.
that Azir cast, that's just a small micro mistake that's not happening.
Yeah. There's no reason to not put that tier on somebody at least right now.
Yep.
Better do something, nothing. But I think Loco's kind of accepted that he's going to be probably dropping out pretty soon here. Not an excuse, but just a reason, I suppose. Looked like Yone wanted to go do sit-ups for a second there too, but he's
I
back.
mean, it's oh.
So close.
Oh, so
No.
close.
Checks the HP.
So
He's
close.
out in 8th. Chris taking another loss too, so he's down to 7 HP. Let's go take a look at what Solus has been up to right in the middle of the pack right now. 4th at the moment, gets the 4 shade online himself, and has that really nice Sejuani 2 up in the front line to just slow everything down and give Shade time to work.
Yeah, Sejuani's real strong in this meta. By the way, apparently it's been called out that kiting has 2 force of natures, so that's also helping quite a bit.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's usually a good thing in TFT. Z3,
Oh,
that's a
there's
big thing in TFT.
by knocking out Loco, all the Zeds went back in the pool.
Yep.
And so still being level 7, Solus is able to roll down for them and hit the Zeds, so that's really big.
Going up against his teammate, kiting is hard here. Again, they're not super concerned at this point because they've already got 3 out of the 4 spots.
Yeah, you can see the Maokai wearing the 2 force of natures there.
Yeah. It's got nature in the name, so it makes sense that Maokai would be wearing it.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah. What else are you going to put on him, I suppose?
Okay,
Grand
Chris
Vice
did
takes
win
a lot.
that fight,
Chris-
though. So
Yeah.
fighting for the points. And this is where, like I said, you hate to see the Ginsu after you've already locked the items on the Zed. Oh,
Yep. And no spots on the Kane either. I suppose you can put it on the Kindred, but
I think it's Kindred here, or even
Yeah.
Evelyn. But this is one of those feels bad moments.
Definitely does. So right now, St. Vicious is in 3rd. So there's still a chance. There's still a slim chance that maybe Team Wash could sneak 2 out of the top 4 spots. If Saint continues to perform pretty well, down to 20 HP, but with Chris winning, maybe the chance. Oh, never mind. There's a Kane 2.
Kane 2 is going to help.
That will definitely help Solus stay in this one. When
Yep.
you're sub 10 HP, hitting those 2-star 5 costs feels pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a big one. This is the kind of tournament too where every place matters. So even just saying like top 4 is one thing, but like a 3rd, versus a 2nd versus a 1st, every single point is going to matter. So you want every single place you can get.
Yeah, and every single member of your team you can get in the top 4 just helps exponentially at that point. Assassins versus Shade, the backline comp versus the other backline dive comp. Who comes out on top? That Kane's starting to go off here. Another Sejuani ult coming in. Oof. And that'll do it, yeah.
Yeah, he had the 3-star Akali, but Akali suffers from having to walk around a lot, so you really need that RFC.
Oh wow, no! Oh no! That is the worst possible scenario for Washed.
Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Aegon.gg. They have got to be happy with that.
Yeah, they do. And opposite ends on the Washed side of things. But yeah, big first game for Aegon.gg, claiming all 4 of the top spots in this lobby. So at this point, you're getting all the points out of the top 4. So it's kind of a victory lap now. So
comps here, by the way, I want to call out the 4 comps here. We have the Spirit Shade, we have the Ninja Assassin, which I think a lot of people made it. We had the Brawler Ashe, which we called that kiting was going to run that. And then we have the Vanguard Ahri. So those were kind of the top 4 comps that we saw Aegon.gg take this to. So
yeah, so a lot of the 3 out of the 4 pretty standard strong meta comps, just kind of the Assassin Ninja comp that kind of takes us by surprise a little bit, but cool to see. And if anyone's going to play something like that, it's going to be Aegon. It ends up taking 4th, but neat to see it jump into the top 4 at all.
Yeah. It's been kind of funny to see, by the way. This is the kind of moment in the tournament where a lot of people will be like, just sell your board and end it in FF because we've already got the points locked.
Yeah.
Whereas other people are like, ah, let it play out, let us have our fun. So it's been
So
fun to see that dynamic.
So we're gonna go check out the other lobby because that one was all wrapped up. This one is going to be Team Sunny Springs
Ooh,
Retirement Home versus Team Hands Up, on board with Cloud9's own Crowan, who's got that good old Elderwood set in action here. But Talon's pretty
wow.
scary coming up for
Those
Asher.
are those are great talent items.
Yeah, those are. Would you say? I mean, Last Whisper is one that's been coming up a lot recently. But would you say those are best in slot?
I think so. The
Okay.
Talon thing, the Last Whisper, a lot of people complain that he gets stuck on Vanguards. But
Yeah.
what better way to fix that than that? The one thing I'll call out with the Talon comp is, is he running 2 Assassin? I've seen a lot of people not run the 2 Assassin, which I think is a mistake. But yeah, it's hard to see with all the rapid scouting. But
Yeah.
yeah,
For
I think those are really good talent items for sure.
Yeah, you just worry. The only little concern there is just the survivability. If he gets stuck with something, he doesn't have the QSS. If he gets nuked by something, he doesn't have the GA. But it does seem like set 4, you can get away a lot more than you could in set 3 with not putting a defensive item on your carry. There's just a lot more carries that can kind of be mobile and or else stay in the backline safely and work with it.
Yeah, I think it depends, right? Like, if people feel like you need a QS on Ash, for example, because of all the Aatroxes,
Sure.
but if no one's running Aatrox, maybe you can shift that to a Dragon Claw or a Trap Claw. Trap Claw has been kind of more universally liked lately, so it's been interesting to see that dynamic. Or even, do you run 2 defensive items, or do you run 0? And those are the kind of interesting micro decisions again that keep TFT really interesting. So
Yeah, and it's kind of one of the things that separates the good players from the great players, right? Is being able to recognize when you maybe can shift one of those items that you perceive as being core on your carry,
yeah.
depending on the lobby.
I'll call out, by the way, Crowan. I don't think I've watched Crowan a lot. I don't think I've ever seen him sweat scout this hard. He is just going crazy, like checking everything all the time. So it's really cool to see that effort pumped up to 10.
Well, I mentioned earlier I was watching a lot of Sunny Spring retirement homes games yesterday, and they all seemed kind of
Ooh.
surprised about how well they were doing. They were
Yeah.
like, "Wow, I guess we're dominating this." So I think as time went on, they're like, "Okay, let's take this more and more seriously." And Crowan, he's been a top player in multiple games at this point. So if anyone's going to get sweaty and know how to make that work, it's going to be him.
I didn't see which player it was, but someone in this game has a 3-star Ahri, by the way.
That's a concern for
That's the strong comp. Oh, there's the 2-star Ash, but he has to sell. Do you get? Oh, wow. Gives
man.
up.
I
Okay,
guess.
he hit the Warwick though, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep. Bring the brawler in there. Get another hunter for the Ash. That's always a nice buff
Yeah.
as well. So yeah, I suppose.
There it is.
Yep.
It's someone's ghost. I don't know. So we still don't know whose it is. But there's the 3-star Ahri with double jeweled gauntlet.
That's
No
insane, man.
QS though. No defensive item. So it
Oh,
is
and
possible to Zephyr it. It is possible to burst it down with like an assassin. I don't think that's a 3-star Ahri that's necessarily a game winner.
yeah, without the defensive item, you're definitely a little bit more concerned. Did blow up the set there pretty effectively, but we did see the first shot miss too. So that is a concern with Ari sometimes, is that she kind of misses the mark once in a while with that ultimate. Not often, but it does
Yep.
happen every once in a while. So there's multiple factors that take this from being like OMG OP hotfix please to be like this is super strong, but we will see how it does.
Yeah, I found one of the best counters to Ahri to actually be a Zir and just spread the soldiers away from your army as bait for the Ahri
Yeah.
targeting. So
That's actually something I've been thinking about a lot more lately because I've seen a lot of people in my games and then just watching streams. Players are getting really good at doing exactly what you're talking about, is placing those sand soldiers, I think they're called,
yep.
in places where it draws the attention of crucial champs on the other side. And the better people get with Azir, like Azir is just going to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, Azir feels like this underappreciated 5 cost that no one says is the strongest 5 cost, but in
Mhm.
reality is actually far and away the strongest 5 cost. And
Well,
like data shows that, in fact, it's just like he
oh
is
really?
the best 5 cost. Yeah.
Interesting. Because the attitude initially, it was a lot,
Oof.
well, the sand soldiers block things, I guess. But now it's much more, like we're talking about, people are realizing that they can like bait things. They can,
Exactly.
they're essentially acting as like locational taunts almost to pull away some important spells. Nothing feels worse than when your Vagar starts ulting them instead of the actual champs on the other team.
So when we tuned into this game, by the way, Get Off was already dead at 0, and everyone else was alive. Fast forward 7 rounds, everyone else is still alive, and it is really tight for that bottom 4 spots.
Yeah, everything from Ace of Spades down to Raza sub 20 HP.
Yep.
All right, Death Cap, not a bad pickup for maybe the Vega or something like that.
Let's say who's he put that on, and I think Vagar is the only option.
Ooh, set 2. All right.
That
Well,
is
I'm
a
high
6
now.
Elderwood set, by the way. So that's a
Yeah,
strong set.
he's debating on whether or not he wants to go down. Okay, yeah, and get in that 6 brawler. I think this is a wise decision.
Yeah, I agree.
You still get the Elderwood 6 Elderwood 6 brawler, like best of both worlds there, right? Usually you have to pick one.
Yeah, that seems real good.
Yeah.
Oof.
All
This
right.
set's going to do a lot of damage with that jeweled gauntlet too.
Definitely will. Sunfire Cape 2 is going to be spread over everybody because he's going to be around for plenty of time before he goes to take a break there. Big first damage coming out. Meanwhile, that Ashe obviously doing a lot in the back line. The Talon, Talon just gets blown up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you don't
Six
need
Elderwood gets really tanky and damagey if they survive that early fight. And with a set on the front line, you're very likely to survive that early fight. So looking
Right.
real strong there. Oh, look at this Maokai do work.
I was going to say, speaking of tanky.
I'm pretty sure this Maokai wins too. So yeah.
Yeah.
Whew.
And Ace, knocked out.
Only lost Esha, so we still have 6 alive.
Yeah, the danger though is that I believe it is. Yeah, Team Hands Up occupies 3 out of the bottom 4 spots right now.
Yeah, because I think it's Jose and Raza are the last 2 on that team. So
That's right.
we might see another 1, 2, 3, 4 here.
Yeah, it's possible. Top 4 is going to be Cutthroat. Looks like 6 Dusk in play on the board, 6 Assassin, multiple big time Assassin players in the early boards we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think Sunny's definitely the strong one with that RE3, but
yeah.
All right, so this is for one of the spots here because whoever loses this is knocked out. Oh,
Pretty
the
much.
Lee Sin on the set. Oh, we have to set up before the knockout though, because you can knock set out before the knockout.
Yep, that's right. And then he'll he won't be able to just come back. But
and then there's the set. Oof.
Best time to take a breather ever when you're about to get kicked off the map. You're like, no, I'll take myself off the map for a moment, please. Don't worry about it. I got this.
We got another 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, looks like we did.
Oh
Ace
no, wait,
no?
Ace at 5th. Woo, tiebreaker.
So Jose Paulo in 4th manages to snag one of those spots at least for a Team Hands Up, but it is Sunny Springs retirement home, showing that they're not quite dead yet and taking 3 out of the top 4 here.
Yeah, they've got to be happy with that 1, 2, 3, 5. So that's got to feel good.
Definitely. Sunny
Lou. Yeah, look at this comp: Vanguard Mystic with 3-star Ahri and just a really good frontline Sejuani. This is such a good comp because, like, even if you could get to that Ahri with the no CC, like it's just so bottled in there.
Right. That's where all that crowd control on the front line really comes in handy.
Yeah.
And here comes the cast. Whoa! Oh, it's only about 9,600 damage.
You know.
Yeah.
The Lily ult here. The Lily ult. It is possible.
It's big. He needs another cast.
Okay. No, Jin, yeah. There you go. Jin's alive.
All right. It was one cast missing from being able to just nuke that whole team.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and that's one thing you kind of miss out on this with this build is that the Ahri is a strong nuke, but if you don't have the double cast from Mage, a lot of times you can get those situations where you kill most of the team, but maybe you miss the carry, right?
Yeah, I do think with a 3-star Ahri, it's almost silly to not be running 3 Mage, just to like get that extra bit in there. But I think the solution here is to just remake the Ahri, right? Just put different items on it. No big deal.
Yeah, sure. You can find another, 3 Ahris.
Yeah, just another 9 Ahris, no problem.
I actually like this Dusk Cassiopeia. Just 20% damage buff? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or spell power buff? Easy.
Oh, and a Dusk Spat. Look at that.
Ooh, okay. Well, you can't put it on the Ahri, sadly. It's kind of...
Hilariously enough, I put this on the Yuumi.
The Yuumi, interesting.
Yeah, to give it the 70 spell power to make the heal really big. Yuumi is an interesting character because she scales off AP, but it's percent missing health. So if you can get her high enough, she can actually just full heal you every time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because the spell power buff from 4 Dusk now means that
Tabs has Riven 3 here. So it's Riven 3 versus RE3.
Yep, pretty much. And Riven 3 is going to be pretty tanky, yeah, and do a lot
Yep.
of damage as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that should do it for the RE3 board. You double jewel gauntlet is fun, but that DA sometimes comes in handy.
Yeah, these are some powerful comps.
No kidding. Yeah,
Crowin in third with 6 Elderwood, 6 Brawler Elderwood set. So
it's surprising when a comp like that takes third. That's
there's
not.
definitely been a lot of those moments on Fates where people are like, I had this incredibly strong comp and I got fourth. And it's like, well, yep, other people just happen to have stronger comps.
Yep. I
So
think that's why a lot of times a good knowledge of item priority comes in very, very handy, because
yeah.
you see so many more instances where people are hitting those like prestige tiers of different synergies, right? So then it comes down to, who's got the better items, who's got the better positioning.
Yeah, and I will say those Riven items with the QS, that's going to be hard to top.
Yeah. Blue buff makes her cast after every auto, I believe. So she's going to be using that a lot.
Yeah.
Man, it is fun to see Ahri hit people, though. Oh, goodbye.
We see the surrender. We see the surrender.
He's done. We saw that. Come on.
I mean, again, they got to be happy with that 1, 2, 3, 5. You see the smiles on Sunny, so that can't
Yeah,
feel
for
bad.
sure. Yeah, that's definitely one of those situations where it's like, we were all taking those top spots anyway, so whatever. So really good starts for team Sunny Day, or Sunny Springs Retirement Home. That's a name that I'm gonna
Yep.
memorize back into the broadcast, I promise. And then also Aegon.gg.
Yeah, both of those teams came out swinging, so they've got to be really happy with those starts. It is only one game, still 5 to go, but yeah, God, those were strong starts. So
And let's take a look at the scoreboard to see where we are at right now so far. 31 points for Aegon.gg, 29 for the retirement home. And yeah, a lot of catching up to do for HANDSUP and Washed. They've got time. They've got plenty of games to do it in,
oh
but
yeah,
rough start for 2 of our teams.
yep. This will just be a stress on your mental, right? How quickly do you bounce back from that and get right back into it? Or we've seen a lot of teams in this tournament actually just like once they lose 1 or 2, they bottom out real hard. And so TFT players, I don't know, have had their mental tested quite like this. So we'll see if they can bounce back and come back stronger. So
Well, do you see what you're doing though, Mort? You're taking all these poor people that don't want to play a team game, and you're making them play a team game. You're taking all the stress they were trying to avoid by playing TFT, and you're putting it right back in there.
yeah, it's true. It's true. Making them work together and count on their allies.
I know, and like accept that sometimes your teammates are going to make mistakes, and you have to kind of roll with it. It's tough. The internet
One of
is
the
not
things I've noticed is like a lot of the players have actually been calling out that like, yep, my teammates carried me this tournament. So
Yep. Well, I saw Crowan saying that a lot too. He's always been a pretty modest fellow in general, but yeah, it is good to give your team credit where credit's due, I suppose.
exactly. And so yeah, just again, really got to feel bad for those teams on their start. That's pretty much the worst start you could expect. But again, it's 1 game out of 5. A 1, 2, 3, 4 on your end can turn it right back around. So hopefully they can just bounce back. So
Yeah. It's like, it's like that day where you start off on the ladder and your first game is an 8th and you're like, oh, really? It's going to be like that. But then you come back in top 4 the rest of your games. You can't let that first game affect the rest of your mentality for the rest of your play session, right?
exactly. Unlike ladder though, ladder that's where you usually maybe go take a break. Here you don't have that option, so you got to bounce back quick. So
Got to have that mental fortitude, that resilience. It's a matter of stamina playing, because this is a lot of games of TFT. Honestly, playing 6 games of TFT in a row, that's a lot of mental stamina required.
yeah, it was actually pretty crazy to see 6 the first day, 7 yesterday, another 6 today. So they're playing a lot of games.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of stamina, a lot of fortitude, but it does give them a good read on the meta. It also, a lot of players were asking for this. Give us lots of games to reduce that randomness and that variance. So yeah.
I like it. We're ready to head into our second lobby, or a second set of lobbies for the day. It's going to be HANDSUP versus Sunny Springs Retirement Home, it looks like. I'm going to start out with Jose Paulo here as we check out the opening carousel. Looks like it's
Yeah.
a normal galaxy. That's good to know.
Yeah, I used to make that joke every time we would start as we were developing the set. I'm like, all right, which galaxy are we testing today?
It's like, it's weird. Like my mind still thinks that at the beginning of every game, like, oh yeah, that's right. There's no more galaxies.
Also worth noting is that the teams right now are facing the same opponents for 1 more game, and then they'll swap opponents. So every team will face each other twice back to back. So
Right. and it's going to be a Hecarim. Okay. You know, Hecarim is a champ that I really was not a big fan of early on in set 4, but he's grown on me. I'm starting to appreciate the tankiness of Hecarim more than I did originally.
I think Hecarim is kind of underappreciated for how strong he is early,
Mhm.
but he's one of those champions you don't want to be caught like investing too many items in, because basically you'll be stuck with the 2-cost tank with a bunch of items that will fall off in the late game. So use him as a good item holder for Sejuani, and that can get you through the early game really well.
Yeah. You know, there was a game just the other day where I was playing reroll Elderwood and I just happened to find a Hecarim 3, just happened to see a ton of them. And at 3-star, he's pretty legit, but probably not the champ you want to be rolling down for.
Yeah,
You gotta try
exactly.
it. Yeah.
Ooh, Nami.
Yeah. Nami 2, might as well pick that up. Has a very strong ability, very strong CC. It does a surprising amount of damage early too. I think a lot of people underestimate just the sheer damage that Ahri's ability does in these early rounds.
So I'm trying to get this to catch on, so I'll say it on stream. But there is a comp with Nami that uses 3 Mage, 6 Enlightened, and the Nami uses 2 Ludens, and then like a QS, and that comp can do very well, and it's got to be called Bubble Bobble. So that's the name of the comp.
All right, I'm gonna try this now. Actually, I played a lot of Nami, and you know, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Nami in League of Legends, but you know, I still played a lot of her.
Yeah,
But
I was coaching Green Teach on it yesterday, and we got a third with it. So with no QS on the Nami. So,
that's really interesting. Well, I know what I'm going to be doing on my alt account later today. This is your fault. Apologies to my whoever's in my lobby later.
Yeah, we'll see what he sticks with, but somehow I doubt that's what we're going to see this game.
Yeah, he's not quite up on the medal like you are, I think. So Divine Wukong early on. So you could, you know, you definitely could take this into a Wukong comp. I wonder if this is going to be the plan. Do the early items suggest that? Maybe not a ton, but I'm curious. I suppose you just got to keep your options open, and it's pretty easy to just start with a strong early chosen and then just make a swap later on.
Yeah, I think this is one of those comps that you start with the Wukong, you see where you go,
Yeah.
and if at 2-6 you've got 6 or 7 Wukongs, maybe you stick with it, and if you don't, that's a clear sign to sell it and pivot to a stronger chosen later.
Right. Divine is one of those traits that I expected to be more prevalent than it is. You see it from time to time, but you don't see a lot of comps like built around it like I expected we would.
Yeah, certainly I think 2 Divine is something that you try to splash when you can if you're using one of those Divine characters.
Yeah.
But right now the scaling at 4, 6, and 8 just usually isn't worth. And I will say we do have like a remake coming on PBE also, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But for now, I kind of expect to see very little Divine 4, 6, or 8 this tournament. So
interesting. All right. It's a cool trait, so I'm curious to see what this remake entails here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, so it's interesting because again, what we saw when the Fates came out was a lot of players like leveling to 4 very early to increase their chosen chances and be pretty aggressive. And now we're starting to see a mix where like people are willing to stay at 3 to get that econ going.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it definitely has become more nuanced where, you know, initially everyone's like, oh, I got to get my chosen. But, you know, now people are slowing down, calming down a little bit with the set and realizing that there are times where you want to prioritize eco again.
Yep.
I started doing that and felt bad about it because I like to play aggressive, but I'm like, oh, I have to admit. Oh, this is
going to be close. Oh!
That damage. That Nami damage, though.
It always feels bad when you're level 4 and you lose to the level 3. That always feels bad.
Yeah, that is
It's
money not well spent. Okay, so adds in Dusk here with the Vayne. That's a nice little tech here as well. 2 Dusk early on. Really strong little buff that you can add to your board. So looking pretty good for Jose Paulo to possibly get a little bit of win streak going. I may have cursed him by saying that, but you know, it's objectively good.
Yeah, I think one of the telling things here, by the way, is the fact that he hasn't bought that Wukong in his shop. So it's pretty clear that he has no intention of sticking with something like the Bonky Kong build or anything like that, and is more looking to just play strongest board, get to like level 7, and switch to something else like a Dusk comp or something like that.
Yeah. Dusk, definitely one of the strongest synergies out there, I think, just because of what it does, but also the champions that are part of it, like the Cassiopeia, the Riven, and if you can make a Dusk Jin, it's ridiculously strong. Dusk Jin is like my favorite thing
Oh,
lately.
Dusk Jin hurts. That fourth
Yeah.
shot, even just with 2 sharpshooter, that second bounce can often one shot a character.
Well, if I'm playing Dusk now and I'm going, the regular 4 Dusk, and I see a spat on a carousel that I have a chance to grab, I grab it 100% because you're always going to want that Dusk Jin in and then jump up to 6 Dusk late game. Because that takes it from like a good top 4 comp to like maybe we're winning this lobby comp.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Okay, Sunny got the bow because I saw Sunny earlier was running the Moonfire or Moonlight. I would say Moonfire, Moonlight comp. And so, again, unlike if we saw Becca last time, if he can get the Ginsus early, maybe we can see him pull that off this time. So,
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to go swap boards, check out what Ace of Spades is up to, our representative from Sunny Spring Retirement Home here. And going
ooh.
Warlord Vanguard, just a strong, tanky early comp.
See, now, unlike Jose, who we were watching, he's got the 5 Wukongs. So there is a chance where he decides, nope, I'm going Bonky Kong. But also, okay, now Jose has 5 Wukongs, so maybe not. So a bit of contesting going on here. So it'll be interesting to see who pivots and who doesn't. But I will also note that the items he has on Wukong are also great Xin Zhao items, who's been seeing a lot of play lately. So we could see that just become a full Warlord Xin Zhao comp.
Yeah, Warlord's another trait that I feel like has kind of went under the radar a little bit for some people. I feel like I don't see it in a ton of games or on a ton of streams when I'm watching different pro players play, but it can be really good, and especially if you can end up hitting like 9 Warlord or something like that. But I'd kind of like to see him play it. I'd like to see this become Warlords actually.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Warlords and Xin Zhao, especially up at like Mismatch Socks, has been playing a decent amount of it and things like that. But you really have to have the right items and champions to do it. Otherwise, it's often not worth.
So dropping the Warlord trait, putting in a second Wukong instead as something that's theoretically going to be stronger. Interesting.
I think here he's valuing the econ. He's going to sell the 2 Warlords to hit econ. Yeah. And this is, now that he hit 6 Wukongs, he's saying, I'm playing Bonky Kong.
Fair enough. He's got a great start for it too. You find 1 more bow and a sword, and then you've got the items that you generally want on a Wukong with the RFC and the Infinity Edge to go with that Bloodthirster.
The only thing he's lacking is the Chosen. Now, the nice thing is because Wukong's Chosen stat is HP, you don't need Wukong to be your Chosen, but he does need like a Vanguard Chosen or a Divine Chosen or a Mystic Chosen. Like an Enlightened Janna would be amazing here.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Mystic Janna. But something like that to really empower this comp to turn it into a first place kind of comp.
Well, that's one of the nice things too with this comp is that you can be very flexible about who your Chosen is. Some comps you can't really do that, but this one you because it's so tanky, you can get away with it a lot of times. Finds a Divine with Lux. Glad Lux is back, sort of her set 2-esque or early set 3-esque sort of state with that CC.
Now, we do have 2 players with 6 Wukongs right now, so it'll be very interesting to see who budges first, or if they both stick with it, or if they both hit, because there are enough Wukongs in the pool that they can both hit.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to be more expensive than it would be otherwise. So
I think I like Ace's items a little bit better from what we've seen.
For sure.
But that might change after this round too. We'll see.
Ooh,
manages to hit 50 gold.
Yeah. He's got to be feeling great about the econ.
Yeah, that's one thing where he's definitely doing really well. 100 HP and 50 gold at 2.7 is pretty good. Awesome. Yeah, seriously. Now you can just start, rolling for that Wukong. Among a couple other things here, finds Janna as well. Yeah, probably don't
Not
need
what
that.
you're looking for. Not what you're looking for.
Not exactly. Well, he finds another Jarvan, which you're going to be happy about. But that Brawler Maokai, like, I would be so psyched to see that in other games, but not this one. Oh, Duelist Jax. All right, so hitting some Chosens, but not the ones you're looking for.
Yeah, Chosen Jax is actually really strong now. A lot of players are sleeping on it. I think Chosen Jax with tanky items is actually the second best front line in the game right now. But that's a really risky investment to say, I'm going to spend the 6 gold to do that. So
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you're really kind of focusing on re-rolling here.
Yeah.
But he may have to give up that win streak, it looks like, for a little while.
To the other Wukong player.
Yep, pretty much. And again, this is a point where you're like, you just tell yourself, all right, I've got the better items. I'm eventually, gonna do fine. If I lose down, that kind of ensures that I'm gonna have the better items because of carousel priority. So see what he decides to do. A little bit more rolling down doesn't hit any more Wukongs though.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's gonna hurt him. He does get the Jannas, which are nice for this comp. Because again, the Janna shields give AD, and Wukong's ability scales off AD, so that can be really good. But in a way, he also kind of wants to lose HP anyway because he wants that bow to get the
Right.
RFC going. So,
Well, that's a really crucial thing with this comp is I feel like having the rapid fire cannon makes a gigantic difference in how well this comp works in the late game because you want to keep that Wukong a little bit safer.
I think it's good. I don't think it's as necessary as people make it out to be. I've
Oh,
seen
really?
versions of it do really well where you build like Titan's Resolve
Okay.
instead, and he
Okay.
can be very tanky and do a ton of damage. But that being said, it's certainly one of the easier ones to pilot because it's safer to keep him there, and it's more consistent for sure. So
Yeah. All right. That's interesting. Suppose if you go tankier, then you
there,
probably
ooh,
miss the
see,
challenge.
that's a really good chosen.
Yeah.
The only thing he needs now is he needs the 2 tiers for it. So
Yeah. That can come later, but it also just puts more burden on him
yeah.
to, find specific items.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
gonna be
also
good either
call
way.
out Jose had 8 Wukongs last we scouted, so
Uh-oh. And
yeah.
the thing is Ace of Spades is deep into this now. Uh Not pivoting, neither of them pivoting means that somebody's gonna have a bad day out of these two, probably.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that they're so contested has got to be driving Ace bananas here, so.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, had to get one in.
I appreciate that. More than you realize. I appreciate that. Going up against Tabs here, who's got a couple kindreds going, a little bit of cultists, so just a fairly strong early game.
Yeah, again, I called this out earlier that like Kindred is one of the really good early to mid game champions, and he's got that
Right.
Death Cap Kindred. If he can get a second tier on that thing, that'll carry him to late game so well. And then you can transition those items onto a cane in the late game.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if Tab sticks onto that.
All right. So waiting for Ace of Spades. He's going to be third pick on the carousel. It looks like. Can he secure the bow?
I feel like because it's
Or
on an Ahri, there's just no way.
yeah, it goes immediately to Sunny Lou. And so he grabs a sword. I think he did have gloves. Yeah, okay. So he can still make the Infinity Edge, at least for Wukong.
Now I'm interesting because Sunny we saw grab a bow earlier, and we know Sunny was running the Moonlight comp. So why did he need the second bow? I'll be curious to figure that out.
Could be another one of those variations like you talked about with something like, Titans or something like that, maybe.
Maybe.
Why is it Talon? So this is something that I was going to mention earlier is that these items that he's got on the Wukong, and I bet he's going to sell it. Yeah, I was
Oh
going to
yeah,
say
here we
earlier,
go.
these are also good Talon items. So Bloodthirster, the Infinity Edge.
Yeah,
So
and he has the
yeah,
Enlightened. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. He's gonna give it to Jose and move on. That's probably smart for not being stuck here too long. So
yeah, I think this is a really good answer to a tricky situation.
yeah,
Because you're down to like 78 HP, you've got plenty of HP left. If you're gonna make a choice like this, now is the time to do it, where you have a good amount of gold, a good amount of HP, have the right items.
yeah. Oof. Yeah, if he can, it's funny. He still wants a bow though because he'd still love an RFC there. Last Whisper would be an okay alternative for sure, as we saw last game. Oof.
I always get nervous when I see players put partial items on their carries at this point in the game. Because yeah,
Yeah,
you still have a lot of opportunities to pick up the item you need. That is true. But if you don't, you're gonna feel really bad when you see one of those completed items in a later carousel and you can't use it.
exactly.
All right, so we're gonna go see what Get Off is playing here. Looks like he's got some items over on the Talon that will be,
There you go.
eventually
So he's in Warlord. Warlord
Yeah.
Fortune. So he's running the 3 Fortune, which, by the way, players have pretty much figured out that 3 Fortune is really good if you can hit it early. So
Yeah.
a lot of gold value from that.
Well, 3 fortune now, even if you're winning rounds, is basically about as good as 2 space pirate would have been in set 3, where you're gonna get, 2, 3 gold usually in a given round. So that's a nice income boost.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, the fact that he's already level 7 at 3.6, which is ahead of Curve, plus still has 17 gold. But the negative is he's kind of missing some army power here. If he does win this, though, because he's got a 3 loss streak going with 3 fortune, if we assume he's had fortune that whole time, it will be a pretty decent payout that could just keep growing. So,
True.
in a
Can
way,
he
he kind of
beat?
wants to lose this, but nope.
Oh,
All
wow,
right,
that was
so he'll
close.
get a payout here, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty decent one.
This is probably one component. Oh, just a bunch of
Okay.
champions. A lot of
Yeah,
gold and some champions. But again, that's a big jump in gold to where he could almost be level 8 at 4-1. So
might take it too. He's gonna go for Dusk now. It looks like swapping out the warlords. Puts in the Riven. Item
it's in the
wise,
Ravens.
Rivens, yeah, multiple Rivens. Item wise, yeah, you can put the Emerald Namicon on the Cassiopeia, I suppose, but he's probably due for quite a few
Yeah, I was gonna
components here.
say he's got so few components. I expect quite a bit.
Hmm.
God, he's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he'll have 3 off Krugs or 3
Okay.
off Raptors. 3 off Raptors.
All right. Hand of Justice, not a bad choice for the Riven at all.
Wow, sells his basically his whole board.
Yeah, hard swap over to Dusk right
Oof.
now, trying to make that transition. If you can find another keeper, that would be really useful. Like if you could find like a cannon to replace. Oh, you gotta
Oh,
be kidding me! Wow, what a hit, man! Sometimes you just hit, right? Jumps up to 4
and the
Dusk with
Riven.
that.
Riven 2.
All right,
That's funny.
just hit, right?
He was at 5 out of 7 when the round started and threw in
Yeah,
more. But yeah, 4 Dusk, Riven 2 already. That's got to feel real good.
yeah.
If he can somehow hit the Lilia, that could be pretty strong. So
He comes into 4-1 with a completely different comp than he went into the end of stage 3 with, and
yeah.
that's going to throw people off a lot too, because by this
Uh-oh.
point in the game, you're kind of like, all right, this guy plays this guy's playing this. Aphelios gets the win there, but now people are going to look at Get Off's board and just be a little bit confused for a moment. They'll be like, wait, I thought you were the Warlords player.
So apparently Raza is on a very large loss streak with Fortune, by the way. So it'll be interesting to see if that pays off.
Yeah,
It seems like we've got Sunny going Moonlight, and I think Esha was also in Moonlight, if I ever saw that right.
I don't recall, but we definitely have Sunny down at the bottom. I think I just saw him hit one of his 3 stars there.
Yeah, I
But
saw him
right
hit the
now,
Lissandra.
yeah, right now, Sunny Liu, the only member of his team not in the top 4 at the moment as well.
Yeah, doing really well.
Yeah, another good start for the Sunny Springs retirement home.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Esha is also. So we have 2 Aphelios players this lobby.
Okay.
So, which is interesting because this was the lobby that last game had basically none. So
I suppose it is a comp that can support multiple players because you're talking about 1 cost carries. So you
yeah,
could even have multiple people get 3 stars, I believe, right? So
yeah.
it's just, it is tricky. You're going to be fighting for items more over the carousel. Esha has a lot of items sitting on his bench as well. I'm kind of curious what we're going to see some of those get turned into, because he could. Let's see, what has he got?
So I
The
think
Wraith.
Esha is in a lot of trouble because he has
Yeah.
neither component of a QS, which is the common perception. And I think QS is the second most viable option, especially with so many people playing Aatrox, Sejuani, things like that. I think Guardian Angel is the one you can debate a little bit, but QS and Ginsu's I think you need. And so I think we might start to see Esha kind of crash and burn here, missing that many components of his QS.
I'm like clutching my heart like Obi-Wan after the destruction of Alderaan over here when I heard you say like GA is maybe not the necessary one in Aphelios. I think like I heard like a million Redditors cry out and suddenly be silenced there.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's good, but as we see, like Sunny didn't have GA there. But let's be honest, even if he had GA there, he wasn't winning that fight.
He would have lost that round for sure, yeah. But just the ability for Aphelios to fire so many more times during the GA animation right now just
Yeah.
makes it so good.
So we got to watch Raza's board here. Hopefully, we stay scouting this. Oh God, apparently he just
Oh,
won with his loss streak. So
oh,
I want to see the payout.
Let's see. So we'll check it out. Luckily, there's a carousel, so we have time to jump over there. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see what the payout's going to be. So we're
Okay,
going to
sweet.
swap over to the view right now. Yeah, Raza grabs the spatula. Okay.
Because he just won the last game, so
Yeah.
let's see what his payout is and see how he plays it. Because Fortune has also proven to be one of the more difficult comps to manage because once you hit that payout, that turn is a lot to manage in 30 seconds. So
Right. There's also the danger of being like, well, I'm sure I can win the next round, and then just losing too much HP.
yeah, yeah.
Doing some
So
scouting around.
yeah, here we go.
All right, what's it gonna
Ooh,
be? Oh my goodness.
that is
Whoa.
that
Okay,
is
4
four
Nikos.
Nikos. So let's
Wow.
see. This is going to be a really hard to pivot though. He's already got 2-star Ahri, so that puts him 2 away from a 3-star Ahri if he wanted to greet it. But again, like this is where he's almost got decision paralysis here. Okay, he's making some calls here, which I like.
Yeah, I like doing the 2-star Ezreal there. And I would love him to save those other Nikos for a 3-star Veigar at some point, because that's where this comp really pops off. When you have 3-tier items on Veigar and he instant casts at the beginning of the fight, at 3-star, you just kill multiple people like instantly, right?
Yeah, it'll
So
be
we'll see.
interesting to see what he does because he's still running 1-star Veigar too.
Yeah. You may even, it may be worth to just use one now. I feel like you want to roll a little bit more, and he is winning, but you're at 34 HP, so the concern is real. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What?
Okay. No, there's a really bad thing here though. He will lose his stack. Oh, see, he just lost all his stacks he'd built up.
Yeah.
That's the one bad thing about what he just did.
Huh. That is interesting, because I still personally, and I'm not the best player in the world, but I would have Nico'd one of the Vigors to get the Vigor 2, let the Elderwood one sit on my bench, and just kept going, because you're just 3 closer, which is great. You can see him kind of shaking his head there too. So I wonder if that was something where he thought about it a little bit after the fact.
Yeah, because
Because
that would have put him at 5 plus the 2 is 7. So we've only been 2 Vigars away from Vigar 3.
right.
So
Yeah, the stacks do matter. So we'll see what happens now. It did allow him to get 6 Elderwood, which is great. Does a lot of
yep,
damage to Sunny Lu. So his board is no doubt stronger.
yep,
But, could it have been even stronger later?
yeah, exactly, exactly. And it's nice to see those fortune pop offs though. That was what 4 Nikos and a bunch of items. That's fun.
That's crazy. I'm always so afraid to play Fortune, but then I see games like that, I'm like, oh man, I gotta do it.
It's very fun. I might be biased since I kind of like one tricking it, but
But
it is very fun.
you're the Fortune master now, huh? You're
I do play a lot of it. It's interesting because where do you go from here? Like, I almost think this is where you stay at 7 and just slow roll as opposed to actually going to 8. But
Yeah, the extra 5% to hit 3 costs is always tempting, but then again, it is only an extra 5%. So I think you can definitely slow roll here.
yeah, it's
That
also just like what do you also add to your army, right? Like an extra dazzler, spirit,
yeah, none of the two synergies are super inspiring at the moment.
yeah.
I
I
agree.
will say a Azir is just nice for your army in general. So
True. Yeah, that is a good point. That at level 8 you can put in just static, 5 costs, like even the Lilia, fairly strong there. Adds in the Nunu for the brawler buff, which is pretty inconsequential at this point in the game.
yeah, it's funny if he had gotten a cloak, he could have went 9 Elderwood, and that would have been massive.
Yeah,
So
very true. Mage Hat is kind of interesting.
unfortunately, I don't think it really helps here.
I'm just kind of, yeah. No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, since you already got the Ahri, like, unless you want to take out the Ahri and put in something else, but at that point, what are you really chasing after? So I don't really see how you use that. I mean, Mage Spat Ezreal, actually, the more I think about it, getting the double, like, yeah, Mage Spat Ezreal is probably your only option there.
Right, just using it on a 5 cost. Ezreal, the obvious choice with this particular board, but even something, some stronger late game unit, a lot of those can, do well with the spat. And where you've got
But
kind of an extra spot right now, like Mage Aatrox
yeah,
is great at just providing a lot of crowd control. Stuff like that.
I think the crazy play here would actually be to put Hodge and Duelist on the Ezreal, swap out the
Okay.
Nunu for a Duelist, and then just have a very powerful Ezreal in the backline with that
Oh,
Hodge.
yeah.
Would probably get you a lot of mileage.
That's interesting.
But those are the
I
kind
think,
of plays I think are very challenging to make when you're on the pressure of like a tournament and things like that, and you haven't put a lot of practice into this style of comp. So
okay. I feel like he needs to do something because he's not going to get any more individual components at this point.
yeah, agree with that. Agree with that
Yeah.
for sure.
Got to make some decision here. You're still winning rounds, but it can be deceptive, right? You can't let those items sit there forever.
Yeah. But yeah, because I think the Duelist plus the Hodge will give him the extra cast quicker with the tier start.
Right.
And then the Duelist would allow him to get repeated casts, healing up the Elderwood, which the more they're healed up, the more armor and MR they'll get in the late game. And I think that'd be really valuable here. Instead, just yeah,
Ahri. Okay.
safer play for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's more just straight up damage, a little bit quicker cast with the Ahri, so it's hard to complain as far as that goes. I do wonder now if maybe you just sell the Ahri at some point in the future and shift those items, all three of those items, over to the Ezreal, and then do something with those extra 2 spots. Like maybe try to find a way to go 9 Elderwood, save the spatula, and look for a cloak. You know?
Yeah, I was gonna say the greedier play here too is save the spatula, wait till
Yeah.
6-3 and get that cloak.
I think that might be the plan here.
Yeah.
Because yeah, you can definitely swap those items over to the Ezreal and do very well. And the Ahri is nice in this comp, but you don't really need it. As weird as that sounds, you know?
Yeah. By the way, I'll call out Sunny, one of our Aphelios players, in 8th. Esha, our other Aphelios player, in 7th, looking like a quick 7th. So
Yikes.
Aphelios not doing great in this lobby.
Holding hands in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Holding hands down to 7th and 8th. All right, so what do we got? Not going to find any cloaks on this particular carousel. But
I'll call out the Duelist spat here, because
yeah,
then he could build the second one and just have it straight up. But yeah, other than that, I think Ginsu's on Ezreal is also an option.
I like the Duelist spat, and then do Duelist Ezreal and Duelist Lulu,
Yeah. Yeah.
and just have them both cast faster because that's just a lot of utility for your team.
Yep. Instead, choosing to go with the Titans Resolve Kane, which I wonder if he just throws in Kane. Like Kane, yeah, 2-star Kane.
Yeah, you just Nico it, yeah.
What
Finds
does he take
2-star
out, though?
Nunu.
Take out. I don't even know what you take out, though.
I mean, I guess I would have taken out the Nunu, but then he just added one. You could take out the
Maokai, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, the Maokai now at this point, because now you've got the 2-star Nunu, and that ability is going to be a little bit more useful. There are times when I feel like I like the Maokai better than the Nunu, especially if it's a Nunu with no items. He's looking for an RE3 here, maybe.
I mean, it's definitely a play.
Yeah.
He's only 2 away from it, and that would certainly win him the game.
It would be strong. Kane on the other side here.
You said Juani ults.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Super crucial. The Ahri ult goes far. Second one lands pretty well, though.
Yeah.
And here's a situation where it's like that Vigar 3 is pretty important in this comp.
Yeah, and this is also showing the power of Sejuani and how valuable she is right now, locking a lot of people into place for a long time.
You know, okay, so I like that he sold the Ahris, because as much as I like Ahri, in this comp, Vigar is your carry. And the more you distract yourself from that fact, I think the worse you're going to do.
Yeah, he's one Vigar away.
Yeah. One more Vigar.
There it is.
Do it. You've got 23 HP, man. Vigar 3, auto casting at the beginning of fights like that, such a big difference. He's rolling to see if he can find
there. No, it's good. That's a good play. He sells the Lulus, buy the Vigar, hit the 2-star Kane. That's a good play.
That's awesome. Yeah. And this is a great lesson too, is that just because you can Nico something right away like that, if you're going to be spending all your gold anyway, do that first. And this is why.
Yeah, that was a great play. You love to see it.
Yep. Really heads up play by HANDSUP. HANDSUP and heads up, I guess. Ezreal got Zephyr at the beginning of that. Ult came through just in the nick of time, though.
Yeah. Because the thing to call out about Kane, too, is like, even if you don't have damage items on, he is applying that Mono Reave effect on the backline, and that can make a massive difference. So,
yeah. And people have kind of had to shift their mentalities into a little bit more of a set 2 mentality when it comes to 5 costs, I feel like, in set 4, is that there's a lot of really good opportunities to just simply put in various 5 costs no matter what the synergies are.
Yeah.
Um,
I will say, by the way, props to Hands Up. Clearly their mental was okay. Crowan and Sunny in 7th and 8th, so they're pulling a bit of a comeback here. So nice to see.
Yep, Tabs on Ace of Spades right now, claiming 1 and 2 in the lobby for the moment. Tabs way ahead of everybody else, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Hands Up is coming for them.
Yes.
All right, so Bloodthirster, not. I guess you put it on Kane,
I think
right?
you put it on Ezreal, actually.
Yeah,
Kane's okay here, but I don't think he does a lot of damage through his auto attacks. But
yeah.
either way can work. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know what he's rolling for though. At this point, he has everything in his army he could possibly have. So I'm not really sure what he's rolling for.
I guess he's still sort of searching for that possible RE3. I mean, here's where you want to hold champions that other people need. I think that's
Yeah,
going to be the main point of rolling now, honestly.
exactly. In this format, I would be scouting and seeing what everyone else is running and try to counter against those.
Yeah.
Oof,
All right.
that is a
Ezreal goes down
scary
fast.
Evelyn.
It's definitely a scary Evelyn. Things about putting the item onto. Okay, so he does drop it on the Kane a little bit. If nothing else, it's a cloak to give him a little bit more magic resist, I guess. Veigar getting those big shields from the Hex set. Can he stay alive? One more cast? Yeah, he
Oof.
can do it. Jose Paulo. It is his teammate. So they're
Yeah.
fighting out with that, but it looks like it's going to be 2 and 2 in the top 4. Tabs and Ace of Spades from Sunny Springs retirement home on top of the lobby at the moment, but it's going to be Raza and Jose Paulo at 3 and 4. So if they can maybe grab a couple of those 1 or 2 spots, that'll be a much better finish for them.
Yeah. And again, also really cool to see that the fortune turnaround from the 8 or 9 loss into what's now looking like at least a third, maybe even higher. So that was cool to see also.
Well, it's fortune working as intended, I suppose, right?
Exactly. Uh-oh, Blue Cane versus Blue Cane. That is a dead Yumi.
Yeah, probably. Sejuani ult number 1 comes in.
Yep.
Ezreal ult a little bit awkward there, but looks like it should be okay. That Veigar. Ooh,
Oh,
he lived. Oh my
I think
goodness.
that's it.
That's it. Yep. Raza takes a big hit. Jose Paulo out in 4th. So Raza takes at least 3rd. But the question is, can he make it any farther than
Yeah.
that? I feel
So
like
Tabs is running the Vanguard Ahri build.
Oh, okay. So that's where the other Aries went.
Yep.
You know, the funny thing, I feel like I've seen Raza hit so many Ezreals that he could be close to an Ezreal 3 at this point.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment where I was considering if he was going to try that, but it's such a greedy play.
Yeah.
In a tournament structure, that's probably the wrong play.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a 3-star 5 cost in a tournament. Seen it on the ladder, but not in
Yeah.
tournaments.
Oh, look at that Janna, by the way.
Oh wow, yeah, 3-star Janna gonna be casting incredibly fast.
Yeah, with Enlightened also.
Yeah, so the question is, can the Veigar just blast people through that shield?
Yeah, the Kane did a really good job of mono reaving and keeping the channel locked, and by being on the target solo, he gets to basically spin forever. So
Right. That's going to be a win. So big chunk taken out of Ace of Spades there. So Raza possibly with a chance to break into the top 2.
he has to take the Trap Claw here. He has to. Well, I guess, okay, the Spatula gives him a Fawn. I get that. But the Trap Claw is such an easy counter to his comp that he just handed over kind of the keys to the castle, if you will, and
Yep.
all they have to do is put that on the lowest HP person.
Yep.
And that Veigar is locked.
Yep. That's the drawback of having the instant cast Veigar with the 3 tiers is that he will cast first, but Trap Claw, like you said, you put that in the lowest health person. Veigar hits it, stunned out.
Yeah, I actually think this was a misplay because he gets a Fawn, sure, but what does that get him?
Yeah, what do you put in? Like Spirit, maybe, I guess? Shade? Like none of this is going to be...
He put in a 1-star Aatrox instead of taking the Trap Claw, and I think that is a big misplay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, none of these synergies are going to do a whole lot, and the 1-star Kane is not going to benefit him a ton either, I don't think.
By the way, I'm getting reports in the other lobby that Aegon hit Kane 3.
Oh, really?
I'm getting reports of that.
All right, well, I had to say it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Reverse caster curse.
You're welcome, Aegon. And surviving, weathering the storm pretty well here against Tabs, but that's a person he wanted to play.
Yeah.
Does get another win there.
This is getting close.
Yes, it is. So if he hits, now he has what? It would be a 2 out of 3 chance to hit Ace of Spades board, either with the ghost or via
Yeah.
the actual person.
Yeah, I do think the play here is actually throwing a Morgana just for Dazzler.
Okay, yeah, I like that. But
It
he
is
does.
just a slight reduction of damage. Yeah,
All right, yeah. I mean, you could put in the
a
box.
free set is fine.
Yep. Man, if he had rolled a set 2 there, that would have been
That
crazy.
was good.
He would have
Okay,
had just enough gold selling the Talon.
but yeah, also call out putting the trap claw on the Aurelia was also incorrect.
Yeah.
Because again, you had a guaranteed 5-second stun on the Vigar if you just put the trap claw on the lowest HP unit. So
Yeah, pretty important. And it looks like it's going to be another win there. Meanwhile, checking things out.
yeah,
So close to the Talon 3, but the fact that you can see him one away from the Talon 3, but the fact that Razah is holding one of those Talons has become very important here at the end.
yep.
Infinity Edge. All right.
I think that goes on Kane.
I guess it's ADK now, apparently.
Yeah.
It's not it's not really the item you want, but meanwhile,
Yeah.
Hand of Justice, that's just a solid item for anybody.
Raza's got to be feeling pretty good about this comeback, though.
Yeah, I would say so. Tabs out, so that means that it is 1 out of 2 for each of the teams here.
Yep.
Sunny Springs retirement home. I keep wanting to say Sunny Day of real estate, but that's like a band, isn't it?
Ooh,
Whoa,
that's
okay.
gonna help too. That's gonna help.
Yeah, and he puts in the back as well because he knows he's playing against some dive here, and that is the Talon 3.
Talon 3, Aurelia 3, Janna 3, Enlightened comp. One of the benefits of running an uncontested comp is you can hit a lot of the pieces of the puzzle. So
Seriously. And now if Ace of Spades doesn't win this, he's going to be very upset, I think.
yeah,
Like, what do I have to do?
he's even got the trap claw. Yeah, I mean, like, it certainly seems like he should win, but
You'd think so. Let's watch where these shots from Vagar go. Does not hit the trap claw, so Vagar's still in action for the moment here.
Yeah, I mean, putting it on a 3-star means you're almost guaranteed to not hit it. So
Pretty much.
but Talon did just assassinate it, so that's gonna be it.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a set carry here if he's gonna win this one. And this
is
set
doing work.
is
The Hecarim did we? Okay, there you go.
Never mind.
That Hecarim's trying his best, but there you go.
Yeah, so that is going to be a win for Ace of Spades in the end. So a win for Sunny Springs retirement home. But a pretty even up board across the entire thing between those two teams in that round.
Yeah, that was a lot closer that time. So credit to the OCE team for bouncing back there. They did a good job. And again, that was exciting to watch just because of the fortune swings and things like that. And seeing the Aphelios 6 and 8 again, just seems like that comp is really struggling right now. So
yeah, I need to go back and see a VOD of Aegon's Kane 3 if he really did hit that over there. That's pretty insane. He did. We're hearing he did, and he won the game apparently too, which I imagine you probably would with the Kane 3. That's not super surprising.
Yeah,
but I believe let's take a look at our lobby scores after 2 games done. We had simultaneous lobbies, of course, going here, and we'll be able to bring those up in a moment because again, like you would expect after the way yesterday went, that the points are going to end up being fairly close based on the way they were in the round of 8.
Yeah. Again, it's just surprising like how close it was and how things like that. But yeah, we'll see how that turns out.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard, see where we're at after 2 games. 55 points for Aegon.gg. And Sunny Springs retirement home, 49 points for them. So the gap still exists between 2 and 3 right now, but a little bit of catching up being done by HANDSUP. Wash, the team that really kind of needs to pick it up here. But again, now 4 more games to go for all of these teams, so still time for this to change quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, credit to both those teams for coming back. Going from 12 to 21 and 10 from 17 is definitely an improvement. So they've closed the gap a bit, and that'll give them more of a chance to come back later, which will be very important. So.
Yep, exactly. So at this point, I believe we are going to take a bit of a break, give ourselves and the players a few minutes to take a breath, get ready for the second set of games here on Mortdog's 4v4 Madness. Any closing thoughts for the first two games with what you've been impressed with, surprised with so far?
If anything, I've been surprised that Aphelios comps are struggling as hard as they are, and Fortune comps are doing a lot better than I think a lot of people expected. So that's been interesting to see. And then the other thing is just we came in with a lot of close games, and right now what we're seeing is actually not that close of lobbies. We're seeing a little bit more domination right now. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for the next 4 games.
Yeah, remember, only 2 teams make it through the grand finals, so a lot on the line here as we keep going with the semifinals, I guess we could say. We're going to take a quick break, guys, but when we come back, the next 2 games here at Mortdog's 4v4 Madness. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, guys, to more Dogs 4v4 Madness. We've got 4 teams duking it out, double round robin style, 2 games down, 4 more to go for everybody here today. And don't forget, if you type !prize pool, you can get a link to go and donate to increase the prize pool. 70% of what you donate will go directly to the players, which is pretty sick to have a chance to directly support the players that you love watching in TFT and help them do it, even more.
Yeah, this will be good, and hopefully the players who win can be happy with the prize pool. It's always nice to expand the tournament scene and things like that, so they'll be fun.
Definitely. So speaking of fun, we had 2 fun games to begin. We kind of jumped back and forth between some lobbies if one ended a little bit earlier. We heard through the grapevine that Kane 3-star was spotted in the other lobby during the last one, that Aegon himself managed to hit that and win their second game. And we're going to be following that game for the next one, which I believe is Aegon.gg, and I think HANDSUP is their opponent for game number 3, if I recall correctly. Either way, we'll be jumping into that in a moment. But you and I were talking before the break, more that it was a little bit surprising to see the Aphelios builds not being as successful today as we maybe expected. Do you think that's because people are maybe holding Aphelios, is trying to grief a bit, or people are just like hesitant to do it because they're worried about being contested? Like, what do you see as kind of the reason for that right now?
It seems like there's a couple things going on. There's a little bit of contesting for sure, but even when uncontested, there's a little bit of not hitting, which kind of shows the volatility of the comp. But also just like we're seeing players play such strong boards early on that those Aphelios players are losing so much health and trying to force it when they shouldn't be. Because again, it's like if you hit a Moonlight Aphelios chosen, great, run the comp. But trying to force it every game, I think, is punishing a lot of players, and we're seeing that happen. So,
well, that's the thing, because if you don't hit a Moonlight chosen, and you're trying to run it anyway, then you have a chance where you end up with a lot of 1-stars that are generally a little bit weaker than your average 1-star, because they're supposed to be in a situation where they're getting auto upgraded by the Moonlight trait, right? So you're going to have a little bit weaker board overall. So there needs to be some way, if you don't have that Moonlight chosen, to at least play a board that's going to sustain you while you build it up, and that can be tough. So
I think we also talked about it a bit, where players are familiar with what the end game Aphelios state is supposed to be, but they're not as familiar with like the path to get there and the strongest board you're supposed to play to get there. And so they're paying the price for that. And it's a comp that does take a bit to learn how to pilot. So
yeah, for sure. That's one of those things where it's like a lot of times in your own games, when you start getting beaten by it, that's when you notice it. You don't notice it when you're beating it in the early rounds. So like you mentioned, players are only familiar with that later state because that's what they notice in their games.
Exactly.
On board with Grand Vice, though, for Aegon.gg. Certainly one of my favorite streamers out there to watch, and one of the most crafty, intelligent players we've got in TFT. So we'll see how he does in this particular game.
Yeah, Grand Vice has been probably one of the more consistent streamers. It's interesting. He was one of the few people still grinding ranks when PBE was out, going for that top of the ladder. Always streaming, always kind of a joy to watch. So if you're looking for some high level play, Grand Vice is probably one of the more consistent streamers you can check out.
Yep. High level play, full beards, and adorable animals. That's where you go.
I mean, I hear beards are the cool thing to do right now. So
I'm lukewarm on it. I have it like once in a while, and then I shave it. I just shaved it yesterday. Maybe I'll let it grow back. Who knows? I guess if it's cool, I should, right?
I mean, that's just what I hear. So,
no bias, of course. Yeah.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. No bias in casting and beards. Never heard of that. Interesting items.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you get 2 gloves. Do you slam the Thieves gloves or not? It's so risky, but it's so much power early. So
I feel like I do a lot of times, and it can go one of 2 ways, right? Because one way is you do it, and then you're like, oh man, I wish I had some gloves. I wish I had some sparring gloves to use later on. Or you do it, and you're like, this is great. I always have an off carry or an item holder with full items, So I still trend towards doing it, but it does include an element of risk for sure.
Yeah. Now the other alternative is you can just go Jeweled Gauntlet and try to go like a Vanguard Ahri build. He's also got 2-star Diana already and 2 pikes. There's an assassin build in the making here.
Yeah.
Jeweled Gauntlet IE is a good combination he could run on someone. So a lot of potential here, but does slam the Thieves gloves.
Yeah, so not planning on using that Diana long term or anything like that. Goes Thieves Gloves. I wonder if he's sort of thinking Cultist a little bit because of the double pike start. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Is that Esha with? Okay, that's just Esha with. I was like, is that already a 2-star Aphelios? But no, it's just the moonlight effect kicking in.
Just a buff, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it does
Planning.
seem like we saw this last game that Esha is on moonlight duty. He's been playing that comp quite a few times. So
I suppose there's different strategies for different teams coming into this one, and one of those is like, all right, you're the person who looks for this build, you're the person who looks for this build, and you can kind of cover all the strong meta stuff theoretically that way. Oh,
yeah,
barely got shield off.
which I will say I think is the incorrect play again, because if you're saying
Yeah,
you're always going to force this build, there's a risk you just don't ever hit it. Whereas if
yeah.
4 people are using their comms to kind of communicate and be like, okay, I'm the one who hit the moonlight, time to go, you can do that. So
You definitely think that would be the safer way to go, at least.
yeah, that is a lot of gold to be holding on his bench for those cultist pairs.
Yeah, it always feels bad to have that many pairs because you're so close to having a very strong early board. Now, someone else already does have Cultist, but a decision needs to be made here. Do you go Cultist? Do you commit to that or not? You can wait a little bit as far as HP goes,
Okay,
but
Raz is basically open fording, so
yeah, so you're gonna get a win here at least, I guess.
yeah. But again, like Grand Vice is paying a gold basically to keep all this, so
Right.
because he could be at 10 right now if he sold all those cultists.
Yeah. Esha is indeed going the Aphelios there. He's got one needlessly large rod, so at least he's close to the
The
Ginsu's
Ginsus.
anyway. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not big on forcing comps in set 4 in general. Um, but
There's a few you can get away with it. Like the brawler
yeah,
app is like so we talked about kind of the more easy to run version, just because there's so many brawlers and things like that. But I'm not sure that Moonlight is one of the ones that can be forced as well. Certainly there are players on the ladder that would argue that, but
yeah. I was experimenting with forcing the Vagar build yesterday, whether, because it can be the 6 Elderwood or it can be the 6 Mage variation, depending on what you hit. And tier starts are easy to get because people aren't contesting it that much. And it worked okay. I did get 2 firsts in a row, but like it felt, it felt like forcing a build. Sometimes it works amazing, sometimes it works terrible.
exactly.
Yeah. All
So
right.
Esha's trying to play a different variation here. He's got the Aphelios going, but using the brawler front line and the power of Sunfire to get him through some of the early rounds. But again, that Sunfire means he used an armor that isn't a GA anymore, and so
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see if that pays off. So
Yeah, he does win the round at least. And we did talk about how you need to find ways to stay safe if you're going to be playing this Aphelios build. And certainly starting off with two 2-star brawlers does that. And certainly Sunfire Cape is one of the strongest early game items right now, it feels like. But yeah, using the chain vest does present an element of risk. Let's see what Grand Vice decides to grab here.
it's
He,
interesting because he got the Thieves Glove, so he's pretty open on what he can take. And he's
yeah,
in like Assassin right now, so he's kind of in a rough spot actually, because it's like he could go a lot of different directions. Chooses to go armor. That's fascinating.
hmm. I mean, armor builds into a decent amount of good stuff, I suppose. You got GA, you've got Titans, you've got
Yep.
Sunfire Cape, I guess. But
Yeah, Bramble's also really good. So
yeah,
yeah,
I think at the end of the day, though, it is that situation that you're talking about. Who finds a duelist Yasuo where he's just not sure what he's going to do yet. Maybe
yeah,
this can give him a direction because there are some duelist builds you can do that involve a tanky Jax, and he has a Jax with the armor. So maybe,
it's risky. I think if anything, he just uses this to coast through the early game,
okay.
and then we'll switch out of it, and we'll see another one of those level 7 pivots that we've seen a couple players do.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt this is a stronger board state than he had a moment ago. Oh, but Locket, wow, what a slam
Wow,
early! Like he's
slams the locket.
Grand Vice has always been the player that slams items more aggressively than I would ever be comfortable with. And he's a great player, so you can't really question it, but I'm always surprised seeing him do stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, locket I think is undervalued a bit for sure, but it's a really risky play. And again, right now he's kind of got no direction. I don't think he's going to stay with this Yasuo build. So
Yeah. I mean, because now your two items are a locket and thieves' gloves. So
yeah, not a lot of direction established here. I'm very curious to see where this ends up.
right. This is why I love watching this guy stream, because it feels like 9 times out of 10 things come together very nicely no matter what he does, when it comes to this kind of thing in the early game. But it
Yeah.
always makes you raise your eyebrow a little bit. He does find 4 duelists with the Fiora at least.
Yeah, that's a nice upgrade. I'll also call out that Yasuo is not really one of the better users of Thieves' Gloves.
Yeah,
There
for
are a
sure.
couple item combinations that can actually be pretty detrimental to him. Gunblade being a great example. He does not benefit from that Gunblade at all, and so kind of a rough item. But who
Right.
knows? He could get something else going.
I'm sure he will at some point. And this is, the idea is just, again, like we are talking about, just to have something that carries you through the mid game, right? So you can find that better chosen later.
Yeah. The only thing
But
I can think of is like you go like a Dusk build in the late game. But again, that's going to depend on hitting a lot of different things.
mhm.
Or he greeds for a lot of Yasuos and maybe hits 3-star Yasuo, because at least there, if he gets 2 exile, the Thieves Gloves can be a pretty good benefit. But again, that's a lot of risk. So we'll have
Yeah,
to
for
see how that
sure.
plays out.
Yeah. All right. So it's gonna be. I wonder if that's a Vanguard chosen for get off there. I was wondering if that was Warlord, but no, definitely not. So I like what you're saying about late game Dusk, because it's just one of those synergies that you can swap into generally fairly easily, because there's a higher number of Dusk champions later in the game.
Yeah.
And as long as you can, find like a Thresh or a Vayne to complete that 4 Dusk, you can usually do it pretty effectively once you know what your items are.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing to keep an eye on. And if that's where you're going, maybe
Yeah.
keep it like a 1-star Vayne on your bench to kind of prep for that option.
Yeah,
But again,
definitely.
I feel like you got to have a plan here. And so just very curious what Grand Vice's plan is going to be. And again, this is another rough item to kind of end up with, is like, if I don't think he's going to slam a Frozen Heart here. So
It'd be it would feel risky. The trouble with slamming items early like this is that a lot of times items give you your direction, right? It's a
yeah.
lot of times more about the items than about what champions you see in your shop. So if you don't really have items that point you in a direction, it's much harder, even at a high level of play, I think, to make a decision about what direction your composition wants to go.
Yeah. And you also have to question, like, was the early health he saved from slamming the locket worth not having that bramble right now?
Right.
You know,
And if your comp never comes together too, that's going to mean you're going to lose a lot more HP a lot quicker in the mid and late game,
yeah.
which is
And,
ultimately a bigger concern.
and I know hindsight's 2020, but like he could have a bramble Hodge, Yasuo right now, and I think that's a lot stronger than a Thieves Gloves Yasuo. So
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely, he's not done yet by any stretch, but
no, no.
I feel like he's making it hard on himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, finds Wukong too at least.
Yeah, he's even rolling here because he just knows that he needs some sort of direction,
Yeah.
some sort of decision of like, am I sticking with the Yasuos? You can even see the expression on his face right now. He's just kind of flustered a little bit. Like, where do I go from here? This is a really bad situation to be in, to be frank.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to need some sort of items that are going to be better on the Jax, if that's going to be his second carry. If he does decide to go duelist or something, you can add on like a Hand of Justice maybe or something, or
I
a
just
Bramble Vest, I guess.
I don't see how you stick with Duelist when you're at 4 Yasuos at 3-2 already. If you were at 6 Yasuos, maybe. But we do find that like with the Duelist comp, you got to have that 3-star Yasuo, or at least be pursuing something like a Jax. And oof, this is
Right.
gonna be rough.
Or at least you wouldn't be rolling, right? Because you'd say to yourself something like, well, it's level 5. I'm going to maybe hit another level or two and then slow roll for like a Jax 3 or something, which is
Exactly.
reasonably come up. So the fact that he's rolling tells us that maybe he's not thinking about that as much.
Yeah, there's a Xin Zhao in the shop. Small thing to note, by the way, he's holding an Aphelios.
Yep. gotta hold the Aphelios. That there's that like team communication happening as well.
Yeah.
As long as it's not, soaking up gold, it's good to hold what your opponents need for sure. It sounds like we're going to swap here. Let's take a look at what Esha is doing. He's got 6 brawlers, it looks like, I believe I saw. Yeah, and on a win streak with it, which you often get with 6 brawlers and an Aphelios. But you'd expect that Aphelios to turn into an Ashe. And the nice side benefit of this is you're holding Aphelioses from the players that are going that while simultaneously having a great item holder for your Ashe later.
Yeah, I like that if that's the play. We've seen in other games that Esha has stuck with this, but if he uses this as a pivot into something else, I think that'll be a very strong play.
True.
Yeah, he's got the Ginsus on the Aphelios, which is great. Getting in a Hunter here, if he can find a Warwick, would be a massive power spike. 2 Hunter is a very big power spike. And he's got 2 of the Moonlight already. So if he happens to hit a chosen Aphelios or chosen Silas, then he can still pivot into it. And this is probably a better way to play the comp rather than hard forcing it. So
Well,
he
another
also had a
trap.
spatula on his bench, by the way. So if he can get another spatula, that'll be
Right.
pretty good.
Go for that force of nature. And with a number of spats, you should have a fairly good opportunity. Yeah, got to
Yep.
grab it.
There you
Yep.
go.
Aegon deciding. Not quite sure what he wants just yet.
Yeah, because I feel like in this comp, if you can either get the Force of Nature or if you could get the Elderwood, great. You could go Elderwood, which he does have the cloak on the Aphelios. Now that I think about it, so he could go Elderwood spat here, but he could have done that. He could have done that already. He's going to go Force of Nature.
It's such a tough choice too. Like getting that extra Elderwood prestige or getting Elderwood 6 earlier is nice, but just having the ability to put an extra unit in altogether is hard to beat. Yeah, so he's going to do that. Jump up to 3 Elderwood to buff his front line a little bit. Get the Lulu in there for the moment.
It's one of the more fascinating things about the sets is there's a couple spatulas that if you can get them in their appropriate comp are far better than a Force of Nature. For example, like 9 Warlord. If I can turn 2 spatulas into 2 Warlord spats, I will definitely do that over a Force of Nature just because of the sheer amount of power that's providing.
Yeah, or like I would say 6 Dusk would be another situation where it might be stronger anyway, just because 6 Dusk is such a big jump in power.
Yeah, 6 Dusk is a big one. Elderwood's another one. And so that's where it's like having 2 spatulas and a cloak already, I would have considered an Elderwood transition there, but yeah, Force of Nature is definitely the easier slam. So
True enough. Looks like he's gonna drop
I
around.
think he wins this.
Does he? Oh, he does. Oh, yeah. All right. Wow. I was expecting that one to go the other way at the moment here. Finds the Silas 2-star. That means he's going to be getting the Aphelios 3 now at the beginning of combat, which is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah. See, and this is an instance where I think the 2 Hunter is far better than the 3 Elderwood. The 2 Hunter is also giving Aphelios more procs, and each auto attack is giving him mana. Each Hunter proc is giving him Ginsu stacks, things like that. And it seems like he agrees. So we'll see if that makes a big power spike here.
Yeah. Oh, for some reason, my brain always has like, oh, it must be a Moonlight chosen when there's only 2 Moonlights on the board, but he doesn't have that. So it's just a 2-star Silas.
Yep. Yeah, I'd be curious if he found a Lysandra or, a Diana, would he throw it in? And I don't think he would because it would just upgrade that unit.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think if he had a way to get the Aphelios to 3-star, he would. But like you said, just throwing in another Moonlight doesn't really give him a whole lot.
Yeah, it's almost funny. Like if you found a chosen Diana assassin, for example, maybe you throw it in just for a little while. But
yeah, sure. He's got that chosen brawler Maokai, which it feels like he's probably not going to pivot off that.
Oh yeah, I spaced and he has the brawler chosen. Okay, yeah. So yeah, he's definitely trying to go the more Ashe build.
It totally caught me because I saw the Silas and the Aphelios, and I'm like, oh yeah, your typical Moonlight chosen with 2 Moonlight units in there. But no, it's you had the brawler chosen.
Yeah. So yeah, this is hopefully a pivot into the standard Ashe comp if you can.
Seems that way, yeah. We're all getting used to set 4. Oh, okay. Finds a Nikos. That's gonna be nice later. Get like a quicker 2-star Ashe maybe or something like that.
Yeah. There's a bit of a struggle here because his items aren't necessarily great for Ashe. He still doesn't have the QS, so that's going to be a little bit of pain for him. But
at least you've got half the components of good stuff. You can still find that QSS, and you've got a sword. So if you find a bow later, you can still build that giant slayer. So you're kind of still on track, but yeah, with only one carousel and one neutral round remaining with item components, you definitely do start to get a little bit nervous here.
Yeah. And again, now they hit that level 7 spike. It's like chase the Ash.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, got to find that Ash.
There's also the question of like, does he build like a Bloodthirster for the Ash, or does he go the tanky Dragon's Claw on the front line? There's even the Dragon's Claw on the Ash if you have a Vigar in play that can be really strong.
True.
So,
would you ever build Bloodthirster on Ash? I'm not a. I can see it, but I've never been a big fan of that in particular.
yeah, I think especially if you go something like Bloodthirster Ginsu Dragon Claw,
Okay.
that'll can allow you to survive some of those big hits and then get back up and stay alive. Because Ash has enough base damage on her own that she doesn't necessarily need the damage items.
You know, the funny thing is, I've totally missed the fact that he's holding a whole bunch of Dusk champions on his bench this entire time.
Is he?
I didn't notice it until right now, but yeah, I wonder if it's just a matter of holding it to keep it away from somebody else. Because I think I did see someone else going for Dusk, but yeah, look at that. He's got a Vayne, too, a Riven, a Cass, and a Thresh.
So I missed it earlier because his Twitch chat is behind the logo, but I think his Twitch chat was saying hold Dusk to prevent Soulless.
Yeah,
so I think they're trying to counter Soulless. And this is one of the cool things about this format is the ability to do things like that.
And there's a big difference, too, in Soulless's case between finding a Riven 1 and a Riven 2, right? Riven 2 is where your comp really pops off with Dusk, but Riven 1 is very beatable, so could end up being strong.
This is one of my favorite Akali builds, by the way. RFC, blue buff, and then third item is, you can get the Gunblade going, and she'll just stand there and start slowly killing everybody. It's a really fun build.
Yeah, Akali definitely one of those champions where you don't end up seeing a lot of items on her very often. But when you do, you realize that she can be a pretty strong carry in her own right.
Yeah. So playing Aphelios non-Moonlight, Esha finds himself in first place. Playing Aphelios Moonlight, he found himself in 7th and 6th and things like that. So pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that front line, right? I mean, if you can give Aphelios time to, do damage, he can do damage, right? So having that 6th brawler just gives him so much meat to sort of stand behind that it's working out this time. But at this point, I'd start to feel a little bit frustrated that I hadn't seen the Ash yet, because that's what you're really looking for at this point.
I'm not saying it's good, but I'm definitely enjoying this Aegon build of Jeweled Gauntlet, i.e. Nidalee.
And we're back in PvE again. All the Nidalee carry builds.
Yeah.
There's like a little while where it was all about like hyper rolling and getting a 3-star Nidalee with like Shojins and Death Cap and all that kind of stuff. Jeweled Gauntlet.
Yep.
It was a short-lived but fun meta. 6 Assassin now is being played again. We've seen a lot of Assassins today, actually.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to, again, the meta, right? If you're seeing a lot of Aphelios, Moonlight, Spirit comps, best way to take them out is blow up their entire team very quickly.
Right.
And 6 Assassin will certainly do that. So.
Yep. It's definitely the intent. You'd have to.
He got his glove. He got his glove for his QS.
Yeah,
so
I was
that's
gonna
a big upgrade.
I was gonna be shocked if he didn't grab that glove because the QSS is gonna be very necessary. And so now, as far as the Ash build goes, all he really needs is a bow, and he'll have the Giant Slayer ready to go as well.
Yeah, that's true. Look at all those. Look at all those units he's counter holding. That's great.
He's just mega griefing Soulless here. It looks like.
You love to see it.
Yeah, even holding things like the Aatrox, which is also a big part of that Dusk build. You're generally going to want that to be part of your 3 cultists and just to put more CC in the front line.
Yeah, I'm curious how much more. Is he the only one doing it, or is the rest of his team doing it as well? Jose. Interesting though. Jose, his teammate, is also in Ash Brawler.
Oh wow, you're right.
Well, that I think is weird to like play the same comp that your teammate is playing.
Yeah, that's very strange because then you're kind of griefing each other at that point on the team. I mean, if you both find it, and I mean that is some pretty great Ash items as far as double Giant Slayer. It's not bad at all. But it is surprising to see that happening because finding 2-star Ashes for your team can be tricky.
Yeah, unless he's considering pivoting himself, but yeah, that's a risky move. Griefing your teammates is a bit of an oof.
Wow. Esha is still in first. And I guess maybe that's why it's working, because it's like, all right, well, we're positions 1 and 3 right now. So, if we can just live long enough, maybe we can all top 4. But this is turning into a very, very tight lobby. We're at 4-6.
Yeah.
The bottom of the lobby is still 43 HP. That's pretty strong for an 8th right now.
Yeah. Solus has that Dusk Jin, by the way, that you were talking about. Look at
So
that
good.
Jin.
So good. Like, you get Jin 2 like this, and I like to put a GA on him. Okay, he's got the
You got
GA.
GA, QS,
Yep.
Dusk. That's real good.
Yeah, this Jin is going to be doing like 10k damage around once he hits like 6 Dusk and stuff.
Yeah.
We're not going to get to see that damage, but I guarantee you it is way up there right now.
Yeah, because the Dusk scaling scales only the 4th shot, but man,
Oh,
that
yeah.
4th shot hits real hard when it does.
Exactly, yeah. So I was running it earlier today actually with a GA, and Infinity Edge was the other item.
Okay,
And
so Aegon was the one we saw earlier running the, IE Jeweled Gauntlet in Italy. So I'll be very curious to see what he pivots it into right now.
yeah, he's on that transitionary round.
Moonlight.
There it is. Haha. So it's been hiding the entire time.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of decisions to make, though. A couple completed items. There's another belt. There's another belt. All right. Well, he's got a lot of belts. Huh. So this is the time where you're like, well, I wish I had an exile. Okay. Sharpshooter. No.
This feels like Assassin Warlord Katarina, but
Yeah, it does. But you don't really have the defensive item for Katarina, which is
yeah, the
kinda
lack of
awkward.
QS. Yeah, you're right. That hurts.
You got to put in 6 warlords. I think that's a given.
Certainly
Um,
for the HP buff, yeah.
yeah. If you want to rely on that Katarina, you need to give her everything she can to survive long enough to do it.
Oh, he's okay. So he's got a 5 loss streak going with Fortune,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, you're right.
but that is very risky. Also, I'm pretty sure these items don't actually do anything on Zhenjiao, so I think that was very bad.
Hmm. I don't know actually. I haven't played around with a lot of Jinzhou itemizations, but so the Jewel Gauntlet IE doesn't superpower his
I
sweep.
It might. Zhenjiao spell's one of those more confusing ones where it's like a spell but not a spell. And last patch it was changed to be an auto attack, but I hear IE wasn't working, so Jeweled Gauntlet might be working. But either way, like I wouldn't be my first choice regardless to put those there.
Yeah. I mean,
Especially if he's trying to get the win.
I guess you could also be playing super daring and still be trying to lose, but that sounds so risky if he wants to do something like that.
He's got to start winning real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I know that win streak, that reward keeps getting better and better, but you can't just die, you know? Oh,
You've
this
got to
is
put those items on the board if you're going to have any shot of winning this.
yep. 26 HP. This is so awkward.
Now, the
All right.
one thing is if he guesses he's going to be facing a teammate, so risky.
Yeah, which he is playing against Solus. That is a teammate. Solus does have the Lilia too. So, maybe it's a matter of who do you think on your team can go farther in the late game, and you give them the win to try to, give
Right.
them a chance to go farther in the end.
Or I was thinking the opposite, where it's you ask your team to weaken their board temporarily for you to win a round.
Yeah.
Because he's
Two
at
different.
7 loss streak and he's sticking with it. That's the crazy thing to me is that he's sticking with it.
Well, I wonder, like,
That's actually decent.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, because that can get 4 assassin in.
right now we can put the Akali back in, or not the Akali, put the Talon back in. But my question is, can he win here?
I mean, it's going to come down to this. So,
Oh,
no, that's
what? Second
what?
Katarina, and he goes Warlord? That is surprising.
Oh, he didn't even get the Zephyr in
Oh,
time.
no.
It seems like he's buckling under the pressure a bit here.
It's, this is the opposite of Fortune. Yeah, he's, like, swinging the Talon around. He's like, "Why is this not on my board right now? I could have had 4 Assassin."
Wait, he won!
Win? What? Alright, Aegon's just a genius.
Wow.
No, he's not a genius, actually, but I mean, he's a genius, but not because of that play. I'm shocked.
It's really lucky he won that because he just got a big payday. and now he can take out. That was very
Never put it.
risky, and forgive the pun, but that was very fortunate that just happened. So
Seriously. No, that pun is nothing but forgiven because it is absolutely warranted. Did he get the GA? I think he may have.
I didn't see what he took.
Yeah, me neither. Wow. All right. Well, let's see what he gets. It was what, a 7 loss streak, right?
Yeah, 7 loss streaks, pretty good.
Yeah. I think
It's
Solus
obviously
got.
not 9. It's not the 9, but it's still a lot of stuff. So
Yeah. All right. Well, now the
here we
question
go.
is, we'll see what he gets, but can
He
he
took
win
Vanguard.
any other rounds? Vanguard. Oh.
Spatula, 2 spatulas, so he gets a fawn. That's nice.
Yeah. It's nice.
I mean, he gets 4 assassin and 3 warlord, so that was pretty nice.
Yeah, okay. Still got fortune in there for a little bit more money making, possibly. I would maybe think about swapping one of those Akalis out. Is there, or not Akalis,
The
Katarinas?
Katarina.
Yeah, is there
Yeah,
any
like that.
way? So he gets enlightened. I was wondering if there's a way he could maybe fit Mystic into that, but no, not quite.
And the funny thing is, I think after all that, this is where he's going to get knocked out. I think he just loses this fight.
It's not looking good. There's a
It's,
Ash on the other side. That's 2-star Ash now.
yeah.
Yep.
I think this is a lot of players' experience with Fortune, is like you go through all this effort and then you just crash and burn anyway.
Yeah, you're like, where's my 5 thieves gloves? But yeah.
Yeah, which
Oh,
is really funny because you compare that to Raza from last game, who took Fortune and turned it around. That
mhm.
was kind of the opposite experience. So a little sad.
Yeah. That's crazy. All right. Well, we're gonna check out to see what his teammate Solus is able to do now. Looking at the overall scores at the moment, it's 2-2 in the top 4 as far as the teams between HANDSUP and Aegon.gg, and so it could really go either way still, as far as which team comes out ahead at the end of the round, the end of the game.
Yeah. The positive is here is you get to see your 6 Dusk Jin damage here.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
4th shot, 1400 non-crit.
Yep. Should be pretty big.
And
When he does crit, obviously it's just massive.
kind of
You've got
struggling here though against Esha.
Yeah, and that's what the Yone 2-star can kind of do sometimes, right? Where it,
Oh.
ooh, that was really close. 1 HP. So he doesn't have a chosen even. That's kind of one of the shocking things to me, is that he's got 6 Duskin, but he doesn't have a Dusk chosen. And so the synergies that you would associate with a good Dusk chosen board aren't quite as tight here. So normally you'd have something like Cultist for a little bit more CC. You would have
Yeah.
the Cassiopeia casting early on.
Yeah.
Sometimes Keeper, sometimes you can take that out. He's only got a Cassiopeia 1 right now, which is also kind of a problem at this point in the game for him.
Yeah, Cassiopeia 1, no chosen. It seems like some of that griefing did work, although the Lilia 2 is surprising.
Yeah.
But actually, Riven 1 also. Riven 1 has got to be hurting.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's where the griefing really comes in handy. Oh, Sejuani. Oh, tempting, but got to find that Riven. That's got to be your priority at this point.
Yeah.
So he's got the, okay, so he sold that. Oh my gosh.
He's desperate.
Kingdom
But
for a Riven.
yeah. So
Wow.
again, it goes back to that griefing where everyone was holding those units. That may have made a big difference here and really weakened Solus enough to have everyone else take him out.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it did work. Riven
There's
2
Jose with the Ash.
Yeah.
This Ash build is pretty good. I like this Lee Sin build too, by the way. The RFC Lee Sin.
Yeah, that can be really annoying to deal with, even if it is a Lee Sin 1, because he can start in the back, stay a lot safer.
Ooh, that was close.
Refuse to be punches. Refuses to be punched. All right. Sticks Dusk still strong. Riven gets eaten. But he
staying
comes
alive.
up at the end, yeah. All right. Can he find the Riven 2? There it is. All right.
That's a big upgrade. There you
Huge
go.
moment. Huge moment for our 1 HP Solus. Get off out in 7th. So still 3-3 remaining between the two teams.
Now it's unlikely, but there is a world now where the 6 Dust comp is more put together. It's got the 2-star Lilia, the 2-star Riven, where he 1 HP comes back and wins this. It's very possible.
And I even like to frontline the 2-star Lilia. Once she hits 2-star, you just want her to be up in the front taking damage because she casts so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
think the scariest thing is the 3-star Akali. The 3-star Akali, I think, is what might win this lobby.
yeah, it's strong. I haven't seen enough 3-star Akali to really have an opinion on it myself, but I'm curious to see how it'll do. It looks like he might take out his teammate here.
Yep.
Kiting only has that Yone 1, and this is why the GA is so crucial on that Jhin.
Woof. Yone was trying.
Yep, that's right. So that it means Kiting out, Esha out as well. So one from each team drops, which means we've got 2 and 2 in the top 4. Raza and Jose Paulo for HANDSUP, and then Grand Vice and Solus for Aegon.gg here.
So while it is close, the OCE team's got to be feeling a little bit better though, just being one up on everyone, because that does mean they're 2 points up right now so far. And in fact, as long as Raza could come back and beat Grand Vice, they'd be really happy with this performance.
Yeah, that's the hope. They are a team that needed to come back a bit.
Yeah.
Souls versus Grand Vice. This could be bad. Like Grand Vice really wants to lose this one as far as his team is concerned.
Yeah. He's got the health to do it too. So yeah, he kind of wants to lose.
Exactly, yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen.
Doesn't look likely. The double Zeke's Janna. All right. That's
I will
just a
call
lot
out,
of
remember at the
hits.
beginning of the game when we were like, Grand Vice is struggling, doesn't know if he's going to go Duelist or not. It seemed like he went uncontested Duelist and is now looking very strong and possible to win the lobby. So
See, that's what I was saying. Like he always surprises me with his item slams early on and all that, and he puts himself in situations where you're like, how in the world does he get out of this? And he
he's
gets
an
out of it.
8 Duelist. 8 Duelist is what he's in.
I can't believe how good this guy is at playing what he sees, playing what he's given.
Yeah.
One of the best, if not the best in the game at doing exactly that, I think. And it's
Jose, by the way, has chosen Zillion. So that's cool to see. Chosen Zillion is important because he's one of the ones that has the lower mana cost.
mhm.
And so you can see his mana bar is already full. Instant cast Zillion.
Yep.
With Shojin, so they can cast again. But there was that change made where he can't ult himself. So that does mean you have to protect that Zillion. And I don't think he's doing a great job of protecting that Zillion.
Yeah, he's just not afraid, All right, Zephyr on the Callista. It is a Callista 3, even without the items. That's still pretty strong. See if he can beat Grand Vice with this. The double Ash is scary.
That 8
Duelist, though.
8 Duelist, RFC Callista. I'm not sure how you beat that.
Man, like, you don't even need Lee Sin. Lee Sin just posed for most of that round.
Yep.
All right, not quite the double kill.
No, it was the double kill.
It was the double kill. Oh, okay. I thought
wins.
the round was over. Yeah, that's it. So Grand Vice manages to win the lobby with the Duelist. Okay, that's what you get. You start to worry about Grand Vice, and he just shows you that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what his items are. Doesn't matter what his chosen is. He's just going to find ways to win lobbies like that.
Yeah, and we were calling it out at the beginning. He slammed the Thieves Gloves, he slammed the Locket, and we're like, what is this guy doing?
Mhm.
And it just wins the game. So really well played.
Yeah, I love it. It's like I said, he's one of my favorite streamers to watch, and just to watch that brain work is pretty amazing stuff. Let's take a look at what our standings are at after 3 games down, 3 games to go yet, and we'll see where the teams stack up. Looks like those are still being calculated a little bit, so we'll have those to you in just a moment. But I'm really curious about how the other lobby does as well, because again, things could still change up a bit. Let's see what's happening. Looks like the other lobby still has like 1 round remaining. This might be the last one.
There's an Aphelios. We have an Aphelios.
Aphelios 4. It happened, right? But look at this. 3 out of the top 4 in this lobby are from Washed. You've got you've got 2 out of the top 4. My bad.
And so Chris won with Duelist there. So we just saw Duelist win both lobbies.
Wow. That's actually insane.
Good job, Duelists.
All right. Duelists. OP.
Yeah, people have been talking about comps being slept on. I think Duelist has started to spike up. So, and what's interesting is like one was the reroll variation that we just saw there, but the other one was not the reroll variation. It was like the power and get to 8 Duelists. So
right. Notably, it was again 2 players from each team in the top 4. There we had Loco Doco and Chris, I believe, as representatives from Washed in the top 4 of that game. So with that being the case for both lobbies, we may start to see the points start to grow a little bit closer here. We'll see.
Yeah. Like I said, there is definitely room to come back, and so we just hit the halfway point now. So it'll be interesting to see what you need to do to come back. And again, every point matters, right? The difference
Oh
between
yeah.
8th and 7th, that's a point. The difference, every point, and it all adds up really quickly. So
Well, we did see it come down to a 1 point difference yesterday between fourth and fifth, between making it to today and not making it. Our scores so far 75 for
whew,
Aegon.gg. The retirement home still standing strong at 68 points. So the gap, honestly, not really closing that much. And I suppose if you kind of think about it, the point values will effectively more or less stay the same if it's just two in the top, two in the bottom from here on out for all these lobbies, right?
yep, yep, yeah. I mean, if you look here, it was what Agon versus Hands Up was a 1 point difference,
Mhm.
and Washed versus Retirement Home was a 3 point difference. So like really close lobbies on both sides. It looks like this time.
True. I think the big difference is going to happen when Aegon.gg plays against Sunny Springs Retirement Home. And then you might see a little bit of separation and an opportunity for one of the two bottom teams to come up.
Yeah, it's also the kind of thing where you're starting to like root for your opponents, right? Where it's like I think at this point maybe everyone wants Agon to just kind of smash the opponents and take 1, 2, 3, 4, so that
Mm,
they can get enough points to come back and become the second place. Because with that big a lead, it'll be kind of hard for like Washed to catch Agon. So it's like just get as many points as you can.
yeah, very true. Well, we're going to have one more game with the two pairs that we already saw. I believe we'll just jump over to the other two teams that we didn't watch in the first one. So we can kind of get as much time watching as many different players as possible as soon as they are ready in their various lobbies. We'll see. But it's been an interesting set of games so far. We talked earlier about how Aphelios wasn't winning lobbies, wasn't looking as dominant as I think a lot of people right now would expect it to. And then in our second set of games, seeing Duelist win both of the first two games was definitely a bit of a shock. It's like you said, it's a good comp out there, but it might be a bit more of a sleeper comp than people realize.
Yeah, I think if you had asked everybody which comps they think are going to win lobbies before this tournament started, I would bet you could count on one hand the number of people who would have said Duelist. So
Yeah.
yeah, and again, it just goes to show that no matter how many times players are like, I think the meta's solved, that actually there's a lot to be undiscovered out there and a lot that people can play, and just you've got to be willing to try and experiment stuff. So
Right. And on top of that, I think the chosen mechanic makes it very difficult to, solve a meta completely at all. Because just because something is generally weak doesn't mean that with the right chosen traits and maybe an extra spatula or two, it can't suddenly become a very, very strong comp in a given lobby.
exactly, and it was also interesting to see even just two variations of it because one was the Duelist reroll comp, and the other was actually the Fast 9 Duelist comp. So that was cool to see.
Exactly. On board with St. Vicious here as we jump into our fourth game of the day. It's going to be Washed versus Sunny Springs Retirement Home, I believe. And they did finish their last game with two of each in the top four.
Yeah, and again, this is the team that I think has to come back and get some strong performances. So hopefully they can bounce back and figure something out here. So
Mm. All right, got a couple cultists in the lobby, a couple TFs there. Picks up the Lysandra. I suppose you always want to leave yourself open to the possibility of playing the Aphelios comp if it decides to show its face. Never mind. There's a Moonlight already for Chris. That's got to feel good. I wonder what comp he's planning.
yeah, I do
I
think with
mean,
the tier and the two mages already, there's a pretty strong argument for mage comp here from Saint as well.
yeah. Oh,
So
hi.
apparently we're
Hello.
watching an ad from
That's
Saint.
Saint. Oh, man. It's like a
Uh,
teeth for your computer. Wonderful. Well, let's take a look at what Chris is doing right now. Chris, of course, the one who found that Moonlight Diana. And there are some really strong Diana builds, but you just got to go with Aphelios, right?
I don't think you actually have to go Aphelios. I
Hmm,
certainly think like that's the common practice, but with these items and also the fact that you have the chosen Diana, I think there is the Diana build you can run here.
true.
Um, and again, with everyone griefing the Aphelioses, it's also like if you go the Lysandra Diana route, you can stay and get all the one costs, build yourself a nice one cost front line, do the slow reroll down there, build up the assassins. So
Yeah, the other part of it too is uh, you can make Diana very resistant to a lot of the stuff that's strong right now. If you build her tanky with like Declaw, Bramble Vest, something else, where she'll just live so long that she won't die to the Vagar one shots. She won't die to Talon jumping on her. So it can be a possibility. So I'd kind of like to see it, because with everybody talking about Aphelios, it'd be neat to show that the Diana comp is still pretty strong too.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he plays it. And again, I think a lot of it is also the items, right? Because they have very different item requirements. If you get no bows, for example, that's a pretty clear sign to go the Diana version.
Right.
But if he like drops a bow off of Krugs, it's pretty clear sign to maybe go the Aphelios version. So,
True.
but the one thing I'll call out is that he put the rod on Diana, and that's
Yeah.
really risky if he's going to actually consider the Aphelios version.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a situation where he's just simply not thinking about that much. Oh my gosh, is he going to win this round? It'd be tough to
No,
beat that Garen. I
no.
don't think so. Yeah.
Because if he wanted to go the Aphelios version, he'd have to sell the Diana, which would ruin that. But
Yeah.
yeah, this will be interesting.
Yeah, holding the Silence and the Lissandra. So he says he's Aphelios. Me emo boy.
I don't think that's the play here. Again, especially when you lock. I mean, he could just sell the Diana, use it to get through the early game, and run the like Lissandra and Silas. But that's
just
so
makes so much more work for
risky.
yourself. You're doubling the amount of work you need to do in terms of finding your 3 costs or finding your 3-star 1 costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially it looks like our opponent here, Ace, is also in Moonlight right now. So again, we're in the very contested, very grief stage of the game. So
Yep, for sure. And that Sunfire cape on Silas is just gonna roll Chris completely, because you've got the combination of the Sunfire cape doing its thing and then Silas just slowing down all the casts, and just a lot more damage to do to defeat the brawlers.
yeah, and this is what we've seen a lot of in the tournament as it's gone on, is like everyone realizes, okay, this is kind of the current S tier, the meta. So how do we play around that? How do we build, and so what we're seeing is both teams trying to have someone do it and figuring out ways to grief each other and things like that. So, but yeah, running 4 Moonlight here, which, you got to do that to econ. But again, I think Chris is okay with losing, because losing gets him the item choice needed if he actually is going to go the Aphelios version. So
yeah, or at least it gives you the choice. If you see for some reason, if you see an opportunity to run the Diana, you can do that too. But yeah, he's already declared himself as the emo boy, so we'll see.
Yeah, part of that is also just the mind game, though, right? Of like distracting your opponents to thinking you're running it, and then going the Diana is another route you can go as well. So
True. It could his team could be saying, "Hey, go Diana build," and so he specifically types that he's not into chat.
Exactly.
Next level pro strats right there.
That's the kind of thing we've seen them do. The me mech into not actually building mech. So
You don't want to be known as a pivoter though.
I mean, I hear it's bad to be known as that, but I can't relate. I'm a hard pivoter.
Oh no. Well, see, if you establish early on that you're a pivoter, that's okay. It's when you say me something, the blade shows me mech, Woshi mech, and then you pivot. That's just dirty,
Yeah, see, Chris taking the cloak here really makes me think he's going Diana, because you go the Dragon Claw, the tanky Diana build, like Dragon Claw, Bramble, Deathcap, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think he's just going the Diana build and holding the Aphelios to kind of A, make people thinking he is, and B, kind of mess with them a little bit. So
right. I like it though. I like the mind games. So you need to do in a team game like this.
Yep.
Messing
for
with
sure.
people. Okay, so it has a chance to put in another assassin here. I kind of like that over the Lissandra, just to power up the Diana a little bit, although that might be tipping his hand a little bit too much. But the moment he builds, the moment he swaps some items over to the Diana, people obviously know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how hard he wants to invest in this, but there's a world where you swap out the Lissandra for the Aphelios,
right?
So that you can get to the 20 gold, because he's probably going to lose the next fight. Yeah, there it is.
Mm.
Build the Dragon Claw, put it on the there we go. There we go.
Exposed. Crowan knows it now. Yep. Crowan, meanwhile, looks like he's just got that strong early Wukong. Nothing on his bench, not a lot of items either, so still fairly open here at this point.
Yeah. Now, if he can get this Diana to 4-star, that's when it becomes just like a monster.
Oh yeah.
So
And that's the plan. He's got 6 Dianas already, so he doesn't have a whole lot of 7 Dianas. He doesn't have a
7
long way to
Dianas.
go yet. This is
Yeah,
looking good.
the harder part might actually be getting the Lissandra to 3-star just because other people need it. Like Ace is taking it for that build.
Right.
Um, and then, like you said, you got to get some other assassins in there because you at least want to run 4 assassin with this. So
Yeah, there's a big difference between Diana 3 and Diana 4. We're going to look at what Ace of Spades is up to right now. He has got a Chosen on his bench. Wonder if that was Warlord. Doesn't matter. It's gone now. But wow, finds the early Ashe. So looks like he's going to try to go Brawler Ashe here.
yeah, it looks like Ace is doing what Esha did last game, which is like run the early Moonlight into into Brawler Ashe later, because
Right.
that way you contest the Moonlight early and knock them out while then getting to pivot into a late game comp that's better. So
Well, this feels so good too, because now, one of your biggest concerns is gone, right? Because like one of the things you're always most freaked out about when you play this build is like, oh man, I hope I find the Ashe when I need it. And he's already got it. So he can just cruise at this point.
yeah, and I will say from a design standpoint, this is also what we kind of had always hoped that Moonlight would be, was sort of this early game strong transition into another hunter style comp.
Right.
So it's cool to see that come to fruition a bit. So
But you had to go and add the 4-star thing into it and make everybody want to play it late game.
I mean, you got to add fun new things for people to try, right? Right?
Yeah, I love it. Because it is one of those things where it's kind of like a reimagining. And it works out really well.
Yeah, I think it's clearly been popular. Regardless of the power, the fantasy of just having that 4-star unit is very exciting.
Yeah, it's cool. And if nothing else, it can operate, like you're saying, as being an early game transition, or if you get the right items in the right situation, we can see it go to the late game too. But
Yeah.
Nico's help drawn, which is great again when he wants to get that Ashe too eventually.
It always feels bad to get 2 swords and 2 gloves though, because you're like, IE and what? Because there's an argument that I think Ashe actually scales better with Deathblade than IE. But then you're left with 2 gloves, and you're like, what do I do with those?
Right.
So it's pretty interesting to see, and that's always a hard decision what to do when you're playing the Ashe with those items.
Yeah, definitely. I always get nervous about using any of my swords in this build because I'm so intent on making sure I get the chance to build a Giant Slayer later. And using a glove, I guess he still has a glove too, so he can still build the QSS.
Yeah, I think that's the positive of doing that way, is build the QS. But that's where I'm saying, like, do you go IE or do you go the Deathblade? Because again, Ashe scales really well with base AD. So
Yeah, it always feels a little bit awkward to build Deathblade on a single target character.
yeah,
It's just has been my feeling over time.
that makes sense.
But it is good because she kills things so fast that she effectively attacks a bunch of characters. So by the end of the fight, you're going to be in a similar place to say
Yeah.
like a sharpshooter that's going to be damaging a lot of things that are going to be dying and giving the buffs.
One of the nice things, by the way, with the Infinity Edge change is throwing the glove on the Ashe does actually provide extra crit damage here.
Right.
So that is actually a nice thing now, that you can put those extra items on and still get the benefit. So
Yeah. Just a little bit. It feels like he's a little bit low in gold for this point in the game. You really need to kind of start saving as much as you can. Try to get enough to smoothly go to level 7 by 4-1.
I think he's a little low, but the fact he's at 6 at 3-2 is okay. It just means he literally can't press reroll from here on out.
Right.
He'll just have to hope he hits some stuff naturally, because he'll be able to get back up to 50 gold at 3-7 and then move up from there. But again, he's running so many 1-stars right now, and I think that's what's going to hurt pretty bad here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Some of those 1-stars are very good, but you're going to lose rounds like that. But hey, we call that a good loss. So that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not losing a lot of HP there. Finds a Silas too. You're going to be happy with any upgrades you can find at this point. Gets another Nunu.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what we're talking about, where he's just going to have to kind of natural and hope to hit things. And so you even saw there, he bought the Vi so that it can show up in the shop next time while still staying at the econ breakpoint he needs to be at. And if you can guarantee if he sees an Ashe, he'll slam that Nico.
Oh, definitely.
So
yeah, it's pretty likely that he's going to be in good shape by the time he gets to 4-1.
Yeah.
See what he does against Loco Doco here. Loco Doco going for a duelist build, going with that Jax. Thieves Gloves on the Jax, though.
Yeah, Jax is one of the better users of Thieves Gloves, where like pretty much every item is really good on Jax. So that's one I feel much better about because even things like Gunblade and AP help that alt do really well. If he gets the Bloodthirster, for example, he gets the attack speed. Him being tanky means he's alting more often. So Jax, I think, is just one of the best users of Thieves Gloves.
Yeah, for sure. Gets a Loco win at least. Ace Spades taking a bit of damage here. Looking at where everybody's at right now, we still have Tabs still with 100 HP at 3-4. So whatever he's doing, it's certainly working. Becca with the win streak up at 90 HP, close behind.
I can't say for sure because I haven't looked at all the match results, but it feels like we've been saying that a lot today, that Tabs is at the top of the lobby. So it just feels like he's playing really well today.
I'm refreshing the score sheet right now to see how many points Tabs has gotten because I think you're right. Tabs, yeah, 10, 7, and 6 were the points he got from his last 3 games. So he's in the lead for Sunny Springs retirement home at least at 23 points, one above Ace of Spades there. So yeah, definitely a good day for him so far.
Yeah. It feels like he's been dominating a lot of the early lobbies. So
Right. Finds the Keeper Elise, not really what you're looking for there, but he has a QSS. So
yeah.
2 out of the 3 items done, slams a sword that's going to be useful with a lot of different things. But what you're hoping for probably is going to be the Giant Slayer at the end of it all.
Yep. Giant Slayer first, Deathblade second. So
Right. All right. Time to swap over. We're going to watch Loco Doco's perspective for a little while. Doing a little bit of scouting first, checking out what his teammate Chris is up to. Looks like, and he is running, as we mentioned, that duelist build right now, with the opportunity to maybe go up to 6 duelists a little bit later on.
yeah.
I think that's generally the intent.
This is one of the things I love about the Duelist build, by the way, is just all the different traits you get to activate: Adept, Enlightened, Mystic, Ninja, Exile. It's just like, it feels so fun to activate that trait web and have it be so full.
It's just like 2 of everything. And though all those little benefits add up, you know?
Yeah.
Wow, that Shen just occupying the pike in the back line is super annoying for Chris as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris is going to be struggling a bit unless he can 3-star that Lysandra, and he needs the Gunblade. So Chris still has a ways to go on that build.
Yeah. Looks like Saint is going for Fortune here. So trying to just get that big payday like we've seen at least one player do in all the lobbies so far. We've seen it work. We've seen it not work. But Saint Vicious, the one going for it this time.
Yeah, we've also seen this Duelist Callista, by the way, with the RFC. That's
Right.
starting to become pretty popular. The RFC makes it so you don't have to reposition Callista. She can stay out of danger and really just tear through front lines, especially with Duelist. She goes so fast. So,
yeah, it definitely can be one of your primary carries if you get the right items for it. I really like Duelist as a composition when I play it because it feels like I always have a good place to put my items no matter what items I get, you know?
yeah, there's a lot of different options in that build for sure. Assuming the power of the individual champions is in the right spot, it's one of the more flexible builds out there.
Right. Looks like it's going to be easy round win versus Becca, actually. And this is going to end her win streak. So Becca had a long one going. And so unfortunate for that team. You never want your teammate to end your win streak like that. But hey, at least Loco's on a win streak himself now. So
yeah, someone's streak was going to end. So
yeah. Had to end eventually. We'll see what he gets off of Wolves now. Oh, that is great. 2 Yasuos. Because it's a little bit past the time where you're expecting you're going to find your Yasuo 3, especially, but maybe even your Yasuo 2. So just getting the Yasuo 2 out of the way feels pretty good for this build.
yeah, and again, that we saw this last game, right? Where again, there's 2 different ways to play the Duelist, and it seems like Loco is playing not the reroll version, but the actual level up, try to hit 6 Duelist, run a good solid comp with like the Aurelia, the Shen, things like that. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, if you level quickly too, you get that late game spike of being able to put the Yone in as well, which being that you get the 2 exile bonus with the Yasuo makes him very, very strong with, not a whole lot of items, honestly.
Yeah, the other big thing here is if he can hit Janna 3 shields an extra target. And so that's a pretty big scaling as far as 3-star units goes.
Right.
So, it looked like Chris did hit the optimal items for the Diana build, by the way. I saw Bramble, Dragon Claw, and I think he had a sword for the Gunblade.
All right.
So it's just really a question of if he can 3-star that Lysandra.
Interesting. So, uh, Loco actually holding a couple cultists now. You can put a cultist package in here. Okay, he sells the gins. I was wondering about that because you do see it once in a while, but it's not super common. And I feel like you can find better synergies out there.
So I was messing with this a little bit today, and one of the reasons why to not go for dual or six duelist and maybe stick with four is some of the characters can get already really close to or above the attack speed cap anyway.
Hmm.
So instead, ditching some of the weaker units like the Fiora so that you can play something stronger with the better synergies is another way to play this comp as well. So
Are you willing to make a prediction about what's better generally overall?
I think generally, if it's six duelist, it's just easier to think about and it's easier to hit.
Mhm.
But again, like for example, let's say he had a Ginsu's on Callista. That would be a really good case where you go, okay, actually now it's four because I don't need all that extra attack speed on my primary carry.
All
That's
right.
where you could swap into something and get some more of those stronger units, or like you said, the cultist package. So
Yeah. All right. Well, Loco up against Saint right now. Saint with a ton of legendaries on his bench. Wow.
he must have hit a fortune payday.
I guess so. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that must have been it. Forgot he was the one going fortune.
Yeah, so he got 4 or 5 costs. It looks like plus 5 costs. So
Yeah, yeah. Chat confirming that he just cashed out for all those legendaries,
yeah,
which is either a lot of gold or it's a lot of chances to hit a lot of 2-star, very very strong stuff.
yeah. It's actually one of the it's one of my least favorite cash outs because it's like you find yourself in this tempted situation where you're like, I have all these good units and I'm probably not going to play any of them because I can't figure out how to play them all.
Mm.
And so you can even see him struggling with like, what do I do with this?
Oh, he's got this like brawler sharpshooter board kind of, but yeah, you gotta do this, man. You gotta cash in on those legendaries in a way that lets you use a lot of those items. So QSS is going to be good on somebody. I like loading up the Kane. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, QSS on Lee Sin. Try to get him some more guaranteed kicks, but he's got a chance to do
Woo!
a Hand of Justice. I love Lee Sin in the set, but got a chance to do a Hand of Justice as well. Who would you put that on?
In this case, I think it's Kane.
Okay,
This goes back to something I was talking about with someone else, where it's like having those initial tiers on a champion means they get that first cast off that much sooner.
right.
And so having Kane's first cast with blue buff is 30, Hodge puts him at 45 out of 50, auto instant cast blue Kane can just destroy backlines.
Yeah.
So I think Hodge on Kane here is a really good play.
What item is he going to get? Is it going to be the blue buff? No. Bypasses a tier, goes for the sword. So he can get a Shojin's out of this or an Infinity Edge.
I don't think you want. I mean, I don't think you want either of those.
Yeah,
I'm very curious why he went the sword.
it still feels like Hand of Justice on the Kane is the way to go because of what you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and again, that first cast, just like deleting a backline on Blue Kane, is what I think we're seeing a lot of the popularity of Blue Kane come up.
Right.
So I'm very curious why he took sword. I'd probably taken rod. So be interesting to see. Here's the
Yeah.
roll down.
He's got a chance to find a really good chosen at this point too. One of those 4-cost chosens. There's another Lee Sin. All right.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to figure out what he's actually running here.
He opts to sell the Lee Sin. See, he could have had a Lee Sin too there, couldn't he have?
Yeah.
Gives up on that one.
And again, this is one of the things I think we just see everyone struggle with right now is just the decision paralysis. Oh, he's trying to go Brawler Ash. That's why he took the sword.
Right.
I
Okay.
see.
All right.
Oh, look at that Diana. This Diana is going to be a nightmare.
Well, I mean, that's peak Diana, right?
That
Those are
is
the items
peak
you want.
Diana. So
It's gonna take us a while, but look at the damage that she's able to do. Always getting that shield back constantly.
it
It's
can
a
lose
monster.
though to CC. Like CC really messes it up. So as we
Yeah,
see there.
the set coming back in really helped out a lot, and just the chunks of damage from the kindred, but it took a while. Took a while to get there.
Brawler Ash is also one of the comps that struggles with the most because it's all about bursting that backline with the 4 assassins and then slowly killing the front line.
Right.
But since Brawler has so much health, you don't end up bursting anything. And you end up in those situations, as you just saw, where it's like 1v5, 1v6, and you end up losing.
Yeah,
And it's sad.
it is sad.
We're all sad.
I'm not that sad.
Okay. I will say Washed has 3 out of the 4 bottom 4 right now, though, unfortunately. So
Yeah. Yep. Becca, Saint Vicious, and Chris all down there. Crowan struggling a little bit himself. Loco is the hope for Washed right now.
yeah, we can see here Ace has the Ash build that we were talking about earlier, which is why for Saint trying to go that's going to be a bit of a struggle. So
That's what kind of surprised me, is because we had already seen other people in the lobbies doing that. It's 4v1. Can Ash burn through all this? I don't think so. No, not with the GA popped already. So, hey, it worked out this time.
So the conclusion here is it should have never been Ash Brawler. It should have been Kindred Brawler all this time, right? Since we just saw Kindred win.
Yeah, clearly Kindred is a stronger one. Yep, for sure. So he goes for the red cane for the sustain. All right.
Yeah, I think if you're running this comp, that can work. And if he'd put the AP items on Kane, I would go blue. But without any AP items, this is just going to be a decent chunk of sustain. So hopefully this works. But it's also been nice to see that it's actually not a clear answer. We've seen debate on which is the better Kane. So
yeah, and I think it does come down to just the situation. The context will determine what the better Kane is.
yeah. I do really think this is Hodge redemption, so we'll see if he agrees.
That makes a lot of sense.
There's one Ash.
Okay.
See, slamming the 1-star Ash over the 2-star Kindred is it's a very bold play.
I agree. I think Ash is Yone too. You gotta go for it, right? I mean, it's just too strong. Drops under 6 brawler.
The crazy thing here is I think the play is to sell the Kane so that you can blue buff the Yone. Oh, he just put. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
All right. So, but yeah, we gotta see how this Yone ends up doing.
And again, part of TFT here is that decision paralysis he's struggling with a bit. So.
Right. Oh, dodged.
Oh.
Not literal dodge, but
yeah,
tried to get out of the Ariel.
Because Yone is the kind of champion that after he casts his first spell, his mana cost goes to 20.
Right.
And so then having that blue buff on it means he doesn't even have to auto. He can just go straight into that like killing attack. So like I said, I would probably sell the Kane here and start itemizing the Yone. But I think he's too invested in the Kane at this point.
Certainly feels that way. And he's just kind of, maybe if he doesn't hit that Kane too, he's kind of waiting to see if it pops up. Maybe now you make the decision.
Yeah, he's also not hitting any of his chosens, which has got to feel bad.
Yeah, so. Not hitting the Ash either.
Zerat Portal Yone. Of all the things to pour Yone.
Because I feel like in a lot of rounds, I see Yone die a little bit slower than some of the other champions. So I wonder if Zerat is going to do well. You'd maybe put it on like the Maokai or something instead, but we'll see.
Yeah,
because the last thing you want is that minion popping out as the very last thing.
Yeah. Now the thing I'll say is like that Yone ult, for example, there, people often forget Yone shreds all the armor and MR off the champion he hits, or at least a large portion of it. So then the Ash can shred and do a lot of damage from that point on.
Yeah, very true.
Also have to call out, by the way, we talked about Tabs being high earlier. Tabs is now in 6th.
Oh, what?
Oh no, that's the bug. That's the bug.
Oh, okay, you're right.
It's a 5 cost. It's a bug.
All right, yeah, that's right. I thought I saw Exhaust.
I know. I was like, what?
All right, so that is just a 1-star Yone, right?
Yeah, it actually might not even be a 1-star Yone. It might be a different unit. There's a bug. It's fixed in 10.21, but yeah,
it's a trap.
Exactly.
All right, at least he finds a 2-star Kane. That's kind of the big story of that round.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
we're all looking at the bug. Meanwhile, he hits, the unit he needed. So
yeah, that's huge. The 2-star Kane is
this Yone ult. This Yone ult might be real good. Ooh, that's a lot of defense shredded.
Yep, that's right. Aatrox not able to pull in the Ash, obviously, because of the QSS. And Wukong.
But you and I were talking about this earlier that like that Hecarim did some decent work there.
Yeah, I think he's underrated. He's definitely not like an S tier unit, but I don't think he should be as low on some tier lists as I've seen him.
Yeah. And we just saw Chris bottom out with that Diana, unfortunately, which is really a shame to see.
Yep, that's what you get for pivoting. He brought it on himself. What can you say?
Yeah, he had really good items for that Diana too, so I'm a little surprised at how much of a crash that was.
Yeah, like realistically, it was the right choice. With the items he had and what he found early. Can't argue with that at all. But
Yeah,
uh, it's it seems like it needs more. It needs at least one more decent damage threat besides a Diana to really work.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing Vanguard Ahri, but of course he still has a 1-star Ahri, so that's unfortunate. And no items on the Ahri.
Right. Kind of need that. He's hoping his Wukong can carry hard enough.
Yeah.
Janna
Tab
3 for tabs, meanwhile. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be good. Sunny hit Sejuani 2.
Another big upgrade for
Yeah.
sure. So 4 Mystic, 4 Vanguard. It is a durable composition, no doubt about that. The Infinity Edge is just so awkward because there's no one who can really use that well. I like the Shojins on the Zillion.
Yeah, that's a good call. We talked about this a bit earlier too, right? This is Bonky Kong without RFC. And so it's
Right.
like, how well does that do? A whole Zed right on the Zillion.
Yep. He did get 1 cast off, so that does help. Zillion does cast very quick when you have a mana item on him.
Yeah, Zillion always gets 1 cast off pretty much. But that was a change made in the last patch that he can't ult himself now.
Right.
And that's commonly what would happen is he would just ult himself, get the free GA, and almost be unkillable. Yep. Now, if you get a Zed on him like you just did, he dies, and so that's a bit of a hit there.
Yeah, so Crowan takes a hit himself down in 7th place right now, 3-7. And he's been talking a lot about how he's felt like he's been underperforming this tournament specifically. And it's tough to say why per se. He does find the RE2 and he swaps out the Zillion. Okay. Interesting. So because that brings him down to 3 Mystic. I wonder if that's important.
I think from what we've seen in this lobby with how many Ashes there are, by the way, Ace has 3-star Ash.
Wow.
That having the Mystic isn't going to be as important here. So
true. And this comp is all about powering up the Ahri and kind of getting that online. So he's got that
bad matchup for Crowan.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
I don't see how he wins this.
He's got to. I don't know. You've got to have.
I don't see how you win this. There's no way.
And Wukong.
No, I mean it'll get there eventually.
Yeah, this
although
Wukong though. Oh boy!
Wow.
Hey,
color me surprised.
So here's one thing I've been noticing lately is that if Thresh gets some space to start casting, and you combine that shield with a really tanky minion of any kind, this case it was a Wukong, it gets really, really tough for Ashe to burn through all that between the armor and the shields.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe running into 4 Vanguard with no Last Whisper, that's definitely her weakness there. So
yeah. I was agreeing with you though, because I did not think that Ashe was going to do, or that Ahri rather was going to do enough damage to kill things fast enough for the front line to get onto the Ashe. I'm surprised it happened.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of the fact that Wukong rolled healing on the Hodge, and then just the Ahri ult into the Hecarim ult was actually enough AoE damage. So
true.
Well, I think that's Ginsu's on Ahri.
Yeah, I guess you'd think so, huh? Just to
That'd be my guess.
Slightly faster, I guess. It's a rod at least.
It's a rod, and I mean, she might with the Shojin, you might get 2 or 3 casts off, so that could be valuable.
Oh, is he gonna hit Zillion 3 here, or Zillion 3? Zillion 2 rather. Yeah, 3 Zillions meaning Zillion 2. Yeah.
Is he gonna build the IE just for fun?
Might as well get a little auto damage in there. You'll put on the Cassiopeia anyway, because why not?
Yeah. The Wukong, does a lot of damage here.
Yep.
Trap Claw saves the Jin there from the RE attack. So really good use of Trap Claw from tabs.
Second Sejuani ult as well. Is really slowing down everything Crowan's trying to do here.
Yeah.
That ult hurt as far as tabs taking damage there. Well, not gonna be enough though.
Not gonna be enough.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm just not a fan of this build, because just seeing Ahri cast once just feels like it's such a waste. I don't know. I know it's a popular build right now, but I am not sold on it.
I think it's a good build, but I think you need items on Ahri, like the AP enhancing items. I think base Ahri is just not enough. It kind of reminds me of Gangplank from the last set, where it's like Gangplank with no items, not gonna do a whole lot. Gangplank with, Death Cap, GA, and another item blows things up. So
All right, the Yone 2 found by Becca. So 3 shade. This is a scary board, actually. She's got 9 HP though. Can she
it
beat
is.
the Ash 3?
Yeah, I just don't think she beats the Ash 3 here.
There's not enough damage up front.
Yeah.
I mean, despite the fact that that comp is meant to do damage up front, that Ash is going to live too long with the GA and doesn't even get popped that time. Becca out in 5th, which hurts a bit for sure. So that means we've got 3 out of the 4 players on washed in the bottom 4. So not the result they were hoping for in this game.
Yeah, I think you could kind of see it on her face a little bit there, where it's like the team is struggling a bit and they know they needed to start coming back now. So
Yep.
that's got to feel a little rough.
All right,
Loco's
so
got to carry the team here.
pretty much on board with Tabs here, who's second place behind Loco Doco, Ace of Spades and Sunny Lou in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Very strong Janna 2. I like the Death Blade.
Yeah, you always got to laugh when you see items like that, where you're like Deathblade Janna, and you have to question how it came into be. So, but still hilarious.
Items, if we could go and see the orders, the order they got the items in, we would know.
Yeah, always fun to see.
I mean, at least she's got the long attack range, so she'll get a few in. I don't know.
It's such an unconventional build here too. It's just 4 Mystic, Janna, Jin. You don't even have 2 Sharpshooter, don't have 2 Cultists, yet you're running a Jin carry. It's a very fascinating build here.
Yeah, the double Giant Slayer helps out with the Jin for sure, but it's just a lot of 5 costs as well. It's I hesitate to say, but I'll say it anyway. It's almost slightly Piba-esque in terms of just a lot of expensive stuff.
Yeah.
Not quite like that, but it reminds me of it a little bit.
It does look like we're on pace to see another Duelist win, though, by the way. Loco running, I think, 6 Duelist, so...
Yeah, well, I want to play Vagar builds anyway, so if everyone swaps over to Duelist, I'll be fine with that. Bring it on, ladder. Yeah, 4 Mystic, 2 Keeper, 2 Vanguard, 2 Dusk. Very interesting.
Yeah, at least if Loco can get first, that'll at least help recover some of the points lost from the 8th, 7th, 5th, but...
Oh, definitely, yeah. Is there a world where you'd maybe swap to 4 Dusk here?
I don't think so. I mean, well, 4 Dusk is a big upgrade. I think if you can, you do.
That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, if it were me, I would be picking up Dusk and, like, you swap out, like, you don't really need Keeper at this point, so you swap out the Emperor there, get rid of Vizier, find something else to swap out as well.
I think it's actually you drop the 2 Mystic.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, you don't need the Yumi, you don't need the Zillion. And that way your Riven's getting a bigger upgrade here. But again, either way, you're up against this 3-star Ash, so you're still going to be struggling no matter what you do.
Could be. I do like the Zillion in isolation just because his ability is so useful late game.
Yep.
You definitely don't need the Yumi. And, the Keeper buff, just not that strong. Tabs out either way. It is going to be...
double kill for Loco.
Yeah, win for Loco at the end. So even though 3 players in the bottom 4, it still is a win for one of the members of the team there of Washed. And so, like you said, that does salvage some of the points that they weren't able to get by taking a lot of top 4s.
Yeah, and again, we see another Duelist comp do well, which, again, you have to call out. I don't think anyone was expecting Duelist to be the top comp today, so it's just a question of, like, are people sleeping on Duelist? Is it a figure of this tournament meta versus the ladder meta? What's going on there? So that's cool to see.
Well, that seemed to be another instance of the Duelist as well that didn't include the, slow rolling for the 1-cost 3 for the 3-star 1-cost, right? That was more strong board into late game, into find the 2-star Lee Sin, all that kind of good stuff. So I wonder about that version of the comp specifically, if that's coming up because there's so many people stopping and rolling at 7 right now, that if you just play a strong board, give yourself access to all those 5 costs a little bit earlier and a little bit more effectively than other people, you can win that way.
Yeah, it also says assigned to the aggression of the lobby, right? Where it's like your ability to just get a strong board, push and punish with player damage, because typically when Duelist wins, it's a very like snowbally effect and they just kind of power through and you take a lot of player damage. Does that force everyone to not hit their later comps that they were planning on? And so again, this is one of the things we see with TFT is that dynamic of like how comps can shift and affect the rest of the meta. So
Right, exactly. Let's take a look at the scoreboard to see where we're at after 4 games out of the 6 so far. 92 points for good old Sunny Springs Retirement Home. They have been in the lead the entire tournament, and they're not letting up now. 3 points ahead of Aegon.gg, so it's close. Speaking of close, though, Hands Up manages to close the gap a little bit against Aegon GG, only 8 behind now. It really is just Wash that's looking like they're probably not going to make it to tomorrow. I think it's near impossible at this point for that to happen.
I think if they got, two of those like 1, 2, 3, 4 performances, they can still make it in. The difference is enough that it would be possible, but they'd have to like slam their opponents. So
Yeah, you'd need to, like you said, you'd need to have 2 of the top 4 games in a row, which would be challenging to say the least. So some good players on that team, but yeah, not a great day for that squad overall.
I mean, someone's got to bottom out here. But honestly, like the fact that they're coming back here with like the 20s and the 17s is definitely better than that first game. So at
Yeah.
least they're turning it around a bit. So
Yep, very true. Well, on that note, 2 games to go to decide who the top 2 teams move on to tomorrow in the finals of Mortdog's 4v4 Madness are. We're going to take another quick break. And when we come back, we will see those final 2 games and see who our finalists are. It's going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere, guys. Another couple games of TFT coming at you right after this. Welcome back, guys. Some more dogs. 4v4 madness. Just 2 games remain. And while we have seen the packs separate a little bit, it hasn't separated enough to call it a done deal, right? We've still got a chance for some of the teams, even potentially the very bottom team, Washed, to come back. We're going to be looking at them in our next game here. But before we go any farther, if you want a chance to actually support the prize pool for this tournament, which is pretty awesome, type !prize pool in chat. You'll get a link to go to Matcherino, who has been wonderful enough to sponsor this tournament, and 70% of what you donate will go to the players. So a very cool way to support the TFT scene in a very direct way. So think about it, won't you?
Yeah. It's been fun, and like I said, this has been a cool tournament. As always, it's nice to work with Giant Slayer and Wisdom and stuff like that and get running. So yeah,
Right.
It's been a lot of fun to see our first Fates tournament as well and see how that's going.
Yep, that's right. And this tournament's been really interesting as far as tournaments go. Team competition in TFT seems like it has a lot of legs. There's really something here, I think, to be excited about. And so it's cool to see different formats being experimented with, like this tournament right now. But I'm just curious to see who's going to make it to game number 2. It sounds like we're ready to head into it. Again, 2 more games to be played. Lobbies going simultaneously. Every one of our top 4 teams here are playing a double round robin. This 2 games, Washed will be playing against HANDSUP. So we've got the top 2 teams in the standings and the bottom 2 teams in the standings playing against each other for this round. So here's where things actually could shake up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think this gets really interesting because the dynamic could very well shift, right? If Washed ends up taking a bunch of points from Hands Up, we could see it go the other way.
Yeah.
Likewise, on the other side, if Agon or whatever swings it really far. So yeah, this will swing things one way or another for sure. So
right. So just to kind of reiterate, on our team Washed, we have Becca, Saint Vicious, and Loco Doco, and Chris in this lobby, and their opponents for Hands Up are Raza, Gidoff, Esha, and Jose Paulo. Just so when you look at the sidebar there, you can see who's on what team.
Yeah, so far it looks like Washed has been struggling to find some builds that have worked, with maybe the exception of Loco's Duelist build.
Sure.
So hopefully they can come together in these last 2 games and put together some solid builds. So
yeah, can definitely be tricky to try to decide not only what you're going to play, how it's going to affect what your teammates are playing. Are you contested by the opponent's team players? There's a lot to think about when it comes to a 4v4 competition in TFT.
yeah, as well as we've seen a lot of like the contesting, a lot of the adjusting your play to block off other people's comps. Like we've seen the Hunter Aphelios into pivot into Ashe that you might not normally do on ladder, but being able to shut down those other Aphelios comps for now. You can even see it on Becca's screen there, the tourney games Aphelios 8, the ability to shut down those powerful comps has been really cool to see in this team dynamic. So
yeah, one of the things when you look at Becca's comps too from earlier today is sharpshooters taking a second earlier. That's something that we touched on earlier in the broadcast, but sharpshooters maybe having a chance to kind of come back in the meta a little bit here. There's the Jinx build, yeah, that's kind of always been out there, but maybe some other options here coming up.
yeah, I think the combination of Jinx builds and even just in general with all these different builds is like people are figuring out like the champions, but they're really still struggling to figure out whether the items that work, what are the right things. Like we've seen the conventional Ginsu Shojin QS Jinx, but actually we're starting to see some people figure out that even that's not optimal. Like you don't really need the Ginsu, shift into more tier items, things like that. So
Right.
it's really interesting to see how the meta continues to evolve as people optimize and understand these builds. And something like the Aphelios build has been played so much that we've probably seen it to its almost optimal state, whereas something like Duelist has barely been played, so people are really still figuring out how that optimal build can work, and so there's a lot more for potential for growth there.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, at the end of the day, this set is going to have way more compositions to think about, specifically variations of compositions to think about while you're playing the game, which is great because it gives you a lot more flexibility. But it's also a lot more to remember too, where it's like if you want to play a certain style, there's different ways you can go about it, and knowing those, I think, is going to be kind of the key to victory on the ladder and probably in tournaments to the set.
Yeah, I think in past sets, you could memorize 3, maybe 4 comps and
Yeah.
run those pretty successfully, even in tournament structure.
Mhm.
Whereas here, because of the chosen mechanic, you probably have to learn a lot more. and be familiar with a lot more to truly excel at the game. So
You know, it's interesting because I feel like you just need to be really familiar with the relative strength of different synergies versus what else is in your lobby, you know? Where it's like you don't even really need to know comps. You just need to know if I use this synergy right now in this lobby, I will be this strong. And like
yeah,
having a good knowledge of that will help you flow through the games with the chosens, I think a lot easier. Which I like a lot. Because like you mentioned, you know, last set and the previous sets, I knew like 3, 4 comps, and that was enough to get me to masters. Like that's, you know, that worked. But you know, now it's kind of just less comps and more understanding the strength of synergies, and that lets you do a lot more unique things game to game, which
yeah.
is
It's
fun.
also interesting because like as you learn different comps, you become more willing to pick up chosens you might not normally. Like I'll call out, for
Right.
example, chosen Warlord Vi. That's probably one that I think a lot of players who aren't as familiar with Warlord or how to play that will probably go no thank you. But if you have learned Warlord and are familiar with it, you actually learn that that's something you can pick up and how to play it. And so the more you learn about the different comps, the more chosens you can play flexibly if the game hands them to you. So
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you may not even need to know any comps. Honestly, you can just kind of learn synergies and go from that. Obviously, you'll need to know comps a little bit because you need to know what your opponents are probably angling for when you look at their boards early. But with your own play, you can be super flexible
yeah.
rather. But taking a look
Now
at what Becca's working on right now, looks like we've got a bit of a brawler start. Ninjas just trying to preserve HP early, I guess.
Now we haven't seen this a lot early, or in this tournament, but she just did what I like to do on ladder a lot, which is you level right now at 2-3, so you'll hit 5 at
Right.
2-5, and that way you are eligible for 3 cost chosens. And there are a decent chunk of 3 cost chosens that if you hit can really determine and shape your build to some powerful builds. So hopefully she can hit one of those and get her army going.
Yeah, pre-leveling before carousel is something that fell off a little bit in a PBE and then early on in the set as everyone was kind of learning it. But I've started doing it a lot more too, because like you said, the 3 cost chosen possibility, but also the possibility of just hitting a 4 cost. You know, if you hit like an early Ash or an early, you know,
Yep.
Jin or
Yep.
an early Riven or something, that can be really big in terms of helping you shape your comp early too.
Yeah, hitting an Ash right now would be huge. Another example is, like I said, getting like a chosen Kindred, a chosen Akali, chosen Jinx.
Yeah.
Like you said, Riven's good. Any of
Agar.
the things that shape builds are
Right.
just be really exciting. So getting to 5 sooner than later allows you to have the opportunity to see those at least. So
Yep. So Becca ended up going with the Kindred holding an item that is covered by the HP bar, so I didn't see what it was.
I think it was the sword.
Oh, okay. Let's
So
see. Yes, it was the sword. 2 belts and a sword. Okay. So still pretty open. Vanguard Thresh. You always kind of hope it's the Dusk chosen Thresh instead if you're gonna have a chosen Thresh. But this is something.
yeah,
mm, Yeah,
I
you can
think I think the Vanguard Thresh is a little rough just because Thresh
yeah,
already has such high base armor that he's at 80 that getting him to 180 extra isn't really that big a deal.
right.
But actually, she chooses to invest in it, which is a little surprising.
I think it's just simply stronger than what she had as far as a front line goes, you know? I mean, you've got the self-contained Vanguard buff, I suppose, theoretically creates more room for Kindred to work, but the Zed's gonna say no to that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really worth here, especially knowing that you're going to get at least one more chosen before the rest of the round.
Yeah.
Like banking on that higher chosen, I think is better here. And she ended up getting kind of demolished anyway, so don't really agree with that play here.
Yeah, it's tough. And I mean, where she had 2 belts going to carousel as well, you kind of think about maybe if I don't remember if there was a chance to grab a vest or not, but you know, there's an opportunity there that you could get a very strong early game item in terms of the Sunfire cape. But
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, Sunfire would have been good. Picking up the sword with nothing to really bank it on. Again, I'm not sure what we're investing in here.
yeah,
Um,
'cause now she's kind of going shade, I guess. All right.
yeah, but even Shade, like you have a sword now, so that's not really great here.
Right.
Yeah, I do think Shade's an upgrade here, but yeah, kind of struggling to put together. But I will say the last time I called somebody out for struggling to put a comp together, it was GV8's Duelist comp that he ended up winning with. So we'll see. Maybe this gets turned around.
Yeah, very true. Does have a lot of shade in the back line, at least. Goes up against Raza from Hands Up.
Yeah.
their opponents in this one, and it looks like she might be able to beat the Yasuo here. Yeah. So
So
finally getting a win.
yeah, fun little trick by the way. Thresh is one of the champions that because his cast is a shield to any ally, including himself, he is not monolocked during it. So if you can make a very tanky Thresh, you can actually get him sort of infinite casting on a big enough group. And so that is one of the opportunities where, especially early on, but even later with tanky items, you can turn that into an infinite shield that can almost be more powerful than like a Janna, for example.
Yeah, definitely yet another champion that kind of flies under people's radars from time to time, I think. Jumping over to Raza's board, just took that loss versus Becca, so we'll see what he's got in mind here. Looking at the Moonlight board of Esha right now. Interesting.
Although this time it's the Moonlight Lysandra of all the champions. So
Yeah. There
and
was a
now
while where Dazzler builds were like legit. I wonder if we're going to see those come back at some point. It's a strong trait if you can find a way to build around it.
yeah, it certainly has been difficult to get the debuff, and you need to have it be a quick cast.
Right.
And the lack of Cassiopeia has definitely made it harder to put those together.
Mhm.
But if you have the mana items for somebody like a Lux, it definitely can be a decent comp. So, and then Morgana is obviously the popular one. So,
Yeah, very true. A couple nerfs hitting that comp back in the end of the PPE that I think caused it to be a little bit less played early on, but still, it's still out there.
yeah. Now, interestingly enough, we're seeing Raza go Duelist, but with the 6 Fioras and the Fiora Chosen, this is making me think he's going to go the reroll version of the comp. So, we'll have to wait and see what he does.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what he hits, I suppose, right? Where it's if he's able to hit those Fioras, great. If he doesn't hit a whole lot of Yasuos, you can, kind of move on quickly if you decide to.
Yeah, these are really good Diana items as well. So,
Right.
because there's been two kind of school of thoughts on how to play Diana. One is what we saw last game, which did bottom out in 8th, which is tanky Gunblade.
Mhm.
The other version is you go the full assassin, full damage. This is the AP jeweled gauntlet, and so that the shield is powered up by the AP. You don't actually need to be tanky, but you actually just blow up enemies. So it'll be interesting to see if that variation can outperform a little bit better.
Right. So if Raza can find a divine here, that'd be a nice little boost for just what he's got on the board, just to get that incremental bit of strength. Scouting though, oh, there's a shade chosen. All right, so that's going to be scary later on.
Yeah, spending a surprising amount of time scouting.
Yeah.
So, um,
And I think scouting early has become more important, honestly, in set 4 because people are hitting those early chosens and using those. And although a lot of people will sell those early chosens and pick up different ones later, there's a lot of cases where you can get a good indication of what they're planning from that early stuff. So it does feel like early game scouting is more valuable now in set 4 than it was in set 3.
yeah, that's very true. And yeah, here we see Get Off, for example, had the chosen Callista. So that's unfortunately, 3 Callistas out of the pool for Raza here.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see if they stick with that.
Yeah, I wonder.
Jose looking pretty strong at the top. Still at 100 health at 3-2, which is always nice. It's a lot of win streak gold you're getting.
See, his round hadn't ended yet when he started saying that, so I was really worried that we're going to curse him there. But we talked about this before. There's the caster curse, but there's a developer bless. So like if you talk, it's okay.
That's right. That's right.
You can give him the dev blessing. I have to worry about caster cursing him from time to time.
But yeah, so like I said, here we're seeing him at 52. And so really what we see him do next turn will determine what build he's going for. But again, I still think with the 6 Fioras, he's going to stick with the reroll version. It's just a question of how long. He doesn't have a lot of health. Oh, that Akali is scary. If that thing gets a blue buff.
Yeah, it's going to be casting like crazy. Double Hand of Justice is already pretty strong.
Yeah, the problem with Double Hand of Justice is you still have to do the 2 auto attacks. And so as you're seeing, it's just not casting quite enough. That felt like it was more carried by the Callistas. But if you can get that blue buff on, whew,
Wow. All right. Jose's Diana,
strong.
though. Starting to do some damage. Can the Zed take out the Thieves Gloves Zed? One more shield? No. All right. So the Zed able to get the win there.
Yeah, Jose Zed seems to be doing real well here. So,
Mm.
Duelist items. Curious to see what Raza ends up taking here. So
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before where you can go a number of different directions because you've got a lot of different duelists that can use a lot of different items between like the Jax, the Yasuo, the Callista sometimes. So it kind of depends on what you want to focus on as your carry, I suppose.
yeah, it's crazy because I think there's even a version where you go Fiora and you go a lot of tanky items because
Right.
that
Yeah.
stun is so long. And
Yeah.
you've got 2 enlightened, so you can deal a lot of damage and do a lot of like the infinite damage riposte.
Well, she
Um,
also just ends up ignoring so much damage with the riposte too that she can like fully essentially dodge like an Ahri ultimate or something like that too. So you can do some pretty
exactly,
crazy stuff with the Fiora 3.
exactly. Ooh, so we're kind of seeing some rough rerolls here.
Yeah, not really finding a lot of what he wants. I don't remember him being that contested either, so kind of a little bit of bad luck here.
Yeah, this is where you start to go. Okay, it's 3-5. I only have 6 Fioras. Do I move on and try to get to the 6th duelist and go something like Callista? And again, this is the kind of decision that'll make or break a game for you because if you invest too hard and don't hit, that'll be it. So
Yeah, I think this is the time where I'd be thinking about moving on to something else, to leveling, and then trying to just build on the fact that I have that duelist chosen, even if I'm not going to get those 3 stars, because
yeah,
this kind of thing is going to start happening.
I think a common strategy here would be like get to the PVE round and then sell the Fiora, and especially if you already have the duelist to get back to 4 duelists pretty quickly.
Mm.
Um, but you've got to level up to get a better chosen, and that's just not happening right now. So
Man, it's just that Elderwood build is so strong early on too. He does find the Callista too, which is nice. But all the crowd control that was coming in, the Hecarim just never dying, and just the Nami, the shields from the Janna, all that kind of stuff makes it really hard for duelists to do their work
yeah,
because a lot of that damage just gets stopped too. So that's going to be a tough matchup for him anyway for the rest of the game.
yeah. This is where if you can get the Callista going, that's where she can do a lot of that damage because she'll just plow through those front lines that you might be struggling with.
Right.
It's also why typically Yasuo kind of needs to be chosen or have some good items. Because a single 2-star Yasuo with no chosen, kind of lacking on damage, especially against other vanguards. So yeah,
Mhm. Sharpshooters for Becca, actually. She's got the early Jin, which I think probably pushed her into that direction. Timo getting the blinds on the duelist is also really strong. Is this strong enough to beat the Yasuo? His Titans did get activated here. And he's healing with the Hand of Justice, it seems like. Ooh, not quite enough.
not enough.
But that was scary. That was a little bit scary. You can see how those sharpshooter boards, if they start rolling, can like actually do well against the duelist boards.
Oh, I was gonna say I actually kind of hope he doesn't see a Fiora because it won't bait him. Now that Fiora is gonna leave him with this really hard
Oh
question of like, what do I do here? Because I'm just 2 off now, and it's it's almost just the game toying with you.
man, I would still move on. Like, even if so the question you have to ask now is, if I get a Fiora 3, then what? It's like you have a Fiora 3. Great. Do you really want to put items on her? Is it really worth that? So why
See,
take the time?
I think it can be if you
Hmm,
like run Hodge tanky items here, you could make it work. But I will say I don't think he got the items to make it work, which is why it was maybe good to not roll down. And so you can
right.
see here he levels. I do think he needs to sell that chosen Fiora very quickly. Hopefully he does that.
Yeah, you would go down to I guess you could put in something else, but I think you'd go down to 3 duelists, right? If you did that.
No, he got Jackson, so he would be at
Yeah.
4 duelist.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So I think that's where you sell that. So
I told you my duelist math is terrible. Or my not duelist math. Well, all my math
your
is terrible.
chosen math,
My
yeah, yeah.
chosen math is also terrible. Yep. All right, on board now with Loco Doco as he's going for a bit of an assassin build, but with some support from these Jannas and things.
Yeah, and this is where like I know the common practice right now is to slam items as quickly as possible, but I look at this Akali and I'm like, you had a blue buff, you're close to an RFC. If you hadn't slammed those Hodges, was that really worth?
Hmm.
And so I feel like late game, this build's gonna really struggle because he just doesn't have the blue buff on the Akali. So
Right. Finds a Talon. Okay, that's another good assassin.
there you go,
Yeah.
6 assassin. That feels
All
pretty
right.
good.
Yeah, definitely. But now you need the items to sort of make it work. I I initially really liked something like Morella Namicon on Katarina, but she just doesn't cast fast enough or at all in this particular situation, I think, to be really worth it.
Yeah, Katarina's the kind of champion you want like QS because if she gets
Yeah.
interrupted, you lose her entire spell. You want Gunblade to get her back so she can cast again. And then from there, you kind of end up wanting like blue buff or Shojin so that she can cast quicker.
Right.
So yeah, the Akali is going to do damage here. If Loco can get the RFC, that way she doesn't have to move. It'll do pretty decent with 6 Assassin especially. And since he has like a almost 75% chance of at least having some healing, um, that Akali will stay alive a lot. So
Well, we talked as well about what the goal is for Team Washed in this game, and they really need to get like everybody in the top 4 2 games in a row essentially to kind of make this work. So if
yeah,
you have
exactly.
a build, yeah, so if you have a build like this, you're hoping to get top 4, but it's definitely not as guaranteed as a lot of other builds in the meta right now. So even going for this to begin with, I think is carrying a pretty big element of risk with it against what this team is trying to do in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean the positive is 7th and 8th right now are not team washed, so that helps. But
Right.
that Jose still at 100 health at 4-3, that's a monster, and that's something you're looking at going, I don't know how we beat that. So
Yeah, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that board for a while. I'm really curious what he's running. I can't remember off the top of my head.
yeah, I don't recall either.
I'm sure we'll find out soon. Another easy win, and he's on the verge of knocking out Raza there. So this is great for Team Washed. They're nearly knocking out a couple members of the opponent team.
Yep.
Seemed
I'll
like the
also
duel.
call out a lot of
No.
people think Death Cap right now is an item that isn't really worth building. A lot of people are focused on Jeweled Gauntlet. But I think Death Cap is one of those items that, like on a Janna, on a Yumi, is giving a lot more value than people realize.
Mhm.
And so
Ooh,
that's a cool thing to see.
Get just said that he just won a 7 fortune streak. So if we can move over to him in time, I'd love to see what he's got. We're asking for it pretty late, so I don't know if we're gonna get there, but we'll see. Either way, I'm sure we'll see the power spike from him with whatever gold he ends up finding. For
It
now,
is nice to see people playing Fortune. I admit some bias there, but happy to see that. And Loco didn't get his bow, which is unfortunate for him. So
yep. Maybe later, but we'll see.
ooh,
Going
there it
over
is. Here we
just in
go.
time. Props to our producer for getting us over to the board just when we wanted to see it. A couple Nikos and a lot of forecasts, so a lot of
2
gold.
Nikos though.
Yeah, not bad.
Like he could buy the Lilia and have a 2-star Lilia right now. Basically, first 5 cost he hits, he could do that. Fortune.
Yeah.
There you
Oh well.
go. There you go. 2-star Kane.
Okay. And he goes for the adept chosen Shen. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if you need the Sunfire and the Cane, but the blue buff is definitely nice. And
Yeah,
this is gonna be
blue buff's nice. Needs to 2-star it. The lack
yeah.
of items on it, though, I think is gonna make it struggle a bit here.
I think the nice thing is that this is a fight that Kane 2 would have won. I'm pretty sure. So
Possibly.
yeah, so once Get gets that Kane 2 up and running, if he decides to use the Nikos with that, I think he's going to be in good shape because you've got the multiple threats, one from the Ash, one from the Kane. Is there a world where you Nikos this Ash though? I feel like you
Yeah,
need to roll down first.
yeah. To be honest, yeah. Roll down for the Ash, see if you hit it, and if you don't hit it, yeah, that's probably a better play.
Yeah. Oh
He's
wow,
trying.
he sold the Ezreal to look for the Ash. That's
Yeah,
you got a Nico now, right? Oh, he does go for the
he went with the Kane. I
all right.
admit I'm kind of with you. I kind of would have went the Ash, but
Yeah, it's more core to what you're trying to do, I
oh, that
guess.
is a dead Janna. Whee! Goodbye, Janna.
Win. Hey, I mean, at least these items on an Ash one still does a good amount of damage. So I think he's just trying to diversify.
Yeah,
He's like, at least this way I have multiple sources of decent damage rather than one source of great damage.
yeah. Ooh, Raza still lives at 4 HP.
Yep, still alive for now. Oh, that feels bad.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
tilter.
he
You get the
played himself.
cane. Oh, it feels bad.
Yep. Whereas it could have felt so good if you would have just waited. Could hit that Kane
Yeah.
too. He's like, oh man, I use those Nikos so perfectly. But
Bum
nope.
bum bum bum. Wow.
That
Ah,
terminal.
well. Hopefully, he still hits the ash.
That's right. Hopefully, it doesn't tilt off the face of the planet. All right.
uh,
See what he gets. A lot of items coming up here. Ooh, Sunfire Cape. That's exciting. Trap Claw, also something that might be pretty useful.
he's already got the Sunfire on the
Oh, he does.
Maokai.
You're right. You're right.
I think this is where I think a lot of people are still sleeping on Shroud, but I think Shroud can actually make a big difference.
Well,
He's already fully itemized the Ash, so you can't really build the Trap Claw.
I like the idea of putting the shroud on the cane because it's going to be so mobile. You know, you can
Yeah.
really readjust it every round pretty effectively. It's not a normal item you put on a cane, but in this case, in this scenario, might not be bad.
Yeah, he's at least doing the thing where he can place it wherever he needs to. So,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
on his teammate he chooses not to place it. So,
Yeah.
whew,
That's fine.
that blue cane killing things.
Yep. Jose Paulo up at number 1 here.
Yep.
And yep, Shade pretty strong. What can you say?
I mean, he hasn't hit the 3-star Zed, and he's running Thieves Glove Zed. So it's it's surprising how well it's doing this late. But
Well, that's what surprised me is the Thieves Gloves on the Zed. If you you get a chosen Zed and you put Thieves Gloves on it, that's a bold move.
yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
I'm surprised he didn't take the Shade Zed there.
Right, because you could have had 3 Shade.
Well,
I
and
get
just enabling Shade on Kane to begin with is
yeah.
just nice because he can drop the aggro and stay alive a little longer. But
Mage Vagar as well. He's obviously not playing that build. So he wants to try to preserve his 6 Elderwood is kind of the key with the decision making there. Shroud? Nope, playing against his teammate again, so doesn't want to make it any tougher for Zod to stay alive than it was, because it's a matter of those two, who wins, who loses.
I think this is it for Raza, though. Eliminated by his teammate.
Feels bad. He's
Yeah.
out 8th. Will Becca lose her round? Because that could be consequential as well. No, she will
Nope.
beat Saint. So that helps actually, because it keeps Becca and Saint around the middle of the pack, which lets them possibly jump into the top 4 later.
Yeah, I mean, again, they really need a 1, 2, 3, 4 as close to that as they can get.
Right.
So we'll see how that goes.
Game
Get
to-
off is in this really unfortunate situation where you're just kind of rolling for a chosen, but it always feels bad to be in this state where you haven't picked up a chosen, and you're just like, what do I do? Everything's already 2-starred anyway. I mean, he's rolling for either a chosen or brawler Silas upgrade.
yeah, I guess.
It's a rough spot to be in.
Yep, Shroud on the Nunu. So that's going to hit the Katarina and the Diana, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right, and Ash having plenty of time to shoot here. Yeah.
Whew.
Easy win on the ghost round there.
One of the good things about Kane right now, too, by the way, is that, again, he mono reaves. So every time that Diana casts and just gets mono reaved, doesn't get a chance to come back. So
True.
yeah. Ooh, Becca lost that one. Ugh.
Yeah, down to 4 HP. So it's close. Saint lost his round as well. So Saint still in 4th, but getting close to getting knocked out of that top 4. There's a big gap between 3rd and 4th in this lobby. 3 players at 50 plus, and then everybody else at 25 or less.
Yeah, they really need to get off in 7th and Esha
Yeah.
in 6th to really have any shot at this. If they don't do that, I think it might be over for Washed.
Mathematically, that is possible, but also mathematically, I don't want to touch that because it's math.
I'd say it's a safe bet. So
yeah, seems likely. I can estimate at least.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think we see a lot of people when they struggle to put together a comp early, they use the Brawler Ash as the fallback. And so again, I think it's sort of become the staple base comp if I'm not sure what else to do.
Pretty much. Nice to get one of those 2 GAs. That's always something in those late carousels where you're like, oh no, there's a Guardian Angel, and everybody scrambles for it because nobody wants to have to deal with that.
Yep.
Another Kane. He'd be close to Kane 3 if he would have bought all the other ones already.
I know, right?
Yeah. Apparently, we did see a Kane 3 earlier today. Wow, look at that.
Oh.
I mean,
You definitely lock for that because if you live, you sell
Yeah.
you sell and buy it next turn.
Yeah, you just swap your ashes out.
Okay, crazy enough, I think this fight could determine a lot of the tournament.
It
Like
might.
if Washed even has a chance, and honestly, it's looking good for Becca.
Yeah. Warwick turns around onto Yone.
Oh,
Okay.
Yone with the return. Oh, didn't
Yep.
knock him out though.
Yeah, he's fine. And Becca takes some damage. Both still alive, but crucial round there. Vhagar dropping to
And
the
Esha lived. Wow.
yeah, nobody dropping out. Crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you gotta
So
buy that ashes. It's 12 gold though. So yeah, you can
oh yeah,
sell.
you just sell buy. Yep. I
Thinking
have no
maybe
idea what he's rolling for now. He should stop rolling. Oh,
he
that was
wanted
smart
to,
though.
yeah, I guess he wanted to find another Nunu to swap some more items off.
Yeah,
Makes
well,
sense.
so it allows him to do the place shroud at the start of the match thing.
Yeah, that too.
So
Gets a little
that's
more serious
big.
on that guy. Yeah. All right. So is
Yeah.
this Hunter Ash a big enough upgrade to keep him alive?
Yeah, so he's positioning now where he can put shroud wherever he needs to. Oh, I would have hit the Sejuani if possible, but at least Kane's gonna mono reave here. So
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of chance to really decide, but at least he got 3 of the assassins. Ash though against Atakali. Oh, the healing is so
oh, the
big.
healing.
Oh,
I think he still wins this though. I think Kane will finish. Oh no, never mind.
GA. He's got
No,
mana.
no,
Oh,
that's
red.
it. Loco knocking him out, and Esh. Oh, there you go. There's the 6, 7, 8 they needed.
Wow, that's huge. So now if there's a way to get Jose Paulo down into 5th, they can
I mean,
still take the top 4, but
honestly, even like a 1, 2, 4, 5 wouldn't be the worst thing here.
true.
So it's just like the goal here is get Jose down as far as possible.
You know, we've talked a lot about Wash because they're the team on the bottom. They're the team struggling to stay in this thing. But I think we need to talk about HANDSUP as well because they're the ones who did catch up in points a little bit at 81 with a real chance to move into the top 2. You know, if Team Aegon GG suffers a little bit in their 2 games against Sunny Springs Retirement Home, right?
Yeah, I
So
think the unfortunate thing here for Hands Up is like what Washed is doing is playing more spoiler than they are trying to get their own thing in.
true.
We might see the other lobby just become first and second if Washed just kind of like beats them down but still doesn't get enough points. So
That
what
effect.
Washed kind of needs to happen is like keep doing their their high performance here and hope the other lobbies were really swingy. So
Vhagar 3,
they are
that's
3.
so big for Chris. He doesn't have the Hextech Gunblade on it, but at least he's got the instant cast.
So the Hodge is good because it's instant cast and you have the 50% chance for the healing anyway.
True.
So you don't necessarily need that. Oof. But it looks like he's just getting CC'd to death.
Pretty much. GA popped. Can he possibly get some healing damage done?
There's the healing. Look at that. Hodge rolled heal.
He does roll heal. Needs to cast one more time, though. The Riven.
Oh, the Cassiopeia.
Oh, come on. Oh,
Oh, Ionic
Hecarim-
Spark killed it.
Hecarim just ulted. No, another Cassiopeia
No.
comes through. I don't think this is going to happen.
No. I don't think the bug can do it.
Nope. A lot of HP, but no damage. Chris takes a hit. Still a scary board, though, for him. And he's got 8 Elderwood. If there's maybe a chance for him to get 9, if he finds, what does he need here? He needs another spatula, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's another spatula.
Yeah.
The challenge here is like, I also think his positioning was really off. Putting Vhagar in the back corner like that when there's an Aatrox in play,
Right.
was kind of a big misplay here from Chris.
100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, the other thing I have to call out is for Hands Up, if Jose wins this, that's helping them quite a bit. If Jose gets knocked down, that's going to hurt a lot. So,
Right.
Zephyr the Vhagar.
Yeah. That's, I mean, even with like Shade and Assassins being a concern, you still see people kind of build like unit pyramids in the middle of the map when it gets to this kind of board. So I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing that. He does win the round anyway against Loco, so I suppose that does help. Beats his teammate, but it does kind of maintain the top 4. Saint down to 3 HP. Becca out in 5th.
Yeah, the fact that no one can knock out Jose, I think that's going to cause a lot of struggle here.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
not over
that
yet.
actually might hurt their chances, which means Hands Up. It kind of goes the other way now, where Hands Up really needs to come out with a big like 1, 2, 3, 4 themselves to be able to possibly catch up with the other lobbies. So
I'm curious about how Loco is going to do now because he just hit that Akali 3. So I wonder if that's enough to maybe get him like a second place or something like that.
hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose's got just such enough health though that like he's probably guaranteed at least second.
Oh, yeah. All right. Playing against a Ghost for Chris. That's pretty good.
I think he's playing in Saint.
Yep.
So let's see here. The Hecarim doing a lot of tanking, so that's really nice to see. It's interesting though because he put a Zerat on the Hecarim, which is usually the last thing to die. So
yeah, it's it's a belt, I guess.
yeah.
Wow. Set, you're so brave. Yeah.
Okay, they did beat Jose. So
All right. Sure, Saint out in 4th, then it looks like. Jose down to 34 HP, tied now with Chris. So this one could come down to the wire. No Elderwood spat on the carousel, though. I think he was really hoping to see that. Yep.
The funny thing I'll call out, by the way, Mage Spat isn't the worst here.
No, not at all.
I think. What do you Mage Spat though? Is it Sejuani?
I think
it's Sejuani.
You're kind of overlapping your CC, but I agree with you. Because first of all, it gives you Zillion though.
I think you take Zillion. Oh, he didn't do it.
I'm shocked actually because you take Zillion, you put the Mage Cap on him, he double cast.
Yeah.
Even at 1 star, he's nearly always going to get that double cast. I'm really surprised about that.
Yeah, I am as well.
Wow. Huh. I mean, I guess it has to be Sejuani now.
Yeah, I hopefully he doesn't make that mistake. What is he rolling for?
I mean, the Ezreal is out there still. So
Ezreal. Okay. Mage Ezreal would be huge, actually. Mage Ezreal 9. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is that, I guess, but I don't know. I like Zillion a lot.
Yeah, Zillion would be good, but Mage Ezreal would give him the 9, so that's...
Yeah, he took the risk to find the bigger payoff and unfortunately didn't find it. Not a wrong.
Did they roll healing? Nope. Didn't roll healing.
Yep. Taking the damage there. Doesn't look like he can beat that board.
Jose did lose again, though.
Oh, he did, yeah. Not by as much, so still a little bit more HP.
The level 8 roll down for the 5 cost is always a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
That's a shame, yeah, because Ezreal would give him 9 Elderwood, which is one of the strongest comps in the game, but so...
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for one of the two at least. You do see the spatula a lot on those late carousels. So that's something you can kind of always be crossing your fingers for, but...
Yep.
Either or, really.
Yep.
If you find the spatula and then you find the Ezreal, you can also get rid of the Ashe, which is kind of nice because she's not doing a whole lot for your team right now other than distracting assassins for like a little bit. Well,
Assassin's going to struggle to get through Elderwood, so I think that might be the end of Loco Doco.
Seems that way. Yeah, waiting for it to end.
It looks like Jose beat the Ghost.
Yep, the Ghost of Chris, looks like.
Okay, Loco's alive, though.
Alive. Wow, crazy.
Wow.
We're definitely getting into the realm where everybody but the 22 health Jose Paulo can die in theoretically 1 hit. So
now at 7-1, anyone can die in 1 hit. So this is
true.
This could go any way. And Washed really needs Jose to get 3rd, and Jose really needs to win this lobby, is basically what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'd still put my money on Jose if I had to make a bet, but might be close.
One thing I'll call out, by the way, I've played a lot of Vygar. Vygar has a 660 range, so putting him in the back corner like that means after his ult, he'll have to walk forward.
Right.
Before he can start auto-attacking. I find it a lot better if you can. He got it.
Found the 9 Elderwood, yeah.
To move that Vygar to where the Maokai is standing.
Yes, exactly.
So that you can actually get the auto attacks afterwards. So don't really agree with this positioning, but again, that goes back to the familiarity of playing with the same comp. So
right. The standard sort of board layout right now is Vygar on that 2nd row from the bottom all the way on the left is where you see him, and then you wrap all the brawlers around him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially now that you have the Ezreal who can do he has the 890 range, so
right. So he's still got that instant cast. You can see Veigar does walk up a little bit. Ooh, needs to worry about that Kayn now. That Kayn is in a dangerous spot. Luluald buys him a lot of time though, Ezreal does get casted, which I was kind of wondering if that was actually going to get off or not.
See, now we're at the point where 9 Elderwood is fully stacked.
Right.
And so now he probably just wins the fight, which is really good. And that, oh, it didn't kill him.
Oh! 1 HP.
Everyone's alive. What the?
I thought for sure.
Oh, that is rough.
That's crazy. I thought for sure he was dead. But I wonder if you'd get that same result. I guess even if the Ezreal didn't cast, you'd probably get that same result, because now things like the Hecarim 3 are just going to be insanely tanky. And, Elderwood Sejuani as well.
Yeah.
It gets crazy at this point.
Now, like, the matchup is going to determine a lot of this. And
Right.
so I'm pretty sure Chris wins this lobby no matter what, now that he hit the 9 Elderwood.
Playing against the Ghost of Loco, it looks like, who does have that 3-star 3-star collar.
I got roll healing.
Yep. How long can he avoid the attention?
The GA helped though. No, he's fully stacked now. He should be okay.
Oh, all right. Oh, it could be a double kill.
Oh, it's definitely a double kill.
Yep.
No,
like it is.
No, it's not.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, because Loco beat the Ghost. Or
Nice.
no, Loco beat Jose Paulo.
So this is definitely one of our longest games, 7-3.
Yeah, I have not seen a game go to this point in a long, long time, but it is going to end in the next round. Somebody's going to die. And props to Loco, man. We talked about that build being a little bit interesting early on with the Kali 3 and all that. And look at this, surviving all the way to second place.
Yeah.
Making it work. Well
and
done,
I will
Loco.
say, Washed ended up with a 1-2-4-5, which, it's not a 1-2-3-4, but it's really good.
Yeah.
So
GA is so big here because the kills happen. GA lets everyone redirect their attention away from the Veigar. Look, Talon's just attacking through him. Oh, never mind.
I think at this point they kind of just positioned, for fun here, because they knew they'd already got the result they were looking for.
Sure.
So that feels pretty good. And it's funny, despite that, it's like still a struggle, but
yeah,
there you go. Woof.
Loco Doco wins it with the Assassins. So another surprising result today, I think. And yeah, the last round could have had some shenanigans, like you said, but still, we've had Duelists, we've had Assassins win a lot today. Aphelios, I don't believe, has won a single lobby yet. So the result.
I look at that as a 9 Elderwood win with an assassin assist. That's fun team play there. And 9 Elderwood is such a powerful comp.
Yeah.
Interesting Veigar itemization though. That not what you typically see. But the Hodge tier gives it, like you said, that instant cast, which is really big. So
Yep, and the GA honestly pretty good against Assassins. We did see him beat that board once. So it could have theoretically happened again. I wonder too if there's a reason you put it in the corner if you have the GA on the Veigar. I don't feel like there is one, but I wonder if maybe that's part of it, because you want the Assassins to come in then back away, but I don't know.
I don't think so, but
it's a bit odd.
Yeah, but again, you can't argue with the results. They got first and second they were looking for, so feels good.
Yep, that's right. So that means only one more game to go, and we will see what the results are going to be. We have to take a look at the board first and see what the scores are after 5 games out of 6 down. In just a moment.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, because I was pretty close to the best. Like, Wash getting that 28 there. Look at that. That's
huge. Yeah. All right. So 94. So, I mean, I guess in theory, is it mathematically possible for Aegon.gg to get knocked down to third?
Let's see. If they get like a 10, and that'd be 120, and then they got a third. Yeah, it's possible. It's really hard, but it's possible. Because if we look at the scores from the first game, the 10-31, and we basically reverse them, let's say Washed got 31 and Aegon got 10, that would do it. So it's definitely possible. But I will say that was like the worst case for Washed in the other lobby, where the two were very close. They wanted that to be a dominating swing one way or the other. But unfortunately, it wasn't. And so that means that you basically need like a 29, and you need the other lobby to get like a 12 kind of thing. And so it's going to be really hard here.
I mean, when you look at the results from yesterday and you look at the players on the top 2 teams, like, it's not a surprise that it's been so close whenever they've played each other. And just in general, over the course of this tournament, it's 2, big powerhouse teams as far as TFT talent goes. So we'll see if that maintains through the final game here. But, Washington hands up, making a show of it,
It puts us in a weird position too, because like we should probably watch Washed and Hands Up again, because it's looking very likely that tomorrow we're going to watch 5 games of Aegon and Retirement Home.
Right.
So pretty interesting. It might not, but that's certainly what it's very looking like.
I agree though. I think sticking with Wash and Hands Up is probably the story to go with, since those are the two teams that kind of have the chance to possibly break in. If one of them wins dominantly and Aegon.gg loses by quite a bit. So we'll see what we end up with. It's not entirely in our control, but
it's crazy because they're definitely tied. And so it's like really all that has to happen is one of those two teams, doesn't matter which one, needs to get like a 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll be pretty crazy to see if they can pull that off. Because if not, if it ends up being even remotely even, they're both out.
Well, we will see what happens here. Jose Paulo is a player that we're going to watch as we get started with our final game of the day. 2 games going simultaneously, but we will watch the match between Washed and Hands Up.
Yeah, so as we called out, basically, if this is even remotely close, then both these teams are out. If somehow one of these teams can pull off a 1, 2, 3, 4, then there's a chance. So,
and it was close last game too. Like Washed nearly did it. They had 3 out of 4 in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. And so it can definitely still happen.
Yeah. Either way, stronger second half of the series for these two teams, I suppose. What's in the box? Akali and Evelyn. Interesting.
The early boxes when you get the 3 costs are definitely the most fun because they point you in a direction, and that always feels good. Where it's like, ooh, do I go this Akali? Do I go this Evelyn?
Yeah.
I'll also call out, I love Sharpshooter Chosen. It opens up 6 Sharpshooter, which is just a very powerful build.
Yeah, I think it's one that's pretty underestimated. And it's, again, like, as long as you get the itemization to allow yourself, and the front line, importantly, to get your sharpshooters 1 round of their abilities, that usually slows things down enough with all the crowd control to make it work. And he finds a tier. And that's useful.
Really good.
Yeah, that's useful if we're talking about Jinx later on.
So I've played a lot of Sharpshooter. It's one of my go-to.
Oh, seriously?
This is looking good. He needs a front line, though.
Yeah.
But in order for this comp to work, what you want is basically like Shojin blue buff or Shojin on Jinx. And then third item can be something defensive or honestly something offensive, and use your other sharpshooters as bait, because the 6 sharpshooters with that instant cast Jinx will just melt teams. I see Jose saying hi there, so it's good stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we're gonna see bigger and better things for Worlds in Set 4.
Yeah, hopefully.
Indeed.
Agreed. I like that though.
Hey, how about there you go. Yeah, it has been ordained. The sharpshooter chose him.
Now the trouble here is there's no good frontliner in the shop, and there's no good frontline. His items are actually not great yet. They can be great later.
I think you split them to opposite ends of the board, so somebody gets to shoot for a while.
Yep. Oh, it's fine. It's good.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah.
And
Chris is already contesting though. This is great.
Chad Chris with the Jinx,
Now, to Chris's credit, that's like if he can get an Annie with an early fortune like that, that is huge.
Yeah, for sure.
So
he beats it. I mean, if it's sharpshooters versus sharpshooters, the 2 costs are going to work out.
Yeah, the nice thing is 4 sharpshooter is not just a burst of damage in the or a burst in the number of targets, but the damage helps also, and so like it's a lot of extra damage. So,
all right, well, there's a front line, but who needs it, right? You've got 10 gold, you've got 4 sharpshooters.
You'll kill everyone before they get to you anyway.
Make the interest. That's right. Yep, that's right. So Jose Paulo in definitely has to go sharpshooters now. There's no choice.
I mean, I feel like you're locked in here. So but again, like I said, the only way I found really good success with this comp is you got to build the like 45 mana start on Jinx so that she instant casts with that 6 sharpshooter damage and CC,
Right.
and it is a lot of damage. If you try to do anything else, by the time you cast, your team will be wiped out. So again, he wants as many tiers as possible here.
Well, if his team finishes bottom 4, he might have all that he needs, but not the way he wants.
True.
All right. So, yeah.
I was
Okay.
gonna say maybe time to buy a frontliner, but
Yeah, I might
you
pick up the
know,
Mountain Guy if I were him there.
yeah.
Give him a
And
brawler.
again, what we're looking for in this lobby is one of these teams has to basically dominate, or they're both out. So
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you look at this board too, and it's like, yeah, 4 sharpshooters, cool and all, but I would consider swapping the Teemo and the Vayne for the 2 brawlers in his shop. You're still above
yeah.
gold. You've got a stronger front line that way. He's gonna stick with the 4 sharpshooter though.
I mean, the one positive of doing what he's doing is he'll get econ. He can go lower on the carousel, get those items I mentioned that he needs for the Jinx build,
Fair
and
enough. Yeah.
then with those perfect items, could turn this into a very strong win. Because that is the thing with the sharpshooter build is it's really item dependent. If you try to go in with awkward items, you will fail.
Yeah.
So he's on carousel. He's looking
That's
either for like a tier or a sword. Is probably what I would grab. So or just the Jinx because he's got the cloak already, and that's a QS.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a Jinx with a glove. That's really tempting. Who he goes for it.
Didn't get it.
He
Didn't get it.
even took the super dangerous between the champions route to get there, but
Yeah. Oof. Good on Becca for taking what he needed.
yep, she saw. So he ends up grabbing the cloak. So I guess it's a front line.
Well, I think that makes the QS, which, like I
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
I don't think is necessary. I think it's a little overvalued in this particular comp, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt.
Spirit. Okay.
So this is actually a bait. I think running Spirit right now is really bad because most of the time, by the time Teemo and Yumi cast, the fight is already decided.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe he's thinking tier up.
What?
Yumi?
Okay, now big misplay here. Why put the items on Vayne? I have no idea what's going on here.
I mean, if you're gonna go for I guess if he's gonna try to go for a Vayne 3 and wants Rage Blade,
No way.
but I mean,
Oh,
usually Vayne 3 builds that I've seen in the past too go for something like Runins and Deathblade or something like that. So yeah, I agree. I think he must be planning on selling at this point. The
yeah,
sharpshooter dream
which
is dead.
I agree, but yeah.
You really love sharpshooters, don't you?
Like I said, I've definitely had a lot of success with it.
Uh,
But again, this goes back to those comments we were making earlier, right? Which is like you definitely have to be familiar with builds that you've played a bunch. And
mm.
if you're not as familiar with it, it can be very difficult to run that, And so clearly not as familiar with the sharpshooter build, it makes sense that he would pivot out of it. So
In a crucial game like this too, you got to play with what your comfort is. So Saint with the opportunity to go duelist again. He found a lot of success with it earlier today.
yeah, and again, Shade Zed always feels pretty good to grab. Duelist, like you said, the Bonky Kong, yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. It's good stuff.
I wonder what he's going to choose because he's definitely thinking Wukong, but he's got one in a shop he hasn't picked up yet. I think he wants to make Econ as well.
Is he? I think he's holding Aphelios items.
Could be.
He's holding the Aphelios items on the Wukong because he's got the sword for the GA and the Ginsus, and he's holding the Moonlight units. So
Yeah, good point.
yeah, so here we go.
All right, yep, finds the Aphelios, and he's going to make that swap. All right, going for the Aphelios. I guess when you get the Rage Blade early, that's going to be the choice, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Now just
So-
hoping that he can find the Moonlight Chosen to let that pop off and give him more room to have different synergies. He doesn't look super thrilled with the state of his board right now. If you look at his face.
Yeah, he's definitely like, where am I going with this? So it'll
The
be interesting to
pressure's on.
see. He needs a
Ooh.
glove and he needs a armor for the pretty stereotypical Aphelios build. So
Right. And
hey,
he
got
finds
the armor.
Great. Grabs it right out of the air for the GA.
Yep.
I would too. Yeah, that's good. Completing the GA on Aphelios, I think, feels really good right now. You can use one cloak because you're planning on getting the gloves later. That always makes me a little bit nervous to do that, but he's feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, and so now just again, we've seen this with Aphelios all day, right? Does he hit or does everyone start griefing him and contesting him? So yeah, we'll have
Probably
to see how that goes.
If the rest of the games in this tournament have been any indication, he should be getting a pretty hardcore griefed here. All right, looks like some items on the Kindred over on the Becca side, holding on to a Hecarim as well. So maybe thinking Ashe later on.
Yeah, and again, this is where we see Aphelios struggle as well, is like a lot of the early 4 Vanguard. And again, props to Becca. I love the early Kindred. I've said it a few times today. That, you know, getting the Kindred is just such a good power spike, a lot of damage early. So
yeah, for sure. All right, picks up the Jinx. Okay. Another Jinx. So
yeah, not sure why we're holding the Jinxes.
Yeah, someone had Jinx early. I wonder if they committed to it. I didn't see that. Let's see. That or Fortune. There's a Jinx. So someone is going sharpshooters. So, well, was that Jose Paulo that still had that vein? I would have thought I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't swapped by now.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious. And this feels like, you know, he's got the Ahri, so he might be trying to go the Spirit variation here eventually.
Yeah.
But he's just so weak right now. Everything is 1 star on his board. So, and again, we've talked about the exponential curve of Aphelios. He just has no time to ramp up. So,
right. The ceiling is very high, but the floor is very low for this Aphelios build. In terms of startup time. It's a vein. Oh, well, nah, I don't think you want to go Warlord here. Tempting, maybe a little bit, but not the answer. So he's thinking Spirit Aphelios specifically, it looks like.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
But again, that also means he needs a GA. So he's very item dependent, needs an armor. But again, he is doing the thing with Aphelios builds where you play at the low end, you know, so.
Mm. Yep, at least that allows you to have a lot of agency over what you get from the carousel, which if you need like 2 Guardian Angels, well, that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, and the nice thing is he got all of his Moonlight units to 2 star, which means Aphelios gets to be 3 star, and that is a big chunk of damage. And so we see here the exponential curve has time to ramp up, and here come the Hunter procs.
Yep, looks like he'll be able to win this round against get off pretty handily. Ooh, I said handily, but he had like 1 HP, so.
All right, so glove, armor, and sword is probably what he's after.
Right.
He should probably take something.
No
glove.
So do you prioritize the second GA over the QSS or vice versa? That's a tough choice. That is a tough choice. Oh wow, he goes for the spatula instead.
I have no idea why you take the spatula here.
What? Maybe he's thinking Duelist at some point?
I don't think so.
That's I'm trying to think of a reason you would grab the spatula. Maybe. Well, okay. So let's think about this for a second. It's a spatula on the Warwick. He can make an Elderwood Warwick here. He can convert this Aphelios into an Ashe later on. So maybe he's thinking of making the transition to Elderwood Ashe, and he wants to use Warwick to cheat out extra brawler.
Yeah, I suppose. That is definitely an option. If he hits an Ashe, that is an option for sure.
Yeah.
You're right.
He already hit 2 Warwicks too, so that's pretty good early on at the 5% rate. You know, I guess he got 1 off the carousel, but you know.
Yeah.
Pause. Dramatic pause.
All right.
We're gonna look at Esha's build here for a second. Looks like
we get to see the fight from the other side here.
Yeah, that's right. Nice swap. And it's gonna be I think it's one that Saint can't handle. Yeah. So Dusk is gonna be the play here for Esha, it looks like. Getting a Dusk Chosen Thresh always feels really good because it's such a good unit, and Dusk is such a strong synergy. Yeah. And it's not Dusk Vein, so that's the important thing.
It's interesting because he's got the items on Enlightened right now, but he is running Dusk, so we'll see how he pivots that out. So
So there are definitely some items that Riven uses better than other items, but she can use a lot of stuff well in general. Uh, I suppose if you're looking at like Infinity Edge, that kind of thing, it can go onto a Jin, which you find in Dusk builds quite a bit.
Possibly, but you certainly need the Dusk Spat,
Yeah.
which is pretty risky to assume you're going to get at this point, but we'll see. I'll call out, by the way, we were talking about how this lobby kind of has to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Other than Saint right now, there are 3 of Washed at the top. So if Saint can somehow pull this around, there's a chance to go that way. And definitely Hands Up is going to have to pick up the pace a bit if they want to become the 1, 2, 3, 4 in this lobby. So
Yeah, definitely. Wow, that Kindred 1-star just has the items to do so much damage right now.
whew.
Working pretty well. And
Yeah, and
Esho
again, we've talked about this a couple times. Is just like Kindred is so good at this stage in the game.
yeah.
Ah,
Everybody's
see,
buying Aphelios.
yep, here we go. There's the Aphelios denying. So
Yep. I like this though. This is, you can kind of have a gentleman's agreement, as it were, with all the other players in your ladder games. Maybe that if somebody tries to go Aphelios, everybody just buys Aphelios. It's only 2 gold. You can hold that for a while.
I think we've talked about this a lot before too, right? Where back in the mech days, where it was like, do people buy all the rumbles or the fizzes and things like that? And when it's 1v7, it's a lot harder to consider to do that because of the whole prisoner's dilemma situation. But when it's a team game and your team's not running Aphelios, it absolutely makes sense, unquestionably, to deny that person. So
Yeah, for sure. All right, what's the plan going to be?
this build is all over the place.
I was going to say, yeah, we're still really waiting to see what Esha has planned for the late game here. 6 fortune for
Ooh, who was running that?
Was that Razah? I didn't see who he had clicked on the right side. Lysandra 3 for Saint now.
Seeing somebody run 6 fortune always makes me smile. So
Yep, they'll either have a great payoff or they'll completely bomb out Nath, one of the two.
yeah, I think Esha's problem with this set has been that there's no Master Yi to play, so he's still been struggling to find a comp. So
yeah, I guess you've got Yasuo, so one of the Slash Bros is still alive and doing well. But unfortunately, he's on the other side right now. Loco does some damage.
Yep.
This is Shen. All right. So Mystic is an option.
Oof.
Man, the Moonlight stuff in this on this board feels really awkward.
Yeah.
I guess it's because he wants Dazzler, I guess, because he's got the Morgana. Or am I misremembering that?
No, I mean, if he's got, I don't know. This is a hard one. Someone was just doing a big pivot there. I'm curious to see what just happened. All right, Chris is doing well with the Shade comp.
Yep, looks strong that Morgana is going to get 1 cast off at least, but not going to live too much longer. Talon, ooh, got the shield from Thresh. That's big.
That is really nice.
Doesn't kill the Zed though.
Oh,
now he does. All right.
I think he wins yeah, he wins this.
He does. Talon's pretty good.
That shield, real nice. Saint at 19 health though.
That's not a good sign for Team Washed.
Yeah, because like I said, as soon as somebody 8s, that team is basically out. So
right. And it looks like it's going to be Washed.
Oh, he's desperate. Look at that desperate rerolling. Oh no.
Oh, come on.
Oh, this is tragic.
I don't see how you get into position that you're going to live in this one. All right. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to watch the sidebar to see if Saint falls out. Meanwhile, a little bit of scouting being done by Esha. He's going up against his teammate, Jose Paulo. And there's that Vayne 3. So he did it. I was wondering.
Vayne 3?
3.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, it's not the items I'm used to seeing on a Vayne 3 at all. But Ginsu's Hodge, still a solid combo for a Vayne. You know, you want that the Vayne ability to go off more often, and Rageblade does that.
Oof. Feels bad.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's still not the items on the champion that you want in that situation, I think.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if the Vayne can pull anything off here, because we haven't seen a lot of Vayne on ladder at all. And like I said, I definitely wouldn't be how I would play sharpshooter, but interested to see that.
Yeah, like that Vayne 3 build, that's like a beta build. That's like a PvE build that people were running like weeks before the set hit live. Was
Yeah.
the Vayne 3 reroll stuff where you would put like Rage Blade on, or you would kind of try to play her like you play set 3 Vayne, you know? Or any Vayne in previous TFT history, really.
Yep.
So finds a
All
bow.
right.
So there is that Giant Slayer opportunity.
Saint did just hit Aphelios 3, but I think he doesn't have the Diana. Oh, he does have. So he
Ooh,
has
all right.
all the pieces, but I think he's still level 5, and I don't think there's a way to come back from this. So,
Look at all these 5 costs that Esha's hitting here.
jeez.
6% chance, but he's hitting a lot of them. Oh, uh-oh.
Did he get it in? I don't think he got it in. It's
I
sitting
don't
on his
think so.
bench.
Oh dear. Well, this is just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a little slow on the pivot.
A little bit. Yeah. Well, Talon's still alive. He doesn't have any self-healing, but he's resetting and he gets all the resets
Nice.
on
Wow,
Raja.
good job, Talon.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay, so unfortunately, with Saint getting knocked out, that's basically the end of Wash this tournament.
Yep.
Which means now Hands Up needs to like 1, 2, 3, 4, which isn't looking great for them right now. But if they could, that would allow them to come back. So
Pretty much. So Saint getting all the 3 stars the round before he's knocked out, like that sounds like a lot of Aphelios players I've seen on ladder, that's for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer. A lot of items to commit here for Esha. He's got that cane, which of course can use the blue buff and stuff really well. He wants to keep in 3 adept, which I think is not unreasonable.
Yeah, 3 adept, I think, definitely gets you some early advantage in the fight and allows time for Talon to do stuff, things like that. I think 3 is where it starts to become at least worth considering. 2 still seems a little weak right now, but
yeah. 2, I mean, with 2, it's like the debuff is gone before they even walk forward enough to attack, basically.
Yeah.
Is what it feels like in a lot of rounds. 3 gets strong, though.
Yeah. So Get Off just lost, has 7 HP. Again, I have to stress this. If he can't pull it out and get like, again, they need like a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably the end of both of these teams. So,
well, Get Off is our fortune player, I believe. I think he's our 6 fortune player.
oh,
he
is he? Oh,
yeah, he just upgraded to Jinx, so I think that's who it is.
Bad.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what Becca's able to find from the Raptors here.
I do love that Kindred build. That's probably my favorite Kindred build because it's so satisfying to see those giant hits.
Oh yeah, for sure. It really reminds me a lot of Kindred in set 2.
Yeah,
which was fun to do.
Yeah, and if you hit a 2-star Cane, that's a really good transition. So I love this build.
Mm-hmm. You've got a strong front line and all the Vanguards and the Mystic. You've got Cassiopeia doing a lot of work in the front line as well.
Yeah, this is a fun build. And there's even a world where like you turn that into an Ahri build also. You could place those items on Ahri and just have her nuke entire teams from existence. So
yeah, stick with the Kindred in that case and just try to go up to 4 Spirit.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Oh, I just mean like take the items off of the Kindred, in fact.
Oh,
because
okay.
remember how we were talking about how Vanguard Ahri was struggling to do the damage?
Yeah.
That's an Ahri that'll do damage.
Yeah, very true. True. Well, here's that Vayne 3 again.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jose in third with Vayne 3. That's fun to see.
I mean, he found the Azir, so he's got a lot of things that are going to delay people getting to that Vayne 3. Vayne 3 doesn't get grabbed by the Aatrox because of the QSS.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen Vayne 3 builds, but I just haven't seen that itemization in a long time. But I guess it's strong. It's looking strong in this lobby at least.
I'm curious if he's running 6 sharpshooter or just 4. So
yeah,
I didn't notice.
I did not notice either. We'll have to check that out later. Cassiopeia 2? Yeah, I think it's worth it. Oh, maybe not. All right, going to the boss instead.
I'm curious. Is this because those are decent Ahri items also?
Mm-hmm.
So
True.
we're going to turn them into Yone items. Those are good Yone items. Jeweled Gauntlet, not so much because you don't usually need a crit, but
yeah.
But the blue buff here is great because if you watch, he'll just start jumping on people real quick.
Right. Didn't hit that many, unfortunately, with his first cast, but there's 3 now. Comes back to
Boom.
GA. Wow.
Boom. Yeah. Good job, Yone. Doing work.
Yeah, Yone is a really fun champ to have in your lineup and watch.
Yeah, he's not one of those champs that feels a little item specific, but man, when you get those items, watching him jump around and slash everybody is really fun and exciting. Ooh, Dusk Riven with those items.
Dude, he's already got 2 Dusk in. You have to go Dusk Riven. She's got to do this.
I think
right?
you sell the Yone though.
I agree. Well, do I agree? Yeah, I agree. Because I think the GA,
The GA is better than the IE, I think, but
I agree. I think the GA should be the priority here.
that Riven's gonna hit real hard though.
It certainly will, and it'll have a big shield because of 4 Dusk either way, so it should be strong enough to live.
Yeah.
And the thing is if she can find 6
Oof.
Dusk now, then that Riven is gonna annihilate people.
Yeah. Oof.
That said though.
I'm about to say that shade always a pain.
Yeah. I guess she does have Zillion in, doesn't she? So there's a way again. Yeah, she does. So there's a way again for the Riven to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah. Oof.
34 HP. So get off out in 7th. So that should pretty much seal the deal as far as Sunny Springs Retirement Home and Aegon.gg making it to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it seems incredibly likely at this point, with both teams not getting the maximum they needed. So
we have not done the math, but it seems like we can estimate pretty accurately.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll watch this game and see these 2 teams. They made it to top 4 though, which is still something to be really proud of. So
yeah, out of 32 teams,
yeah.
the first tournament really of its kind, that's pretty impressive, for sure.
Agreed.
I love Shojin's on Zillion here.
Yeah. If you can protect that Zillion to get multiple casts off, that can be really annoying for your opponents as well. So
yeah. A lot of times, even the first cast is enough to make the difference in a lot of fights. Yeah, Becca throwing it on the Zillion there. I like that she's got the Riven back 1 row just to make sure it doesn't take all the aggro right away. Because you know it's going to jump up and cast immediately with the blue buff anyway.
Oof. Oof. Oh, that thing hits real hard though.
It does. It's a glass cannon, but it does work.
It's fun to see.
Yeah, I just don't know. Well, she wins that round. I feel like it's just so fragile, you know?
Yeah. Oh no, it gets bursted real quick.
All right. Well, there is a
6 Dusk.
Yeah, 6 Dusk. Found it. All right. So now that Riven is going to be absolutely shredding people.
I'm just going to enjoy seeing these big numbers off this Riven. This is pretty much as big as it gets. So this will be fun to see. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm definitely saying it's fun to see these big numbers.
Oh yeah, for sure. So right now, what you can kind of think about is maybe 3 cultists at some point, but that Yone is so good, you'll probably just keep relying on that and not even go for like the Aatrox or anything. Maybe if she hits Aatrox too, you replace the Yone, but see what this Riven can do. Yeah, even with the little hits, she's hitting for near 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but glass cannon though.
Glass cannon, yep.
Pretty much. Talon ends up finding it anyway. Becca takes a big chunk of damage. And just gonna have to hope that she doesn't hit Esha anytime soon.
Yeah. Redemption's not bad for this comp. Having that glass cannon be able to get healed back up, is not the worst here. So
what would you say about like a redemption on like the Cassiopeia? Get her casting a little bit quicker. And then
I think that's a great option. Yeah, I think that's a great option.
We'll see where she puts it, but that's where I'd throw it anyway.
Sejuani's an okay option also, but I do think here Cassiopeia is the better option by a significant margin. So
yeah, she gets so close to casting just by being 2-star to begin with that I like just throwing extra tier items on her. I've played 6 Dusk a lot, and generally the tier items feel like they do best on Cassiopeia.
Yep, I agree. Because again, having that initial cast, because again, the cast also makes them take more magic damage while they're stunned.
Right.
So it's just a really good combo with that Riven there.
Yeah, the earlier it happens in a fight, the better. She's she has the possibility of hitting Riven 3, and wow, do you just put
You definitely put 2 Rivens in. You definitely put 2 Rivens in.
Man,
6
that's
Dusk with 2-star ribbons is going to be real good.
this is just crazy at this point. They both have blue buff.
Yep. This is fun.
Oh, redemption on the Sejuani. I think that's valid too.
It's fine.
It's going to serve the same purpose where it'll
Woof.
cap, it'll die and heal. This ribbon, these ribbons.
These ribbons.
Here come the ribbons. Even
frickin'
Zed.
shade. Frickin' shade.
One more.
Ooh.
Wow. You needed both ribbons for that. This is huge though. Look at this. She can actually find a maybe even go for that ribbon 3. But do you even want a ribbon 3 at this point?
I do think you want a ribbon 3 here. I think the big shield will keep that glass cannon alive, and that thing will destroy. So I would definitely be going for ribbon 3 here.
Yeah, she locked the shop. I think if you have a chance to go for it, you do. What items do you keep on the ribbon though? I would lean towards GA personally.
I mean, so if you want to win, you keep the GA. If you want to have fun, you keep the IE.
I mean, I guess we're in fun mode now where neither of these teams probably have a chance to make it out, but
yeah,
it's hard to get rid of that winner's mentality though.
And sure unfortunately, kind of as expected, we're seeing 3-star Vayne fall off real hard here.
Yeah. Yep, fall right out of the lobby as Jose Paulo out in 6th. Raza manages to win his round, sends Esha down to a 5th place possible finish here.
Oh, you know, it feels a little bad because what we're looking at is Washed possibly going 1-2-3 here.
Yeah.
But it's 1-2-3-8, and pretty sure that's not enough.
Well, it also depended too on the results of the other game, and the other game would have had to be pretty one-sided in favor of Sunny Springs retirement home.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that, for all we know, that lobby's very close. I have no idea. So yeah, you're right. That's makes a big difference.
The only update we have from that game is that Sunny Lou is out in 8th in that one right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So still remains to be seen what happens there.
Watching these ribbons is really fun though. I gotta say, like, this is the big damage they're doing.
I know these 2 ribbons is just insane because usually there's a lot of games I've had where like you win the lobby with 1 2-star ribbon with good items at 6 Dusk and you're like, I'm so strong, but she's got 2 with good items.
Oh, you take the ribbon. You take the ribbon off that carousel. You don't even care what item it has.
Oh yeah, I mean, and Shroud is good too.
Well, you're not gonna be able to take. Trolled by Loco.
Oh, Loco, please. I mean, this is okay though. Yeah, I mean, Ionic Spark is really good for this comp too. Ionic Spark buffs Dusk a lot, so that's fine. Ionic Spark is usually an item I put on Riven actually in a lot of games.
Yeah, it's really good on Riven.
It can go on. It can definitely go into Sejuani too. She sells the ribbon.
Oh, sells the ribbon. See,
dream.
See, this is how you know Becca is a skilled, try-hard gamer with a winner's mentality, as you put it.
Only the sweatiest of plays.
Yep.
Focusing on that possibility of a Kane too.
Did I see Loco had 8 Duelist again? He's really loving that Duelist comp.
Yeah, he's certainly forging a name for himself with that particular synergy.
Someone had 8 Duelists. Yeah, it was Loco.
And here we go. We see if the Duelist can beat the Dusk.
Oh, Duelist Yone, that's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, 3-star Callista with Death Cap, though. Wow. That thing's going to hurt.
Yep, it looks like it does. Wow, even 2 ribbons wasn't enough. Beat the Duelist, I guess.
Boop.
A lot of damage. Becca should still barely be alive. Yeah, 1 HP. I didn't do the math.
This is really close, by the way. 13-5-1-1. So 2 players going to get knocked out here for sure.
Oh, it's so tragic that Saint went out in 8th. Because otherwise, they would have had a real chance
shot.
For yeah.
Yeah, they'd have to eliminate Raza here, though. And so actually, Raza's probably guaranteed 3rd here at the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And so that also doesn't really help. So either way, nothing too big. Again, got to say, making top 4 in this tournament, you know, in some sort of 4v4. We like the number 4, apparently.
Yeah. Top 4 and 4v4.
Yep.
Still feels good. Going up against Raza now. Raza with a little bit of a cultist board, using some Dusk himself.
Oof. I think he loses.
He should.
No, the Zillions on Becca's side are going to keep everything alive. So
yeah, that's what I was saying. Is I don't think the I didn't think the Jin was going to be able to carry that hard.
Wait. Oh.
Nah.
Okay.
Goodbye, Raza.
So yeah, Raza in third.
Yep. Loco in fourth, and we've got 2 1 HP players. The last 2 players in the lobby.
1 HP.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
You see Becca laughing there too. I think she just realized it. I like the idea of putting another redemption in there. Not a bad item.
Yeah, it never hurts to heal your team twice.
Yeah, you could put that on the Cassiopeia. You could drop it on the Sejuani again.
I do think, if my math is right, though, what this means is Washed ends in third. So at least they have that.
Seems
and
that
Hands
way.
Up will be in fourth. So
Yep. Still a good result overall. Again, like when you put that up against 32 teams, great result, right?
yeah, exactly. Third out of 32 feels pretty good.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
round.
So, trying to find the Lilia 2.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Yep, this is one of those rounds where, like, you know, it's the last round. There is no way that we survive.
even as a rot portal is gonna kill you. So
yep, frontlining a little bit versus this. Looks like she wants to try to avoid the Zed a little bit more. Zed 3 versus 6 cultists with the double riven.
Oof.
That Zed's
the Ahri bomb.
Yeah, Ahri bomb as well. That's what makes this comp scary, because you've got Ahri doing all that damage and Zed just finishes everybody off.
Yeah,
and that'll be it. Becca settles for second, and it's going to be a strong result for Wash regardless. Let's go and take a look at the end of the other game: Sunny Spring Retirement Home versus Aegon.gg.
Oh, look at that Nunu. That was a
Where?
big Nunu. Oh, and Solus with the Aphelios comp.
Hey, got the Aphelios 4. Do we arrive just in time to see an Aphelios die?
I think
Or
we
live?
do. I think we do. I think that Aphelios is very dead.
Yep, GA popped, and there he goes. So top 2, Solus out in third, Kiting out in fourth.
Oof.
So looking at the breakdown, it looks like we had looks like it was pretty split.
Yeah, it seems pretty split. Tabs and Ace on the same team. So
Mhm.
that Nunu, that is a fun Nunu build, by the way. If you haven't tried the 3-star Nunu with the Gunblade, that's a really fun one.
Yeah, for sure. He basically consumes people and then, you know, essentially gains their strength. He actually heals from eating people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Free trap claw here, so it's always nice.
Yeah. Maybe throw that onto the Lee Sin just to get more kicking potential, punching potential.
Yep.
Even finds a Nikos.
Yeah, with nothing to Nikos though. That's the unfortunate. It always feels bad to end a game with a Nikos on your bench and nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you just make another Lee Sin at that point and just be like, yeah, well, I was going for Lee Sin 3. All right. What could be the final round?
6 Elderwood versus 7 Brawler. So
yep, Ace versus Tabs. 2 players in the top 2.
You love to see it.
Yep, Sunny Springs Retirement Home.
Elderwood Yone.
Elderwood Yone, that's interesting. That sounds like a very tanky Yone.
Yeah.
The items too, wow.
He got Trap Clawed though. Oof.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay there. It's really getting CC'd a lot.
He destroyed that Ashe though.
Yeah, it's never going to really end up mattering in the end, is it? Wow. All right. Ace of Spades takes a big chunk of damage from Tabs. So we got to talk about Sunny Spring Retirement Home and how they have pretty much dominated this tournament the entire time. I think pretty much every time I looked at the standings, they were on top. And they're going to go into the final day on top of the standings yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it right when we started, right? And I called out that Washed and Hands Up were kind of the underdogs with the more team mentality. And these were some of the teams that had some of the best streamers / competitive players. Yeah. And so tomorrow we're going to have 2 powerhouses of just competitive players. I look at all these names and you kind of recognize all of them as just really good players. So
yeah, I mean,
interesting to see.
These 2 teams could be a top 8 in any TFT tournament.
Honestly. Exactly. Yeah. You know, you see Crowan pretty familiar. Aegon going to be at a final in another Mortdog tournament. We talk about Grand Vice all the time. Tabs, like, God, there's too many to name.
Yep. And that is so. Tabs does take the win in the end. but it's a bigger win for Sunny Spring Retirement Home. And yeah, I watched for whatever reason, I just ended up watching more of their games than anyone else's over the last couple days, and they are all good, they all are very individually talented players. But I thought their communication was really good too. They were really talking actively about what to take on the carousel, what to hold back from enemy players on the other side. So I think they may have that combination that really makes a winner in this scenario where you have the strong individual play and decision making, but you also have that strong communication and teamwork too.
Yeah, I'll also call out that a lot of these players that are at like the top of the ladder are very quick to learn. They might not necessarily be the innovators, but like when they see something that's working or they learn like the format. And so I think even as time has gone on throughout this tournament, we've seen them get better at the team format and how to work it. Because this is everyone's first experience with a team format, except for a few players. And so, yeah,
Right.
it's pretty cool to see.
So in the end, it was only
Oh.
3 points that separated Washed from Aegon.gg, and that's what we were talking about. They really needed to have all top 4 to make it in, and same goes for HANDSUP. They could have probably accomplished the same thing, or could have
Yeah,
come close at least.
I think that's a little off, but I think it doesn't matter anyway because it was kind of already there. Because I don't think 34 is the right total for a given game. But anyway, the point is, Retirement Home and Egg on GG definitely make it through. And so that'll be cool to see tomorrow. They get to rematch. That'll be fun. And yeah, Washed takes third. They've got to be proud of that. Hands Up taking fourth. So pretty cool.
Yep, true enough. So I believe we've got Crowan on the line now for a post-game interview. So be able to
Hello,
chat with
hello.
him a bit. Hey, Crowan, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. How you all doing?
Doing great. Like I've been watching some of your games. I've been watching your stream over the last couple days too, and you keep saying there's 2 things that I keep hearing you say on your team. One is like, I can't believe we're winning this much. The other is, my team is carrying me. But at the end of the day, you're one of the 4. I think everyone's playing really well, and your communication has been great too. So what's it been like being in this team environment?
Oh yeah. So it's very interesting personally being in a team environment. First things first, like I like it a lot. I think this format is definitely one that should be explored more in the future. It's a little off-putting personally to me in my game. I found myself taking like a huge support role, just like, yeah, whatever items you want, just take them. Like I'll just, I won't contest anybody. I'll just, play so you guys can carry me. And I'm like, damn, I still should be playing better. And I agree, like I could be playing better for sure, but it's still a very interesting dynamic. And I guess I've kind of taken on that support role a little bit.
Hey, I mean, man, you're a former champion MOBA player, so like that somebody needs to be the support on the team sometimes, you know?
Yeah. Very
That's
true,
actually really cool and interesting to hear that like you've kind of taken that support role and you're making sure to empower everyone else on the team. And that's a really cool strategy to hear, is just like, having one person sort of be the griefer or take a dive or, give those items that other people need. That's cool to hear. Do you kind of expect to be doing that a bit more as you move on, or is that just kind of something that happened accidentally?
I expect to be doing it a little less, honestly. I think I did it a little too much, and it's like most of my games, I'm actually just like 5th or 6th place, like every time. I'm just like, okay, maybe I could still like clutch out some top 4s more often if I slightly grief myself less. But yeah, I'm okay taking one for the team. Contested Solus earlier, we held hand 7th, 8th, and I mean, my team is the top point earners for the last 2 days. So like, I mean, they're playing really, really well. Like my whole team actually are nuts. Huge shout outs to them. Tabs, Sunny, Ace, like they're all gods.
So speaking of griefing, we I don't think we saw a single Aphelios composition win at all so far this weekend in the games I saw. Is it just because Aphelios is not as strong as people think he is, or is it just because everyone's trying to grief everyone trying to play it?
Oh, 100%. I think it's because it's just in a team atmosphere. Like in solo queue on ladder, like it wins a lot of the times. But in this tournament, like Ace is what I think Ace is really good at calling out. Like, hey, this person's going Aphelios. Hold as many Aphelios as possible. Like grief them, make sure they don't hit. Or even if they do hit, they hit a lot later, so they're already taking more HP, and then they won't win the lobby because of like one unlucky matchup later on down the line. So yeah, I think it's just a team environment diff, to be honest.
Would you
That's
say
that.
anybody? Oh, go ahead.
As I say, that's really cool to hear. And do you guys find like a lot of the? Are there any other major differences you're seeing in the team environment?
Um, Not many outside of those I already said. It's kind of interesting being like you don't want to contest each other's comps, but some comps say like Ash Brawler, you're okay to contest with a teammate as long as there's not like 2 on the other team doing it. So it's an interesting between juggling what comps you want to play versus what openers, like what to sell when, how much you can hold in terms of griefing. enemies. There's a lot of like small niches that definitely can be utilized to some great effectivenesses though. So it's really interesting.
Yeah. All right. So one more question for you before we let you go. So we talked a little bit earlier about how you're kind of taking the support role. So that makes me want to ask you. So out of the other 3 players on your team, who's the DPS, who's the tank, who's the jungler?
Oh man, that's interesting. Okay, Tabs is DPS for sure, especially because day one,
All
like
right.
Talon, he got Talon 3 like 2 games in a row or something. That's pretty DPS role.
True.
Jungler probably Ace. I played a lot of that Ash Brawler. You know that those trees, in the jungle. That makes sense, right?
They are plant related. Yeah.
Yeah, Sunny is the tank. Sometimes he pops off, goes like first place, gets some really good stuff. Sometimes goes unlucky, goes eighth, but it's the front line. It's risky play style.
Yeah.
And I'm holding things together, trying to as support. So that's our dynamic.
That's a
Nice.
full team right there. Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
best of luck in the finals tomorrow, and thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you all for casting, Giant Slayer for hosting this. A lot of fun. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Crowan from Cloud9 and from Team Sunny Springs. Wait, why am I forgetting the name again? Sunny Springs. I had it right. I doubted myself. Sunny Springs Retirement Home. It's been a long day. They have been dominating the tournament. They have to go into tomorrow as the favorites, but it's going to be really cool to get to see a lot of games between our 2 top teams, between them and Aegon.gg. Let's take a look. I believe we've got tomorrow's lobby and talk a little bit more about this and kind of what we're expecting to see tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot of what we did. They already faced each other, so they got kind of a warm-up match today at the end
Right.
there. So they'll be a little more familiar with each other's play styles. We heard Crowan kind of talk about some of the strategies they're taking. So will we see more mind games, more comp switching, things like that? People are talking about Brawler Ash being the sort of safe build. Do we see that become more contested? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I had an awesome time casting these matches today. I would imagine you did too. This is a really cool set of games. It's a very cool tournament environment. But I always like to ask my co-caster this: What are your big takeaways for today? What stood out to you as we watched these games?
I think, obviously from the dev perspective, I have to be a little biased. The perspective of like seeing Fortune actually be played was really cool to see. And then just the difference between the live environment of, solo queue versus this team environment. And, if we ever pursued something like this, what would that mean for balance states? What would that mean for
Right.
the game? Are there any adjustments? So my mind's already racing with like cool things we could add to this if we ever wanted to go down this route. So this has just been fun from a design perspective for me. So
We all know you're just using this for real world testing stuff for features down the road, but that's okay. We don't mind because it's a ton of fun. It's awesome. One more time, I want to shout out Matcherino, our awesome sponsor for Mortdog's 4v4 Madness. Again, you can contribute yourself to the prize pool. You have a chance to directly support TFT Esports if you type !prize pool, follow the link there, and 70% of what you donate will go directly to the players, which is pretty sick. So definitely give that a couple thoughts if you have the opportunity. Otherwise, we're happy to see you here, and we're going to be happy to see you tomorrow for the grand finals. It's going to be totally awesome. Mort and I are going to be back to cast that. Do not miss it, guys. Mortdog's 4v4 Madness. The finals coming tomorrow right here on Giant Slayer TV, and we'll see you then.